Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we can install MongoDB on our system. Well, for that you need to come on your browser and search for MongoDB download. You press enter. You will see the first site on the top. Simply just click on it. After clicking, you will land to the page. Just scroll down and here you will see the version, right? So this is the current version, which is 8.2.1. You can select whichever version you want, right? But normally we select the current version. Then you need to select your platform. My platform is basically my operating system is Windows 64-bit, so I've selected that, and the package should be MSI. Now simply just click on this download button and the download process of the package will get installed. Like it will start downloading, right? And you can see on the top the MongoDB Windows, right, is now getting downloaded. So let's wait for it. Now, our MongoDB is now downloaded. You can see on the top, right? Just simply click on this MSI, and after clicking, you will see this kind of interface, right? Just simply click on the next button. After clicking that, just click on this accept the license, right? You can read it, but who read it, right? After that, just click on next. Then on this complete, right? After clicking on this complete, you will land on this particular section. Here, make sure that this checkbox is ticked and you have selected this run service as a network service user. It is default, but make sure that you check it, right? After that, the data directory is there, log directory is there. It is default, right? After that, just click on this next. Then make sure that this MongoDB Compass is checkbox is tick, right? It will install the MongoDB Compass on your system also. Now after that, just click on this next, and then finally just click on the install, and that's it. Now the installation process has started. It will take some time, right? So our MongoDB is now successfully installed, right? And you will see the MongoDB Compass getting open in front of you, and this is the interface which you will see. Well, after the download, it will open by default, right? And yes, it is how it looks, but we will talk in the later part about this, right? Let's move forward toward the upcoming and the next part, the by which we can judge, right? So let's just remove it, and now on our command prompt, we will do what? We will write mongosh dash dash version, and when you press enter, you will get the version of your MongoDB. But in case if you install it for the first time and you have not set the path till now, you may face some error, right? So for that purpose, what you need to do is that first of all go to the browser and search for MongoDB shell, right? So make sure that you have download this shell on your PC, and when you will install it, then only we will make all the queries and write on the queries on the mongo shell, right? We will understand about how we set up the path, how we can add or set up MongoDB in path and connect using mongo shell, right? So if you go to your command prompt and try to run mongosh dash dash version and press enter, so it is saying that mongosh is not recognized as an internal or external command. Why it is happening? Because you have installed the MongoDB shell but have not initialized the location and the path of that particular mongosh, right? So I'm going to tell you that how you can do everything. You just need to click Windows plus R. I'm repeating, Windows plus R, and you will see this in the bottom, right? Here you need to write sysdm sysdm dot cpl and press OK. When you will press OK, you will get this kind of interface, right? You just need to go on the advanced section, and here on the bottom there is a environment variable. Just click on it. After clicking, you will land to this page. Now here the system variable, right? Here you need to create the path. Now what is this path? I'm going to tell you. You first need to come to your file explorer and go to the drive where you have put the program files, right? So you need to come to the drive where you are having program files, which is usually on the C drive, right? Now go below and you will find MongoDB here. Just click on it and go to the server. Then it will show the version folder, right? Whichever version you will install, that version name folder should be there. Just click on it, and here there will be a bin, right? Just click on it, and here you will see different kind of applications, right? So what you need to do, just come back and select this bin, right? And this bin folder is the folder which you are going to use, right? So just come inside of it and take its address. So just copy it, right? Inside the bin folder, just copy the address, right? You copied. Now come to again to this particular system properties. Now inside the system variable, just click on this new, and here we will write path, and after that path, just enter this location. That's it, right? Just click OK now. Got it? So what you have done first, you have added the MongoDB path. Now we are going to add the Mongosh path also. Now how to do that? For that purpose, you need to come to the downloads where you have downloaded the Mongosh, right? So let's come on the folder of Mongosh and then come inside of it. And here there will be a bin. Inside the bin, you can see the Mongosh is here, right? So now let's take this location also. So I'll do what? I'll just select this particular location again, right? And come again to the system properties, and here inside the path, click on this edit and do one thing, that put semicolon, and after that, without giving any space, paste it. Paste the second location, right? And just press OK. And after pressing OK, just click again on the OK, and that's it. And after that, the main page, right? Just click on OK again, and that's it, right? This is how we add the system path. Now if I go to the command prompt and press enter, and now if I write mongosh dash dash version, press enter, you can see now I'm getting the version, right? 2.5.8. And this is how we add the system path in our system, right, of the Mongosh. So now you can use the MongoDB shell inside your system, inside your command prompt. How we can connect the MongoDB Compass with MongoDB shell, right? So for that purpose, first of all, you need to install or download the MongoDB Compass in your system. How we can do that? Well, for that purpose, let's open our browser, and here we need to search MongoDB Compass download. Just press enter, and here you will land to this page, right? You need to come on the first site. MongoDB Compass provides you the graphical user interface, right? So whatever you are doing with your database, this MongoDB Compass will help you to see the data, to work with that data, to edit, insert, and everything, right? So here you can see MongoDB Compass download. Simply just go down and click on this download button. Make sure that you select the right platform, right? The stable version is already given here, and the package will be in the exe. It will come in the compressed form. Just extract all the files, right? So yes, you need to just download it, and after that it will be perfect. Now moving forward towards how dealing with the MongoDB shell, let me just open the MongoDB shell for you. So you need to come to your file explorer, and let's come to the Mongo shell folder, or you can search it manually, but I'm showing you with the help of the complete directory. Just open the bin, and here you can see the Mongo shell, right? Just double click on it, and the shell of the MongoDB shell, basically terminal, will get open. You can see, please enter a MongoDB connection string. The default string is already given, which is 27017, right? So just you can need to press enter. If you press enter, it will directly connect you with this particular connection port, right, which is 27017, right? So this is now your system is connected. How to work with the MongoDB shell? Well, for sorry, MongoDB Compass, you just need to open the MongoDB Compass now, right? When you open it, you will see this kind of interface. Here, if you are the first user, you need to click on this add new connection. Just simply click on it. After clicking, you can see Here also the default is given. In case if you want something else, like let's say that you want on the port number 5000, you can write it here and just copy it, and after that the way you just entered here, right? So rather than entering, just write the 5000 there, or manually write this MongoDB slash localhost slash 5000. Got it? So now, since we have connected with the 27017, and here the default uh, connection URI is also 27017, you just need to click on this connect, nothing else. It is very simple. Just go there and find it, just save and connect, and here you can see we are getting three different database. One is admin, config, and the local. Basically it is the default databases which is already provided by the MongoDB, right? There's nothing inside of it, but you will see it, right? You will see it, like you can see, this is the in the local, the startup log is the collection, and here we are having this data. Now if I go here also, and if I write show dbs and press enter, you can see I'm getting admin, config, and local, three different, right? So this is how we connect our MongoDB Compass with the MongoDB shell, and whatever we do, whatever we perform with our database, you can simply check it, edit it, insert it, anything which you want easily, right? With this compass, like if I want to edit it, I simply need to just go on it and press on this edit button, and whichever thing, like Piyush Gupta, if I want, I just need to just remove, put a gap, click on this update, and it is updated now. Now if you search this data on the MongoDB shell, it will be shown like this, right? That underscore will be removed. So you can do it manually from here, and there's a lot more things you can do with the compass. How we can create list and drop database and collection in MongoDB, right? So first of all, what we need to do is that we need to create a database. So let's go to the MongoDB shell and understand that how we do it, right? So if you come here, so this is my MongoDB shell. Let me zoom it for you. Okay, this is the max. Okay, fine. So if you write show DBS, since we have not created any database till now, this is the first time we are going to create a database, right? So if you write show DBS, it will list me all the database that are present, right, in my MongoDB. So if I press enter, you can see it is already showing me admin, config, and local, but I have not created any database till now. Then why it is showing me? It is showing me because it is default database which is provided by the MongoDB. So you need not to worry about that what are these, just leave it. Let's create our own database, right? So if we come here, you can see for creating the database, we need to use this use command, right? So we first write use, and then we write the name of the database, right, that we want. And in case if you don't have any existing database with the name which you are using, right, so it will create a database with that particular name. And if you are having any database with the same name, it will directly switch you to that database, right? This is how this use command works. So let's just do what, let's write use school. I'm going to create a database name school and press enter. So you are now switched to database school. Now let's see that whether it is added or not. So if you write here show dbs and press enter, it is still not present here. Why? Because we have not inserted any data inside this school. So until you will insert any data inside this particular database, it will not shown here, right, in the list. So for that, creating like inserting data, we first need to create the collection inside a database, right? So you can imagine it inside like the database is the big packet, and inside of that multiple packets are there which are the collection, and inside every packet, right, there are the data inside of that, right? So like that. So let's move forward towards creating the collection inside this database school. So for that purpose, you need to write here. Let me just take you to the notes first, right? So for that purpose, you need to write db dot create collection. Now why this db? Let me show you. When you write db here and press enter, it will show you the current database, the database that you are currently working, right, on which you are. So db is for that. Now when you write db, then it means that you are denoting this school, right? And then we write create collection. Now collection, and after that put a bracket like this, and inside of that write the name of the collection, right? So put a bracket like this, and let's write the name of the collection, students, yeah, students, like this, and close it. Press enter, and you can see OK1. It is a status which is showing that your work and your collection is successfully created, right? Now we are going to insert some data inside that collection. Now how we do it? You just need to write db. Db means your school database, then dot students, which is showing that you are inside the collection students, and then dot insert one, with which you insert a data, right? That you are inserting one data, it shows. It is a command, very important command. We will learn more about it in the future videos, right? And after that you put a bracket like this is the bracket, and inside of this you write our JSON data, right, in the form of curly bracket and key colon value. Okay, let me show you that how it works. So basically, first of all, we will write db dot students, since our collection is student on which we are going to insert data. So students dot insert one, put a bracket here, and inside of it let's create a curly bracket like this, and inside of it we are going to insert our data. So how we insert that? Well, for inserting the data you just need to write the data in the form of key colon value. So let's say the name, right? Sorry, name, then put a colon, and inside this string, right, we are going to write the name, let's say Piyush. Got it? And put a comma here, and after that let's write the age. So let's age is 22, right? So like this. Now if we press enter, you can see the acknowledge is true and the inserted id is given, which means that our data is successfully inserted inside our database school and the collection students, right? Got it? Now let me show you this database now. So if you write show dbs now and press enter, you can see the school is now mentioned here. Why? Because school is now having some data inside of it, right? That's how. Now if you go to the MongoDB Compass, let's see here, right, and you just refresh it, so you can see the school is now added here, and inside the school there's a collection named students, and when you click on it you will see the data which we have created just now, that is name is Piyush and the age is 22, right? Now if you want to, let's say like edit this data, right, so you can do it from here also. That's the best part of MongoDB Compass. Editing or like updating data in the MongoDB shell we will learn in the future part, but what is the use of MongoDB Compass is that it makes the thing convenient. So if you just go on the edit part and just let's just do one thing, let's add Gupta here, right? And if I write up, like click on the update, right, so it is updated now. So that means the data is now edited. Now if you go to the shell again, since you have inserted the name as Piyush, right, but if you do what, okay, let me just cls, if you do db dot students dot find, I know you don't know about this command, but don't worry. Press enter. So you can see now it is showing me the name as Piyush Gupta, but we have inserted the Piyush there earlier, right? Why? Because we have updated it with the help of MongoDB Compass, right? This is that much easy. So it is very easy. Just you need to know about some of the commands, right? I have already created this, so you can read it from here also. Got it? Now, like if you want to see the name of the collections, let's say that inside the one database you have created a lot of collection and you want to see the name of the collection, right, so you can write show collections also, right? If I write here okay, wait, let me just take you to the shell, and if I write show collections, press enter, so it is showing me students here. Why student? Because we are having only one collection now, right? So that's why if you create more collection, that is db.create collection and then write the name of the collection, at that time more collection will be created, right? If you want to get any collection name, right, you can use this also. And if you want to delete any collection, you can write db dot name of that particular collection dot drop, right? And if you want to delete, okay, let me just delete it for you. So db dot, and then the name of the collection, that is students, right? So students, and then drop like this, and press enter. So you can see it is showing me true. That means my collection is not deleted. Now if I write show collection and press enter, there is nothing present. Got it? Yeah. And if you want to delete the complete database, in that particular case, you can see if you want to delete a complete database, just write db dot drop database, right? So write db dot drop database, right? Like this, press enter, and you can see our database school is now deleted, right? Now if I go here and write show dbs and press enter, you can see now school is not present here. If you go to the Compass and reload it, you can see the school database is not deleted, right? This is how we deal with it. I hope you understood the concept very clearly about how we create list and delete database and collection in our MongoDB shell, right? So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we can insert and view our first document in MongoDB, right? So first of all, what we are going to do is that we are going to create or select a database. So in the past video also, I have explained you that how you select or create a database. We can do it with the help of this use command, right? So let's go to the database first. So we have not created any database till now. And if I write here show dbs, press enter, you will see three different: admin, config, and local. These three are the default database which is provided by the MongoDB. Now we are going to create our own. So for creating our own database, you need to write use command here, and now write the name of the database that you want, right? So let's say the name of the database is office, right? Like this. So if I press enter, so successfully we are switched to the database office. Now how it works, how use command works, it works like if we are having any database with the same name which we are writing here, it will directly switch me to there. Otherwise it will create a new database with the same name. That's how this use command works, right? So we have understood that how we create it. Now our main work is to insert and view, right? So for inserting any data, we first need to create a collection, right? Collection inside this database office. So first of all, if I write db here and press enter, you will see I'll get office. db means the current database on which we are working, right? So if I write db dot create collection, and inside of it if I write the like users, right, the collection name as users, and I press enter, so it is done now, and it will show me that the one collection name office is created inside my database office. Why this db? Because db is office, right? We have already understood this. Great. Now moving forward toward inserting a data. So let's go down with the notes. How we insert a single document, right? The first thing is that how we insert a single document. So for that purpose, you need to first write db. db is what? Office. Then the name of the collection, that is users, right? And then for single document, you write insert one. Insert one where O is capital. Make sure, right? It is case sensitive, so make sure that you do not do any mistake. Insert one, put a bracket like this. Got it? Now inside of it, you need to put this curly bracket. Got it? Curly bracket. So like this. Now inside of this, we are now going to insert our data. So for inserting, basically we need to write name, age, and city. Let's write the same thing here. So for name, just write name here. It will be in the form of key colon value, right? And it will be separated by the what? Comma, right? Yeah, comma separated. So name is Piyush like this, and then comma age is, let's say, 22, and the city is, let's say, Delhi, right? Like this. So we are going to insert one data, and this one data is in the form of curly bracket, which is JSON format, and having three different key column value, which is name, age, and city, Piyush 22 and Delhi, right? So let's just press enter here. Press enter and you can see acknowledge true. Now if you write here show DBS, like show me all the databases, so now you are having this office here, right? Why office is shown now? Because the office database is now having some data inside of it. Got it? Yeah. So this is how it works. Now let's go to the compass. Let's go to the compass and refresh it. And you can see the office is now present. Inside of it, we are having a user, and you go to the user, you will see the name, age, and city, one data, right? And this object ID is provided by the MongoDB by default, right? So yeah, this is how it works. Now, moving forward towards the notes, we have successfully inserted the one document. Now, insert multiple documents at once. If you want to insert lots of document at once, right? So for that purpose, you need to write insert many. And one more thing, that when you were inserting only one data or one document, you were using curly bracket. Now, when you are inserting multiple datas, you need to use this array, means a square bracket. And inside of this, you write this curly bracket and put all the data, right? So this is how it works. So it is very easy, just you can analyze it. Okay, fine, let's create it. So I'll write db dot users dot insert many, put a bracket here like this. Yes, and we need to write array. For array we need to write the square bracket, right? And after the square bracket, put this curly bracket like this. And inside of it, first of all, I'll write the first data. Let's say the name is let's say Parth, right? And the age is 20. Put the comma after this curly bracket to show the next data, right? Then put the curly bracket again. Inside of it, I'll write name as, let's say, Raj, put a comma, and the age as, let's say, 25. Got it? So when you press enter, right? Let's press enter and you can see acknowledge is true, inserted IDs, index is 0 and 1, right? And the object ID is given. Now if you go to the MongoDB Compass and refresh it from here, yes, please refresh it. What happened? Yeah, you can see. So it is successfully refreshed, and the name as Parth and the Raj is now added. So two different documents are added with the help of the single line of command, right? This is how we do it. I hope you understood the concept, that how we insert multiple documents inside the uh, MongoDB, right? Now, moving forward towards viewing document in a collection. Now, if we have inserted our data inside the collection, right? Now, if you want to see that particular document, when I say document, that means the data, right? Why it is document? Because it is inside the curly bracket and lots of data are present inside the one data. That's why we say document. So don't get confused, right? So yeah, so documents. So when we want to see all the documents inside the collection, we just need to write db dot collection name dot find, right? Let me just take you to there. Cls is used to clear, right? So db dot users is our collection name dot find. When you write find here and press enter, it will show me all the data. First it will showing me this particular data where the name, age, and city is there, and the second is where name and age is there, means three different documents we were having, and it's showing me that, right? Now moving forward towards okay, there's one more thing, that you can use this dot pretty to make it look beautiful. Okay, let's see that how much beautifully do it. Pretty, is the spelling correct? Yeah, spelling is correct. Press enter. I think nothing got prettier here. It will get prettier when there's a lot of data inside this one single document, right? So let's leave it for this time now, right? But we use the pretty command to make the thing look beautiful, right? Okay, fine. So check how many documents are inserted. For that you can use the count document. I want you to use it at your own. Make sure that you write documents right as in the end. And if you want to view any single document, we can write find one and then give the like condition inside of it, and after giving the condition you can create, or basically you can search out that particular name. So let's do it at the last. db.users.find one, like this, put the bracket here, and inside of it uh, I'm going to search for the name Piyush, right? Let's say. So basically, when we want to put any condition, right? So we write it in the form of curly bracket and mention it properly. So curly bracket like this, name is Piyush, like this. Got it? Now let me take you to Compass first. You can see this particular document is there where the name is Piyush, right? So I have written it properly. Got it? So if I just press enter here, so you can see it took out only one single document where the name is Piyush. So this is how we work with the condition, right? We take out only one data. Got it? Now there are a lot more thing about like inserting and viewing. This is just a basic intro about the commands. In the further videos of the playlist, we will understand more and a lot more about how we work with it. So till now, this is all about today's videos. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we do the create operation in MongoDB. Well, there are two prominent methods. One is insert one and the other one is insert many method. Now, what are these methods? Well, insert one and insert many are used to insert the data inside our database or our collection, and insert one is used to insert one document at a time, and insert many is used to insert more than one document at a time, right? So let's start. Let's see that how we can do it. So we are inside our MongoDB shell, and here we are using our database office, right? Let me show you in MongoDB Compass. So this is office, and inside the office there's a collection named users, right? So we are going to use the user. So for inserting the data, what we need to do, we need to write db dot, what is db first? Well, when you write db, press enter, it will give you the current database, right? So that's why we are using db. So db dot, now collection name is what? Users. USERS, right? So USERS, users dot. Now insert one. We are first going to learn about insert one. So write insert and make sure that you put this O as capital. This O as capital. ONE, like this. Put the bracket here, and inside of it you need to write your document. Now how you write the document? For that you put the curly bracket like this, and inside of it you write the key colon value. So let's say the name is the key colon, the value is in like it is a string, so put it inside the strings, right? So Piyush, then put a comma, and then age. So the age is let's say 22, put a comma, and city, right? The city. So let's say the city is your Delhi. So Delhi, like this. Got it? Now press enter, and you can see the acknowledge is true and the insert ID is given. This object ID, it is generated by the MongoDB by default, right? So we have successfully inserted one data. Got it? So if you go to the notes also, I have explained you the same, that db.users. Now user is the collection. You can make any collection which you want. I have already explained in the past video that how we create the collection, right? And after that it is done. So if you want to see that whether this data is present or not, so simply go to the users now, and you can see name Piyush, age 22, city is Delhi. Got it? This is how we insert as a one document. Now, if you want to insert more than one, then how we do it? For that purpose, we use the insert many. It is used to insert multiple documents at once, right? But there's one important thing, that we use this array. For sending more than one document, we use array, right? So let's go to the shell and understand that how we do it. So to insert the many, we need to write db dot users dot insert, and the many m of the many should be capital, like this. Put the bracket like this, right? After that you need to put the array, right? So there should be a square bracket like this. Now after that, put the curly bracket, and let's take the key colon value as name as Raj, and the age is 23. Got it? Close it. Now you need to put the comma. since this is the one document, this is the one document only, right? We need the other one. So for the other one, you need to put the comma and press enter. When you press enter, you will come to the next line. This will only work, enter will only work when you do not put this closing brackets, right? These square and the this parenthesis, if you don't put that, only then it, when you press enter, it will come to the next line. Otherwise it will show you the error. Got it? Now, or it will get executed. These are the cases. Now, the name, let's say that second, in the second document, I want the name as Ria, right? And put the comma. The age is, let's say, 45. Got it? Now put the comma, press enter, and let's take the name as Priya, and the age is, let's say, 34, and that's it. Now if you come to the next line, press enter, close the square bracket, close your parenthesis, and press enter, and you come to the next line, and here you can see the acknowledge is true. That means our data is successfully inserted, and these are the object IDs. Now if you go to the MongoDB Compass, you will see the result there. Let's go there. So now in the your database or in the MongoDB Compass, you can see office, user, and these are the three data which we inserted right now. So we have inserted three data at once using the insert many command. So this is how it works. This is how we use our insert many and insert one command in the create operation of the MongoDB. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. Today we are going to learn about the read operation in MongoDB. That is how to fetch and view data that are stored in the collection. Well, in the CRUD operation, R stand for read, and read help us query and retrieve the useful information from the database, which is done with the help of the two main method, which is find and the find one. And that's what we are going to know today, right? So the first is find one. Well, find one is used to return the first matching document in the collection. That means if we are having lots of documents, right, and we want that I want to get one document only which is matching my particular condition. So among all the different data, the first one which match your particular condition will return you back, right? And similarly, there is one more which is find. So the find will do what? It will take out all the document that matches your query. So that is the main definition and the working process of these two different methods, right? So I hope you understood till now. Now let's go to the MongoDB shell, right? And let's start the query part. So first of all, what we are going to know is that how many databases I have. So let's write show DBS, and you can see I'm having three, which is the default, and the one is office in which I am present, right? So our DB is office. Got it? So let's see that what this office is having. So this office is having the collection name users, and these are all the data set which is present here: name, age, city, and the role. Got it? Now let's move towards the query part. So first of all, if you want to take out all the data at once without any condition or anything, I just want to see everything which is present inside my collection, how we can do it? So simply just go and write db dot, and then your collection name. The collection name is users, and then dot, then find, and put the bracket here. Don't put anything inside this bracket, right? And when you press enter, you will get to see all the data set that are present. You can check, right? This, and this, right? So this is how we do it. Now let's just clean it. So this is the first one, which is, let me take you to the notes, which is basically this find method, right? It will return all the documents, right? So now let's go and check for the find one, right? So let's write here db.users.find one. In one, you need to put O as capital, right? Put the bracket here, and after the bracket, just write the condition now. Now, how we put the condition? For putting the condition, we need to put the curly bracket like this and take any condition which you want. Let's say I want the name is Rahul. So I want to see the data or the document where the name is Rahul. So simply just write here name and Rahul like this. Fine. Now close this curly bracket and this parenthesis and then press enter. And you can see I got the data where the name is Rahul, right? So if I'm having lots of data and I want that particular data set which is having this particular name should come, you will get this, right? Now let me give you another example, but for that purpose let me just change the name, update the data. So if I update the data like this, the name of the Ria, right? I want to change it to Rahul, right? So now what I'm going to do, I have changed this name to Rahul. So we are having two different documents where the name are Rahul. So if I go and do it again, what do you think which result I'm going to get? This age 20 result or age 21 result? Let's check. So if I press enter, so again I'm getting age 20 result. Why? Because among all the data, the first one, the first one which is matching the condition will be there, right? And this is the first document which is matching the condition, which is named as Rahul. So definitely we got this particular data set, right? Now if I do one thing, that I remove this one from here and just put the find here, and now if I press enter, you can see now I got two different data, right? And both having the condition name Rahul. So you understood one important thing, that when we want only one data set which is matching our condition on the top, right, on the first, you will use what? You will use the find one. But when you want that all the data set which are matching my condition, you will use this find, right? Fine. Got it? Should I move forward? Yeah. So let's understand few more thing about find. So for that purpose, I'm going to give you two different examples which can make you more better with the find method. So if I want that, I want all the data set where the age is greater than 20. So how we deal with the greater than? So for that purpose, we write db dot users dot find, put the bracket like this, and inside of it, what condition? This age condition, right? Age condition. So for that purpose, let's put this curly bracket and then write age here, colon, right? This is same like before, but this time I want greater than, right? Greater than. For that purpose, again put a curly bracket like this, and for greater than we put the dollar, we will put the dollar GT and 20. So I want all the ages, all the document where the age are greater than 20. So for that purpose, I'm using this, right? Like this, and close it. Fine. Is it fine? Yeah. Let's press enter and see that whether we are going to get this or not. So what is actually the result? So greater than 20 is this, and this, right? So yeah, let's check it out. Press enter, and you can see I got all the result where the age is greater than 21, like 21, 22, and 23, right? So this is how we deal with the greater than. Got it? Now few more thing and the last thing basically of this particular lecture. uh if I want to show only the name and the city, right? I want all the data set, but I want only name and city to be there. In that particular case, what we do? Tell me, right? I'm going to tell you that, don't worry. So db dot users dot find, right? Put a bracket like this, and now at the place of putting any condition inside the curly bracket, just put the curly bracket and close it. That's it. So that means you have selected all the data set. When you put the conditions blank, that means you want all the data set, right? And now after that, put a comma and again put a curly bracket like this. And now if you write the name of the fields here, like I want the name and the city only, right? So I will write the name of the field like name, then put a colon and write it 1. That means true, right? So I want name as there and comma city as there to be present. And one more thing, one important thing, like you need to put id also. So underscore id, right, colon, and put it 0 because we don't want that, but you need to define it, right? You need to define it, otherwise it will be there. So yeah, like this, put a curly bracket, and after that just close this parenthesis. Now if I press enter, you will see all the data set except, like not except all the those field which is not mentioned here, right? So let's just press enter and see, you can check I got all the 5 different fields but the fields are like the key are the name and city only. So you can see this is very clean and clear. Only those data set or data inside the document are present which I want, right? So this is how we do that. So I hope you understood the concept that how we use the find methods in MongoDB. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we perform the update and the replace operation in MongoDB. Well, these are done with the help of the three main methods, which is update one, update many, and the replace one, right? So let's understand about the update one. So for the update one, the syntax is like this: db dot collection name, right? Whatever the name of the collection should be there, and after that update one, and then put the bracket. Now after putting this parenthesis, there should be two different curly brackets, right? Like this, you can check. So the first one is for the filter. Let's say that db.user is my collection name, then update one, and then this is the filter. That name should be Piyush there. Name should be Piyush there. The document inside of which the name should be Piyush, I want to edit that, right? And after that, you put the filter condition, right? Update operation, where you put the dollar set colon and then this curly bracket inside of which the field and the value should be there. Means when you put this filter, it will pick that particular document, and inside of that, whichever field you want to change, like the value of the field which you want to change, just write it here. Similarly, like you can see here, like the name should be Piyush and then dollar set. I want to change the age, I want to change the city, right? Like this is the complete syntax. I hope you understood the concept, right? And the response will be there, don't worry. And the update many, so what is the difference between the update one and the update many? Let me tell you. When you put this name Piyush condition, then there could be a lot of data set where the name can be Piyush, right? So which data will be updated in case of update one? Only one data. Then which one? The one which comes first. Which comes first. Let me give you an example. Let's say this is the data set on which we are going to work. So here the name is Rahul and here the name is Rahul. Both the document have the name Rahul, right? So if I want to update it, so what will happen? It will update if I use the update one method. In that particular case, it will update this particular document, not this. Why? Because this comes first. Got it? So this is how it works. Fine. And the other case is in the update menu, that it will update all the document that matches the condition. So if I put the name as Rahul, it will update both this one and this one also, right? In case of update menu. Got it? Fine. So let's go to our MongoDB shell and understand that how we work with it. So let's check our database, show DBS, right? So we are going to work inside this office database, right? So let me first show you. I have already shown you, but look again. This is the office. This is the name of the collection, which is users. And these are the 5 different data set I'm having, right? Documents, inside of which I'm having name, age, city, and the role. Got it? Now let's start the work. So first of all, I'm going to tell you about the update one, right? So how update one works? So for the update one, you just need to write db dot users is my collection name, dot update, and the one o of the one should be capital, right? So like this, put the bracket here. After putting the bracket, let's come to the next line, and first thing I will do is that I will give the condition. So let's take the condition as Puja, right? The name as Puja. So let's take the curly bracket here. So name and Puja, right? Like this. Just close it. So what it will do, it will pick this particular document, right? Now I want to update this city as something other. Here the city is Kolkata. I want to change it to Delhi, right? So let's change it. So put the comma here and press enter, and let's put the dollar and sorry curly bracket and then the dollar set, like this. Then put the curly bracket and write the condition, that is city as uh, let's say Delhi, right? I want to put it Delhi. So like this, like this. Got it? Now after that, just close the bracket, main bracket, right? And let's press enter. So it is done. Acknowledges true, right? And it is showing that match count is 1 and modified count is 1, right? So let's just refresh it. As you can see here, the name, city name is Kolkata, and when we will refresh it, you can see now the city is Delhi. How it happened? Because we use the update one, right? Now same thing if I want to do with the Rahul, right? There are two different Rahul, and I want to change the name of the city from Delhi to here the city name is Delhi and here the city name is Mumbai. Let's make it Kolkata, right? Let's make it Kolkata and check that which particular document get edited, right? So let's take it like this. uh, let's remove this name from Pooja to Rahul like this, and the city is Kolkata like this. Yes, press enter and it is done. Now let's check that which particular data set got updated, right? So here in the first the city is Delhi and the second is city is Mumbai. Let's just reload it and you can check this first one got changed, not the second one. Why? Because we use the update one here, right? We use the update one. Now let's work with the update many. So if I use update many, so it will work like the same, right? What we did, just it will take all the documents. So the name as Rahul, and let's change the field from city to let's take the age as here it is 20, here is 21, so let's make it 25, right? So let's just press enter and see it is done, right? And 20 and 21, let's reload it and you can check the age is 25 and age is 25 in both the different document, right? So this is how your update menu works. So if you want to update anything, just remember first thing that this one is for the filter and this one is for the update which we want. All right. If you want to change more things than just single field, you can do it just by putting comma, right? Just put age as 25, then comma, and then city, then role, whichever you want, right? It is very simple. Got it? I hope you understood the concept of the update one and update many, right? Let's move forward towards the replace one. Let me take you to the notes. So you can see from here the replace one. Now what this replace one does? Well, it replaces the first matching document, right? It replaces the first matching document and it will change the complete document, right? Let's take you to the example. Let's say I put here the name as Aman, right, as a condition. So it will pick the data where the name is Aman, this one. It will pick the data, this one, right? Document, sorry. And when I put in the second curly bracket, right, second thing, so here I put the name, age and city. So three different field I put, right? So what it will do is that it will not update and put this role here. It will remove everything, all the fields, right? And then again put the name, age and city. If you want to take any other key, like rather than name you want to put anything else, it will take that, whatever you will write here, right? So this is how it works. It will replace complete detail with the new one, right? So let's just try it again, right? So let's do one thing, that let's clean it out and let's write here that db dot users dot replace one, put the bracket here, and then this name as, let's say, Aman, right? Aman, and then put the curly bracket like this, put the comma, right? And after that put the curly bracket like this, and the name, like this is used for the condition, right? This is used for the condition. And like now I'm going to replace it, so I want the name as let's say Parth, right, comma the age, let's say 19, and the city, let's say um, UP, like this. Got it? Now after that, let's just close it. So what it will do, it will do one thing, that it will take this complete document and change the name, age and city, and since we have not mentioned the role, it will remove the role, right? Let's press enter, and you can see it has changed, and the match count is 1 and the modified count is 1 because it has modified the complete document, right? That's why. So if you go here and check for the Aman, and let's just refresh it, it is now Parth, and so the name is Parth, age is 19, city is UP, right? So it has removed the role from here, and the every detail is now updated. So this is how your replace one is used. Got it? So I hope you understood the concept of replace one, update many, and the update one in this particular video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the delete operation in MongoDB. Well, it is done with the help of the two main methods. One is delete one and the other one is delete many. Now, what is this delete one? Well, delete one deletes only the first document that matches the filter. So, while putting such query, you put a filter inside of it, which actually helps to detect that which particular document you are trying to delete, right? But when you put delete one and there are multiple documents with the same filter, it will delete the first matching document, right? That's the concept. So this is how it works with the delete one, and the other one is the delete many, where it deletes all the document that matches the particular filter that you give, right? So let's go to the MongoDB shell and understand that how it works. So we are on our database office, right? And we are going to start, but before that, let me show you the compass, that what is actually inside my database. So let me just refresh it. So yeah, you can see. So in my office database, there are two collection. One is accounts, one is user. We are going to delete the user now, right? So if you see the user, there are multiple data set, right? So here, the first one is the Rahul, and the second one name is also Rahul. So there are two data set where the name is Rahul, and the other one every data set is unique, right? And here the keys are name, age, city, and the role, right? This is how it is. Now let's start. So first of all, we will understand the delete one. So if I do that, if I want to delete, I need to write db dot, sorry, just sorry. If you check here, right, if you check here, it is db dot, then this collection name. So our collection name is user, right? So we'll write db dot users dot, and then delete one like this, put the bracket, and inside of it we will give the filter. How we give the filter? Put this curly bracket and then write the filter, that is name. I want to take the name as a filter, and I want to take this Rahul, right? I want to take this Rahul. So if I write here Rahul like this and close it and press enter, so you can see the acknowledge is true and the deleted count is 1. Now if you go to the compass, and you can see here are two Rahul, right? So which Rahul should get deleted, this one or this one? If we refresh it, sorry, not from here, from here, if we refresh it, you can see the first Rahul got deleted and the second one is here, right? So this is how it works. So you can delete any particular document with the help of the filter that you give, and make sure then when there are multiple documents with the same filter, the first one will get deleted, right? Now let's start with the delete many, right? If you check here, this is delete one, and now let's deal with the delete many. So let's do one thing, that let's change this puja with the name Parth, right? Name Parth like this. Let's update it. So yeah, okay, I think there is a mistake. I need to edit is it yeah, I think there's extra gap I have given. Fine, let's update it. Yeah, so you can check there are two different set where the name is Parth. Right now if I put here the filter, so simple, this thing will be same, db.user.delete. Now this time not one, this should be delete many like this, right? And let's change the name to Parth like this, right? Now if I press enter, it is done, and you can see the delete count is 2 now. Why 2? Because there were two names with the same path. Now if I refresh it, you can check both the path get deleted. So this is how you delete the multiple documents from your collection, right? So this is how we use the delete many. So we understood delete one, delete many. Now let's move forward toward deleting the complete data set, right? If I want to delete or everything which is present, I don't want to put any filter, I just want to delete everything. In that particular case, you put db dot user is your collection name, dot delete many, and then rather than giving any filter, just put it empty. So just remove everything, right, like this. You can check db.user.delete many, and then just put this filter bracket, this curly bracket, as blank, like this. And when you press enter, you can check it has deleted everything from here. Let's refresh it, and you can see my collection is now empty. Why? Because everything got deleted. So this is how you delete everything from your data set. Right now, if I want to delete let's say my complete collection, right? If I want to delete this user collection also, that I don't want this users collection to be exist, in that particular case I need to do what? Just write db dot users is my collection name, dot drop, like this. And when you press enter, you can check it is true now. So if you go here and you refresh it, you can see now the office database has only one collection, which is accounts. Got it? So this is how it works. And let's say if you want to delete the complete database, I want to completely delete this office also. In that particular case, what I need to do, I just need to write here db dot drop database, like this, and put a bracket here and press enter, and done. Your office database is now dropped. Now if you refresh it, you can check this office database got deleted, right? So this is how we deal with our delete operation in MongoDB. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about bulk write operations and upserts in MongoDB. Now, what is this bulk write? Well, it helps to multiple write operation in one single command. And what are these supported operations? Well, it is listed here. You can check the insert one, update many, delete many, and replace one. I have already explained about these operations individually. Now, in this particular video, we will learn that how we can do it in a bulk, right, at one zone. So let's go. Let's see that how we work with it. Now, bulk write has two different modes, right? Two modes. One is ordered and the second one is unordered. Now, what is ordered? Well, in ordered, it is stop if any operation fails. Let's say I have written multiple operations of insert one, update many, delete one, right? And let's say my update one got failed. In that particular case, the complete operation will stop, and these update many and delete one will also not work, right? So it will stop there in the ordered case, right? It is slow but safe, right? But in unordered, it continues even after the error. So let's say that I have faced any error in the update one, even though my update many and delete one will work, right? So this is how your unordered works. Now, how we differentiate ordered and unordered in our query? It is very simple. I'll explain you the syntax, but you just need to put such kind of command, right? In the query, complete query, you just need to write ordered as false in case of unordered. Why? Because your ordered mode is by default. So in case if you are not mentioned anything about the order series, right, it will take this as ordered. Got it? If you have not mentioned anything about the mode, in that particular case, this ordered is the default. But if you want the unordered, you may need to make this order as the false, right? This is what written here. Now let's understand the syntax of it. So it is very simple. It is very easy to know. Just pay your focus, right? You need to write db, and this user is your collection name, right? You can write any collection name which you have. Then you need to write bulk write, right? We are learning about the bulk write operations, right? So that's why you need to write here bulk write. After that, put a array, and then in every single query, you need to write one operation that you want, right? And you can write multiple operations by just separating every operation with the help of this comma. Is it clear? Is it clear? I will explain you with the help of the like writing on the Mongo shell, but please try to understand from here also. First, I have mentioned that which operation I want. I want insert one. So I will write insert one first, right? And then the colon, and then the same way I do in the individual operations, right? But here you need to mention that a document colon, I need to set, like, you want to insert one, right? And insert one what? A document, and the description of the document as name Raj, right? Similarly, the second operation that you want is update one, colon, then put such kind of uh, bracket, inside of which first what we give in case of update one, we first give the filter and then we give the update, right? I explained you everything before. So first we will put the filter here, then colon. You need to define that you are giving a filter, right? So we will write filter colon and then the name or the description of the filter, and then put a comma and then update, and then this colon, and then the method by which you update, right? You need to put the dollar set and the age as 25 which you want to be get updated. Got it? This is how we write it. Now, in the case of unordered, the things are exactly same. The thing which get changed a bit is basically after putting everything, you just need to put a comma at the end and write ordered as false. Right? After putting this square bracket, you need to put a comma and then just give ordered as false. It will take it as an unordered. Right? Unordered. So I hope you understood till now. Now let's go to the MongoDB shell and understand that how we write it. So we are inside our database office, right? The DB, you can check the office, right? Let me show you the office database. So you can check the office database has a collection name users, and here are 5 different data set, right? Which you can say the document also. So the name, age, city, and the role are the keys, right? And you can check the data. Fine. Okay, let's go. So first of all, what I need to first put the syntax, right? So db dot collection name is users dot, and after that you need to write bulk, right? So bulk, right, like this. Put a bracket. After putting the bracket, put the square bracket, right? Now inside the square bracket, we will write all the operations. So first operation is basically for that, put the curly bracket and define it is insert one. Insert one, I want insert one. Now after putting insert one, put the curly bracket like this, and inside of it I want to insert a document, right? So I need to write here document first, document, and after putting document, put the curly bracket like this, and then again a curly bracket, and instead of this write the detail of the document. So I want to insert the name as, let's say, Arav like this, right? And the age as, let's say, 22. Fine. So let's close this one, then again this one, then again, and after that let's just put a comma and write another operation. So this time, since our first operation, which is insert one, is now completed, you can check. Now I want to write for the update one, right? So for that, put the curly bracket like this again and write update one, right? Like this, and after that put a curly bracket. Now what we want in the update one, first thing we give the filter, and the second one is the update, right? So for the filter you need to write here. So let's write the filter first, filter colon, then curly bracket. Now inside of this write the filter condition, that is name as, let's see that what name we can put. Let's take the name as Aman, right? So let's take the name as Aman, right? So this is the filter I want. After that put a comma and update like this. Now in the case of update, what thing you want to change, right? So let's say I want to change the age of Aman from 22 to 25, right? So I want to change the age, right? So I need to put here the dollar sign, dollar, and then set like this. Now inside of it put a curly bracket and the age as 25, right? Let's close it, and that's it. So we have successfully written the second operation, which is for the update, like this. Put like this, after that put a comma and go down. Now the third operation, let's say I want for the delete also. So for that let's put a curly bracket, and I want you to tell me that what I can do, what should I write, right? So the delete one, and the first thing that we give is the filter, and in the delete we don't need to give any update or something, we just need to give the filter, and on the basis of the filter it deletes that particular document. So just write filter and the curly bracket. Let's take the name as the filter, and I want to delete this Puja, right? The document which is having the name as Puja, I want to delete that. So write POOJA like this. Got it? So like this. So this is how you write. You have written 3 different operations. Now just close this bulk, right?
So first of all, okay, I think there is some error. What is it?
So let's just take it again and let me just do one thing, that there is a mistake in case of update. I have not put the one closing bracket like this. Got it? Okay. What happened? Fine. Let me just go again and call it again. I think it's been a lot of mistake which I have done, but okay, let's go down and let's just close the bracket. Right? Everything is fine. We just need to put this thing in closing bracket of this square and the parenthesis, and here we had put three closing bracket, right? But it should be four. You can check at your own, right? And just put the square bracket and this parenthesis. Got it? Let's press enter and see. So yes, it is done now. You can check. The acknowledge is true. Inserted one is one. Inserted count is one. Modified count is one, and the delete count is one. Means the three different operation which we put: insert one, update one, right, and the delete one. The delete one. All are done now. Fine. So let's just do one thing. Let's just go to our compass and see. So you can check. This is the five data set which we have. Now if I refresh it, now you can check. The of name which you want to insert is now inserted successfully. The age of Aman is now changed to 25, and there was one data where the name was Pooja needs to get deleted, and you can check. The Pooja is not present here, right? So this is how we perform multiple operations in MongoDB in one go with the help of the bulk write operation, right? This is what we need to understand. Got it? Now let's move forward toward this upsert. Now what is this upsert? Well, upsert stand for update plus insert, which means that at the time when you are updating anything, you put a filter, right? And based on that filter, it updates that particular data. But what if when you put a filter, that particular filter do not exist? In that particular case, it do not do anything, right? But when you put the upsert, in that particular case, what it do, that it checks for that particular filter, and if that filter is not present in your document, it will create another data or the document with the same filter data or the same thing which you want to update. This is what your upsert is. I know you, it sounds a bit confusing, but don't worry, I'll explain you with the help of the query which I'm going to write. Right? So let's say that, okay, fine, let me take you to the shell directly. So for the upsert, what we need to write, db dot collection name dot update one, right? And in the end, just put this upsert as true. Got it? So let's write it from here. So what I'll do is I'll write db dot user dot update one and put a bracket like this, and inside of it I want to put the filter as name as what, something which is not present here. So let's check here: Rahul, Ria, Aman, Sarthak, Arav. Let's take the name as Piyush, right? So let's take the name as Piyush is not present there, right? So this is the filter. Now after that, put a comma and let's go to the next line, and I want to set the age as 28 of him, right? Since the data of Piyush is not present, still I'm doing what, I'll write here dollar set like this, and the curly bracket, and the name, sorry, not name, age as 25. Got it? Now let's close this, and after that put a comma and go down and do just one thing, that is upsert as true, right? Let's close it. After closing, let's go and close this update one bracket and press enter, and you can check. Upserted count is 1, matched count is 0, but upserted count is 1. So even though the data of Piyush was not present, if I refresh it now, you can check. The Piyush is now present here. So rather than just showing that your filter didn't match with any document, it has created another document with the same filter name and the same thing which you want to update, which is age as 25. Got it? This is what your upsert is. Now, where it is used? It is mainly used while logging user login attempts, updating user profile on the first login, syncing the data from the API calls, preventing duplicate creation by the filter. This is what your upsert is used for. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the nested documents and array in the CRUD operation in MongoDB. So earlier, what we used to do is that we insert the data in the form of key colon value, where the value was either the string, integer, or the boolean, right? But what if I tell you that you can store the data also in the form of the object, array, and other, right? So this is what we are going to learn. So let me take you to the example first. As you can see here, it is db.user. User is the collection name, and then the insert many, right? Now inside of this, what I have done is basically this is the key, this is the value, right? Here the value is a string, here's the key and the value. The value is definitely an integer, right? But here in the address, you can check, this is an object, means the document which you are storing, right? This is the document which you store, right? And inside this particular document, another document is present, and that's why it is called the nested document. And this is what we are going to understand in this particular lecture. So let's go to our MongoDB shell and try to write the query to insert the nested documents for our database. Let's start. So we are inside our Office database, and let me show you that inside our Office database we are having the collection name users, and these are all the documents which are present inside of it. You can check, right? And now we are going to insert a nested document inside of it. So for that purpose, what we need to write it like db dot user, same way, dot insert one like this. Yes, after that put a bracket, and let's come on the next line and make a curly bracket. Inside of it we will write all the data that we want. So first of all, I want the name as let's say Piyush Gupta, like this, put a comma. After that, the age is let's say 22, comma, address as, now inside the address, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create an object as a value for this particular key. So for that purpose, we need to write it like this, put a curly bracket, and then again the key colon value, again the key colon value, like city is let's say Delhi, right, comma, pin code is like, let's take a number, so 11001, like this. Yes, and after that just close it, and that's it. You can check that for this particular key, the value is in the form of what, in the form of an object, right? That's what we do, right? While creating the document, we create it inside the object with the key colon value. Same thing is happening here also. So here the city is Delhi, and the pin code is this for address, for the address. Now you can write again in the other form, like let's say skills. Okay, wait, skills, right? So in the case of a skill, you can even use an array. Like for the address, we were earlier using this uh, object, right? That was a nested document. Now for the skill, if you want that the person can have more than one skill, right? So you can also use an array also to store that. So like Java script, uh, like this, comma, let's say MongoDB, like, right? So let's write it like this. Great. Now after that, let's go to the next line. Let's close the bracket and press enter. Also, let's close that parenthesis also. Press enter, and you can see object is now successfully inserted. Now let's check our compass, and if we refresh it, you can see in the end we are having our data set, right? This is the, you can check. Now here what is happening, that it is first giving the name and then the age. Now in case of address, it is providing me an object, so I need to click on it the same way I click here, right? The same thing, just click on it and you can check the city and pin code is there.
The same way like name and age was there, the city and pin code is present inside the address. Now if you click on this skills, which is an array, right? So you can check array object and two element inside of it. Now index number 0 JavaScript, index number 1 MongoDB. This is how this nested document get inserted inside your database. Right now, how do we fetch it? How do we use while using the find operation? Right, so it is also very simple but very important to understand. So make sure what I'm going to tell you. Right, so first of all, for searching, what we need to do, you need to use the find, right, find method. So for that purpose we'll write db dot users dot find, put a bracket like this, and when you are trying to fetch any document, when you are trying to fetch any document based on the data which is present inside the nested, right, like this address, and inside the address the city is there. Now I want to search the particular document with the help of this city. Then how I can do? I need to take the reference of this address. I first need to mention this address, then need to go to the city, right? Because it is in the nested form. So for that purpose, you need to write curly bracket like this. And after that, address is what? Address is my key, right? Inside this address, there's another key named city, right? So address dot city, right? And the important thing is that while going to this particular address, if you are using this dot and the nested object, then you need to put this quotation marks also, right, in case of object only, uh, right, and then mention it. So Delhi, like this, both the things are in quoted form. Now press enter and you can check I got this particular data where this complete nested or document is present, right? You can check the name, address, skills, and everything is present here. Now, what in case of this array? Does I have to use this dot again? No. And even you don't need to use this quotation mark also, right? Then what? Let me show you. Then in that particular case, db.user.find, and then let's remove it, and you just need to use the same way you put the things there. Like while searching for the name, you put the filter like name is Piyush Gupta, like this, right? Even same is in the case of array also. Just put skills is equals to whatever the skill that is present inside of it, any of it, it will search it, right? So if I want that user dot find and skills, right, in that particular case, just write here MongoDB like this, right? Let me check that. Is it written? Okay, there should be a B in capital like this. If I press enter, you can check again I got the data, right? So the important thing which we need to understand is that in case of, okay, I think it gone fine. In case of, let me take you to the notes. In case of object, right, we need to use the quotation mark and dot in between, right, to reach that particular data. And in case of the array, in case of array, when we are finding on the basis of the array value, you don't need to put any dot and other thing. You just need to mention that particular key and any of the value which is present inside of that particular array. It will search for the complete document based on that, right? You can check, right? This is what we have done earlier. So this is how we deal with the nested document and array in the CRUD operation of MongoDB. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about how to handle CRUD operation with the validation error. Now, validation error happens when the data you insert or update does not match the rules that is defined in your schema or the validator. That means while creating a collection, you will define some of the rules which will be applied on all the documents that we will insert, right? So MongoDB let us add the validation rule to ensure that the data is correct, right? So let's say that I want to add the document of the people whose age is greater than 20, right? So in that particular case, if anyone tries to insert a data, right, let's say our database has many user access and anyone is trying to insert a data or the document who of the person whose age is less than 20, in that particular case this validation rule will restrict that data to get inserted, right? So how we could do it? Well, for doing it, we need to create a collection with validation, right? So first of all, while creating a collection, you need to define few things, which is this. You can check, right? So in this particular video, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a collection where the validation rule is that the name requires a string, that the name should always be string, right? And the age must be a number, and it should be greater than 18 or equals to 18, right? This is what the validation or the rule that we are going to define for our schema, right? So how we do it? Well, this is the main format to do it. Let's go to our MongoDB shell and understand that how it works. So we are inside our office database and we don't have any collection till now. Let me show you. Show collections, and you can see it is empty here, right? That means there is no such collection present. So what we are going to do, we will create a collection, right, with all the validation rules that we want. So let's start for it, right? So first of all, we need to write here db dot create collection, the same way we do earlier, right? Create collection and then put a bracket. Now inside this bracket, mention the name of the collection, right? So it is users, like this, right? And after writing this user, which is the name of collection, you need to put the comma, right? And after that, just put a curly bracket. Now inside of this, everything will be done, right? So first of all, put a validator like this, right? And then put a curly bracket like this, press enter, right? Then you need to write the dollar schema, sorry, dollar JSON schema. We are going to write the JSON schema, right? So first of all, put the dollar and then JSON schema like this, right? And then put a colon, curly bracket, and go downward. Now for the JSON schema, we use the BSON schema on the objects, right? So we need to write here BSON type is your object like this, right? After that, put a comma and go downward. Now most important field is your required and the properties field. So right here required, right? Required is what we are going to put the things or the validation on our name and the age, right? So just write here the name comma age like this, close it, put a comma, go downward. Now properties, we are going to define the properties. For properties, we need to use an object. So use a curly bracket, go downward. Now for the name, what should be the property? Put a curly bracket like this, that it should be based on type, right? It should be based on type of string, right? Listen to me. Now let me just close it and explain you thoroughly. First of all, we put a JSON schema. JSON schema is how we insert the data inside the document, right? But we also know that our BSON type, BSON type, right, is your object that we can insert the nested documents, right? The object inside the object. This is how your MongoDB allows. So the BSON type is for the just this, for this particular JSON schema is your object, right? Now after that, we have required for two fields, name and the age, so that we have given. Now we are defining the properties. Now for the name, the BSON type, that the same we did for the JSON schema, that we are doing for the name schema, that is it should be a string, it should be a string. Now put a comma, go downward. Now for the age, what should be the BSON type? Let me just write it here for you. BSON type like this. Now it should be int, right? So it should be int, integer, comma. Now the second property that I want, you can just add whatever number of properties that you want by putting the commas, right? So the minimum constraint is your 18, right? Just close it, and after that just go downward. Let's close the properties, and after that let's close the JSON schema, let's close the validator, and let's close the collection, right? Let's close the collection and your final parenthesis. Now let's just press enter and see that whether it is working or not. So yes, it is done now. So you can check it is okay one, right?
So now it's time to check that whether it is working properly or not, right? So let's go to the notes first, and yes, you can check here, right? So I'm first you going to use the wrong example, right? So if I just copy it and paste it here, so here you can see db.users, users is my collection name, right? And then insert one, which is used to insert one document, right, at a time. And then here on the name field, I'm inserting a Piyush, which is quoted, right? That means it is a string, and this is what we made here, right? That name should always be a string. But in case of age, if you see, it is having a number, but it is not because it is having these annotations. That's why it is a string, not integer. But we made age field as fixed as integer, and its minimum value doesn't matter because earlier in the first one we have made it wrong, right? So now if I press enter, let's see what happens. You can check, it has given a long error, which is mainly document failed validation. That means it is a validation error that we are getting now, right? And this is the complete information about that. That operator's name is BSON type, specified as integer, right? But you have considered as it is string, so that is why it is giving the error. Got it? So basically, we successfully created a validation for our collection, and it is working properly. Now, if I try to insert it, a correct, like correct data, now let's just copy it and let's just paste it here, right? And if I press enter, you can check everything is correct. The name is Piyush, which is a string, age is an integer, it is greater than 18, it is greater than 18, right? That's why acknowledgement is true and insert ID means it is inserted, right? So this is how it works. Now, one more thing, that even if you try to update the data at that time also, if you do not follow the validation, even then you will get the same kind of error, right? So I hope you understood the concept that how this validation works in MongoDB. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we perform the CRUD operation in MongoDB Compass, right? So first of all, when you set your connection with your port, you will get to see this plus icon next to this localhost, right? When you click on it, you will get the chance to directly create your database and the collection from here, right? So let's create a one and then we'll see everything. So let's say the database name is school and the collection name is student, like this, right? Simply when you click on this create database, you will get to see a new database named school is created and the collection student is also created, right? Now if you want to add more collection to this particular database of a school, you can simply go on this school, right? And here you will see this plus icon, simply click on it, and here you can create another collection, let's say teacher, right? And if I click on create collection, you can see another collection named teacher is now created, right? So let's come to the student collection, and here first of all, there's an option coming since no data is present, so it is coming that import the data. So let's say that you are having any CSV or the JSON file which is having lots of data in it, so you can simply import that with the help of this import data, right? But here I'm going to tell you that how you can create it manually, right? So if you want to insert some data, you can simply see on the top that after coming on this particular collection, you will see this add data here. Simply click on it. After that, the first option is that your import JSON or the CSV file that I told you earlier, and the second one is insert the document. Simply click on it, and here it will give you an example. Okay, let me just remove everything from here. And now for starting, you need to first put this curly bracket like this, come inside of it, and now give your key colon value, right? Give your key colon value, but make sure that this time your key will also be a string. Means you have to quote it inside the quotation marks, right? Name as Piyush, right? So you can see this key is also inside these quotation marks, right? And the value is also inside the quotation mark like this, right? So many people do the mistake that they don't put these quotation mark in the key tab where, right? And that's why they face the error. Like if I put it like this, just age. So you will see this kind of thing, insert not permitted while document contain error. So until your document is holding some of the error, it will not allow you to insert that particular document inside your collection, right? So make sure that everything is correct. So just put it inside these quotations. Right now put this colon and mention the age as 22, let's say. Right now you can see that thing now went again. Right, so just put a comma here, and now this time I'm going to insert the city. Right, so just put the city inside the quotation like this, and after that put a value of it, let's say Delhi, like this. Got it? Now let's just click on this insert, and you can see my particular data is got successfully inserted, and object ID is automatically generated by the MongoDB. Right, you can check the ID is generated, and this is that ID. So it is automatically generated. Your main task was to insert this particular information, and that you have successfully done it manually using the MongoDB Compass. Right, okay, great. Now coming up to finding one. Right, the first one that we have learned, that is to create. Right, the CRUD has R is to read. Now if I want to read anything, let's say I want to read, like, there are a lot of data, just since we are having only one, which is this right now. Right, but let's say that we are having lots of document present here, and I want to search anything. So for searching, you can see on the top there's a type of query. Simply just go on it and write your query. Now this time how we write a query, simply just mention any of the detail that you want. Let's say I want to search for the city as Delhi. Right, I want to get the data where the city is Delhi, which is of course this one. Right, so you need to just go here and put the quotation mark right here also, and write the key, that is city, and then like this put a colon. I want the data which is having the city as Delhi, and when you click on this find, you can check here. When you click on this find, you will get this particular data. Since there is only one data, so you have not seen anyone getting out. But let's say I make it UP only. Right, I make it UP, so city is UP. So in that case, if I do the find, you can see no result, no result. But when I make it Delhi, you get to see this particular data. Why? Because the city is Delhi is present inside this particular document. Right, so this is how you do the, like, reading part. Right, now CRUD has U, and U is for update. Now how you update a document that is present inside your Compass? So for updating, you simply just come on this particular document, and you will see this pen icon here on the top, which is for the edit document. Simply just click on it. After clicking, you will get to see in here that is string, int, string, like these are the data types. When you click on it, you can also change the data type of that particular key. Right, so like this. Now I want to change this name, let's say. So I want to change this name to Rahul. So simply just double click on that particular value and Rahul, like this. And after that, just click on this update, and you can see the name Rahul got successfully updated. Right, the name Rahul gets successfully updated. So this is how you perform the update work. Right, update portion. Now coming up to the last, which is your delete, of course. Right, so for the deletion, you can see on the top again that after this edit pen, in the end you will see this delete. Right, which is for the remove document. Simply just click on it. After clicking, you will see this delete button. Just click on the delete button, and you can see your particular document got deleted. Your particular document got successfully deleted, and this is how you perform the delete operation. Right, if you want to delete any particular collection, just click on this three dots. You can click on this drop collection. Just retype the name of the collection, that is student, and press on this drop collection. It got deleted. It means your collection also got deleted. Now if you want to delete the database, in that particular case, you can check the database on the top. Simply just click on this delete icon present here. If you click on it again, you need to write the name of that particular database, that is school. Right, just click on this drop database, and your database also got deleted. Right, so this is how you delete the delete operation. Right, means you perform all the delete operations starting from that particular document to collection to database, everything. Right, so I hope you understood the concept, that how we perform the CRUD operation in the MongoDB Compass. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the complete CRUD operation in MongoDB with the help of a very important example. Now, what is CRUD? Well, CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete.
right? These are all operations that we do with a document that we store in MongoDB, right? So first of all, we will start with the create, then we will move to the read, and then to the update, and then to the delete. So let's start creating or inserting a document. So for that, let's go to the MongoDB shell. So we are inside our Office database, but before that, let's see that how many databases I have. So show DBS, you can check. I'm having the database Office here and on which I'm going to work. Now let's check for the collection inside this Office. Show collections. And here the collection name is user only, right? Users. So this is what we are going to use. So inserting any data inside the database collection, what we need to do, we need to write DB. Well, DB stands for the name, the current database that you are using, right? So this is Office. So DB dot the collection name, that is users dot insert many. If you want to insert only one data, you can use insert one instead of insert many. But if you want to insert lots of data at a time, you can use insert many, right? So where the M should be capital. So MANY, put a bracket. After putting the bracket, when you are inserting lots of data, so you need to put it in the form of array. So put a open bracket like this, right? Let's go to the next line, and here I'm going to put all these different data. So let's take these from the notes. Yeah, I'm having these three different data document. You can check. This is in the form of curly bracket, inside of which I'm having the key colon value. The value is inside this apostrophe. Why? Because this is a string. In the case of integer, we need not to put any quotations there, right? Similarly, in the there's a city. So let's just copy it, or let's copy all three. So this all three is copied. Let's paste it here. You can check, right? So this is how it looks when it get placed inside this insert menu. Now let's close this square bracket and then this parenthesis and press enter, and you can check. The acknowledge is true. That means my data is successfully inserted. Now insert ID is your index, right? And this object ID is created by the MongoDB by itself, right? Now let's go to the MongoDB Compass and check. So this is my MongoDB Compass, and if I just refresh it, so you can check this Office is having a collection users, and when I go to the user and refresh it, these all three data which I inserted just now is now here. So these are the documents, right? The name, age, city of this first one, second one, third one. This is how it works, right? Now let's move forward towards the nodes. Now after this creation, right, this create part, let's go to this R, which is read, right? So this is the read where we view the data, how we see the data which is already inserted, right? So for that purpose, we use this find method, right? Or to check any specific, we use this find one or this find. But the thing important is that we need to put a filter inside of it, right? This filter does what? That it takes out the first document which matches the particular condition which is given in this filter, right? Let's say here the name is Aman. In that particular case, it checks all the document, and in the first document which it finds where the name is Aman, it will give it as a result, right? So let's start working with it, right? So I go here. Let's do CLS. Everything is clear now. Now db.users.find. If you put just find and put a bracket in the next, right? Here you are not giving any condition. That means you want all the data set. So if I press enter, you can check I got all the data set here, right? Now let's CLS. After that, let's check for any one particular document. So I want this one, right? I want this one. So here let's take this filter where the name is Aman, right? I want a document where the name is Aman. So for that particular purpose, I will do what? db.users dot db.users dot then find or find many. When you put find one, in that particular case, it will give you only one data set, right? One particular document which first matches with your condition. And in case of find, it will give all the data or the document that matches your condition. That's the case. So I'm going with the find one here. Find one, put a bracket. Now for giving the condition, we need to put the curly bracket like this, and here write name, which is your key, and the value is what? Aman like this. Let's close it like this and press enter, and you can check I got this particular document here.
right? So this is how we use it. Now, moving forward towards the next part, which is for U, and U stands for update, right? So let's check for this update, which is modify data. How we use it? Well, simply there's a very simple syntax of it, that is first db.user, which is your database and the collection, and then we use this update one, and there's another thing which is update many. Now after putting this, we need first this one. This is what? This is your filter, right? In the find one, what we are doing, we were putting a filter. That filter was helping us to take out the data, right? That particular specific data. The same thing happens here. This particular filter help us to take out that particular document, and on that we use this is used to update the data, right? Got it? Now let me just show you that how it works. Similar thing happens here also, that this update one updates only the first data which matches with this particular condition, and updates many edits or updates every data set that matches this particular condition, right? Now let's move forward towards working with it in the real. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write db.users.update, okay, update one, like this, put a bracket here. After putting the bracket, what we need to do, we first need to give a filter, right? So let's take the data from here. Okay, the name Piyush is present here, so I'm going to use the same, right? So let's press enter and put a curly bracket like this. The name is your key, the value is your Piyush, right? Like this. After that, let's put a comma here and press enter. You come to the next line, right? After that, you need to write the query for updating, right? So for that, put a curly bracket like this and put a dollar sign, then dollar sign, and then set. Look here, dollar sign, set, and then put a colon. Why this dollar sign? Because you are setting, you are updating, right? That's why. So put a colon here. After that, curly bracket, and put, let's say I want to change the age from 22 to 25, so make it 25 like this, right? Close the last bracket and put a comma. There's no need of comma now, and after this you just simply just close this particular bracket, right? So let's press enter and just close this parenthesis and press enter, and you can check the acknowledge is true, means it is successfully done. Now match count means this filter, that is showing your matched count. Then modified count is what? That this particular age is now modified, right? So if you go and check in your compass, refresh it, and you can check that age is now 25, right? So this is how it works. This is how your update works. Okay, fine. Now coming up to the last, which is how we remove a data. Well, for removing any single user, the same thing which you used to do in the find part, right, where we were putting a filter, same thing happens here also. Just put delete one instead of find one. You put delete one, and then like this, the name has whatever the name present here, right? And then delete multiple users. For that, just write delete many, and all the name, all the filter, all the document that is containing this particular filter will get delete all the data, right? So let's learn with the help of this particular example. So what I'm going to do is just db.users.delete one, put a bracket. After putting the bracket, you need to put this field for the filter, right? And I want the filter where the name is Piyush, right? So I want to delete this. Just simply close the bracket, and after that, when you press enter, you can check the acknowledge is true, delete count is 1. And now if you go to your compass and check for the data or the documents present here, just refresh it, and you can check the Piyush one is now deleted. There are only 2 left, right? So this is how we perform our delete operations, right? And now if you want to check that db.users.find, so it will give you that only 2 are present, right? You can again run the query for the read operation, that is db.users.find, and you can check only 2 data set are here, right? This is what I was telling. So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept, that how we perform the create, read, update, and the delete operation in the MongoDB. And this is a very simple example, but very effective and very important to understand. So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the equality and inequality operators in MongoDB. Well, these operators helps to match document based on conditions, which means that we put a condition with these operators, and this operator helps to take out those documents which are equal to those particular condition, right? And along with the opposite of that, which is inequality, which means that those documents which don't match with these conditions, right? So let me just show you the operators so you can check. This is your equality operator, which look like this. This is dollar sign and eq. This is how your equality operator looks, right? And this is your inequality operator, which is dollar ne, right? Which means not equal, you can like call it dollar ne, right? Like this. So let's just go to our MongoDB shell and check that how it works. So this is our office database, right? So let's just check that how many collection do we have. Show collections, and our collection name is users only, right? So let's go to the database and check here so you can see this is how our collection is looking, right? It is having three documents. First one is your name with Piyush, second one is name with Aman, third one is name with Anita, and the keys are name, age, and city, right? So these are your document inside your particular collection, and we are going to apply these operators on this. So for the particular eq, dollar eq, which is equality operator, we need to write here like this: db.users.find, right? Since we are going to find, right, we are going to apply the condition, we need to put the find, right? After that, put the curly bracket like this, and I want to apply this particular operator on which particular key, which is for the age, right? I want it on the age, so put it like this. After that, put a curly bracket and then dollar eq like this, which means equality operator. So I'm saying that find me those documents where the age is equals to 22, like this, right? Now let's just close every particular bracket and press enter, and you can see I got that particular document where the age is equals to 22, right? So this is how your equality operator works. Now for the inequality operator, we need to put the dollar in, right? So just reverse of that. So let's do the same. db.users.find and age, here we put the equality operator. Now let's change it to inequality operator, dollar $ne. So find me all the document where age is not equals to 22, press enter, and you can check I got the other two data set where the age is 25 and the age is 18, which is not equals to 22, of course. So right, so this is how your equality and inequality operators works in MongoDB. It is very easy to use. And one more thing, that your equality operator, right, which we were using like this, you can also do it using the short form, which is db.user.find age 22 directly, right? We need, if you don't put this equality operator and directly write 22 here, it will work as the same. But this particular query is considered important because it helps the other person or the third person to understand that what particular query means, right? What particular thing which you want, which, since this dollar sign is helping. And when you go to the more complex queries, this is required, right? Then this easy case don't work smoothly. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the comparison operators in MongoDB. Well, what are these comparison operator? Well, it is used to compare the values, the data which are present, and based on that, finding the documents, right? So earlier we learned about the equality and inequality operator, where we were searching for the document which are exactly equals to that particular value, right, or the condition that we give. But this time we use these different operators, which is $gt, which is for the greater than, $lt, which is for the less than, and $gte, which is for the greater than or equal, and $lte, which is for less than or equal, right? So as the name describes, what these are used for, exactly it works the same, right? So let's go to the MongoDB shell and understand that how it works. So we are inside our office database, right? If I check for the collection here, collections, so you can check only one collection is there, which is the users, right? So inside the user, which data I'm having, let me show you. So this is what I have as a data or the document, right? All the documents are like this, where the keys are the name, age and city, right? And yeah, this is all. So let's go and let's see that how it works. So first of all, I'm going to show you the greater than operator. So for the greater than, we use the $GT, right? So we need to write it like this, that is db.users dot find, put a bracket like this. After that, put the curly bracket and the age, then $GT, which is 20, right? And let's close everything and like this, got it, right? So what it is doing, that it is helping me to find the user is our collection name, right? So from the user, it is helping me to find those document where the age mentioned is greater than 20. So what are these? If you check, then there's only one document where the age is less than 20, which is for the Anita. That means the Piyush and the Aman are the right result. So let's see that whether we are going to get that or not. So press enter and you can check. This is what we got, right? So this is what we wanted also. So yeah, now let's do one thing. Let's check for the other operator, which is for the less than, right? So if I put it LT here rather than GT, I put the LT in that particular case. Okay, sorry, you can see I got the Anita this time, right? Yeah, so this is how it is working. Now let's go to the next part, which is greater than or equal. That means GTE, that is $GTE, right? So let's do one thing that okay, let me just clear it out, or I just copy it. Okay, let's copy it and put CLS, and everything is clear. Now let's place it like this, and I want the greater than or equal, so GTE, and I want to put the age which is already mentioned here. So let's take it as 22, right? So if I want that all the document where the age is greater than or equals to 22, give me that, right? So just press enter, you can check. I got the age 22 also, I got the age 25 also. Why? Because it is greater than or equals to. Correct. Now the last one, which is for the less than or equals to, you can simply write here LTE like this, right? And if you press enter, you can check. Less than 22, which is for the Piyush, as it is having the age as 22, and for the Anita, which is having the age as 18, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you understood the comparison operator very beautifully. So this is all. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Take care. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the logical operators in MongoDB, right? So what are these logical operators? Well, it allow you to match the document based on the multiple conditions combined together, right? So earlier we were matching the documents based on a single condition, but this logical operator help us to use multiple conditions combined to match the documents, right? So first thing which we are going to learn today is your AND operator, right, which comes under your logical. So what AND does, that it matches the document where all conditions are true. All conditions means that the number of condition that you put inside the query, like this. Okay, let me take it down like this. So if you see here, db.users.find, right? So this is the command for the find, right? So here we put the dollar and here in the array we put two different conditions. The first condition is that the city should be Delhi, and the second condition is that the age should be greater than or equals to 20. So when both the condition get matched, then that particular document will be given as a response, right? So it is used to match all the conditions, right? All the conditions. So yeah, this is all. So let's go and see that how it works. So let's go to the MongoDB shell. Let's clear it. And here I write db.users dot user. Users is my collection name, dot find, right? after putting this bracket, see, you need to put this curly bracket, right? Because you are going to give a condition, right? And this condition is holding this dollar and, right? So just put curly bracket like this and then dollar and like this. And dollar and is holding what? It is holding two different conditions. So that's why it will carry a array, right? So a square bracket should be there. So a square bracket. Now inside of this, just write number of like you want, all the conditions that you want. So let's take, okay, let me go to the compass first, and let's check for, like, this is my user collection. So let's take the city as Delhi. I want city as Delhi like this, right? Let's close it. After that, put a comma and the second condition that I want to give. So if you check here, there are two documents where the city is Delhi like this, and this both the like, Piyush and Anita documents, right? Now the age is different. Here the age is your 22 and here the age is your 18, right? So let's do one thing. Let's take the age, right? So this age is going to be our second condition, right? If you want to put it like this, like GTE, or you can do it manually, you can do it. It's all on you, right? So uh yeah, so take the dollar age, right? Yeah, age, and then dollar GTE is your 20, right? Let's close it and yeah, like this, and just close the square bracket above and then the curly bracket and then the closing and press enter, and you can see I got the data where the age is greater than 20 and the city is Delhi, means both the condition get satisfied, right? Only that particular document is given to me. Got it? Now the similar thing happens with your OR operator, but the difference is that at least one condition should be true, only then it will give me the data, right? So let's do one thing, that let's take the same example, right? And here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change it from GTE to LTE and make it 20, right? Now if I press enter, so you can check here, the age greater than 20, sorry, lesser than 20 is your 18 here, right? Lesser than 20 is 18 here, but the city is Delhi, right? City Delhi means there are two data set which is having the city as Delhi, right? So let's just press enter and see that what result I'm going to get. So you can check, I got the name as Anita, and okay, sorry, everything is good, but we failed to put change this and to or, right? Yeah, so let's do it now. Okay, what happened? I think there is a problem. Let's try it again. Sorry for the disturbance. If you want to make it at 2x, you can do it, right? Like this, and let's close it. If I press enter, you can check. Since this is OR operator, so I'm getting both the data where the city is Delhi, right? And no matter that this particular condition gets satisfied or not, but since one condition is satisfied, so both the data is here, and the second condition says that it should be less than 20. So yes, the age is less than 20 is present here, but here the age is greater than 22, means 20, right? But still this data is present here. Why? Because one condition, which is this city as Delhi, is getting satisfied with this particular document, right? So this is how it works. Now let's move to the next operator, which is for the dollar not. Well, it is used for matching the document where the condition is not true, which means that I want to get those data set where this particular condition is not satisfied. Earlier, we learned about the not equals to operator where we put $ne, right? It works like the same here also. But the thing is that since one of the operator is present, so you need to learn about everything. That's why I'm explaining with all the things, right? So let's just copy it. Let's just copy it and paste it here. So you can check db.users.find, and here the city is the key where first I put the curly bracket and put this dollar not, which is the logical operator here, right? And then this
curly bracket, and here inside of it I put dollar equals to, which is a equality operator, and then this Delhi. Now what it is saying that I want to search for the city which is equals to Delhi here from up to here, right? But when I put this dollar not, which means not equals to Delhi, right? Not equals to Delhi. So give me all those data set where city is not equals to Delhi. Now if I press enter, you can check. I got the document where city is Noida, not equals to Delhi, right? So this is how it works. Now let's come to the next operator, which is dollar $nor, which is a NOR operator, of course, which matches document where none of the condition are true, which means in this particular not condition, not operator, you were giving only one particular condition, right? But with this NOR, you can give lots of condition for not equals to, right? Where none of the conditions are true, right? So if I just copy it from here and paste it directly here, you can check that db.user.find. Then first I put this logical operator, and then since I'm going to give lots of condition, I put this square bracket, and inside of it I have written all the conditions. First the city should be Delhi, the age should be 22, and then I close all the brackets. When I press enter, you can check I got only those data set where means those document where the city is not equals to Delhi and the age is not equals to 22. So here age is not equals to 22 and city is not equals to Delhi, right? And this is how it works. So I hope you understood the concept that how these not comparison, these logical operators works. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, in this particular video we are going to learn about the conditional operators in MongoDB. Now what are these? Well, it helps you to match document based on multiple possible values or existence of the fields. Now what are the commonly used operators? Well, in operator, not in operator, which is NIN, and expression operator, which is EXPR. Now we will understand that how these operators works, right? So starting from the in operator, what does that it matches if the field values are in the given list, which means that if I am writing a query and I use this in operator along with I have given two different values, right? So it will take out those particular documents which are having any of this value, right? Okay, let me just give you an example. So first of all, let me take you to the my MongoDB Compass, and we are going to our user database, sorry, user collection, and you can check here. We are having three documents which are having the keys as name and the course, right? The course is MCA, BCA, and the BTech, right? So let's write a query for here, right? So what we are going to write? We are going to write the query like this: db.student. Student is referred to as the collection name, right? And after that dot find method we are going to use, and then the course. Course is what? Course is your this particular key, right? Course is your this particular key. So after that we will use this dollar in and then put a bracket. Okay, let's go. So first of all, write the db dot users. I think it is in the users only, right? Yes. Dot find, put a bracket. After putting the bracket, what you need to do is that you have to define that particular key, right? Which is this course. So put a curly bracket like this and write the course here. Sorry, course like this, right? And after putting the course, now you have to mention this particular in operator, right? So put a curly bracket like this and first write the dollar and then in and then put a colon, right? After putting the colon, you need to give an array where you will store all the values that on which you want that particular document, right? So I'll put the array like this square bracket and write that those values. Let's say MCA comma BCA, right? This is what the values are, like this. Got it? After that, let's just close the bracket. And what should we get? So we should get the MC and the BCA values, right? So here you can check this one and this one. So we should get these two, first two documents. So let's press enter and see. So you can check. I got the same, the Piyush and the Aman document, right? So this is how it works.
Now the opposite of it is that it matches the document that is not in the given list, right? So simply you need to just replace the in with the $n, NIN, right? So what I'll do is that I'll just put the NIN here, and in this particular case you should get that particular third document except these two, right? So let's just press enter and you can check. I got the third document, which is Anita, because it is not having these two values, either MCA or BCA, right? So that is BTech here in the course basically, right? So yeah, so this is how it is done. Now coming up to the next part, which is the expression operator. It is a very important operator because many people misunderstood it. So try to stay focused, right? So this expression operator, this allow using aggregation expression inside the normal queries, right? It means that you can compare two fields in the same document, which means that earlier we were using this kind of operator and the condition that give me the document which is either having this or this, right? But this time using this expression operator, you are going to apply the condition inside the document that compare any two given keys present, right? Okay, let me give you the example. So I'm going to go to my students collection here, right? You can check there are a lot of data here: name, age, min, age, max age, city, marks, passing marks, and all this, right? So if I want to get those documents where this age is greater than the min age, right? If I want to put these kind of condition, if I want to put this kind of condition where I want to compare the keys present inside the document, and on the basis of that give me that particular document. Okay, it might sound confusing, but don't worry, it is very easy to do, right? So okay, let me take you to this particular example. So expression is very similar. You just need to change this to this dollar expression. Then this dollar gt, this dollar gt is, says greater than, right? So what is happening that among all the document which is present inside this students collection, I'm using this expression operator, right? Where I'm saying that you do what? You do the comparison between the min age and the age, and if min age is greater than the age, then you give me this particular document, right? If I just copy it and paste it here like this, you can check, right? Then what will happen? I should get that particular document where the min age, min age is in the first, right, is greater than your age. And you can check here in the first document where this Rahul is present, the min age is 25 and the age is 22, right? So I should get that particular document. If I press enter, you can check I got this Rahul document, right? And in all others, you can check the min age is less than the normal age, right? That's why we have not got any other data. So if I just replace it in that particular case, what will happen? Okay, let me just take you through this particular expression, db.find, and then if I go here and I write $expr and I write here $gt, which is greater than, right? Put the bracket. First write the one which you want as the greater. So I want this $age as greater, comma, $min age as lesser, right? Like this. Now close the bracket like this, and after that let's just close the outer brackets and press enter. You can check I got all other data except that first one. So that Rahul, we got all other, because here what is happening that our age is greater than the min age, right? So this is how it works. So I hope you understood the concept of how these operators works and how these conditional operators helps in querying different documents in MongoDB collections, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the exist and type operator for the queries in MongoDB. Now, what are these operators? These operators help you to filter the documents. Based on what? Based on the structure and the data type instead of any exact value. So earlier what we were doing, we were
filtering out those documents with the help of the values present inside of it. But this time we are going to use the data type and the structure of the document to filter out the documents, right? Okay, so let's start with the exist operator first, right? So what it does, it checks that whether a particular field exists or not in a document. A particular field exists or not in a document. Now, how this works? Okay, let me explain you with the help of example. Let's come to this user database, sorry, collection. So you can check. We are having three different documents, right? The first one is having the name and the age. The second one is only having name, and the third one is only having, means it is having the name, age, and city all, right? So what is the difference here? That in all three documents there are some fields which are missing, right? In the first, the city is missing, in the second the age and the city is missing, and the third is having all three, right? So let's make the filtering out of the document with the help of these fields, right? Okay, so let's just go here and clear it out. And first of all, since we are going to start with the exist, so what you need to do, db.users.find, which is your db, and then users is your collection name, then the find is a method, and then put the field which you want to check. I want to check for the age, that I want to get those particular document where the age field exists. Age field exists, right? So how we write it? Okay, let's do it. So let's go to the MongoDB shell and write the query for it. So db.users.find, db.users.find, like this, put a bracket. After putting the bracket, put the curly bracket like this, and for which field? Age field, age, like this, and then again put a curly bracket, and now write the query for the existence. So $exist, which is your operator, $exist, and put the s in the end, right? This is important. And after that, true. In case that you want this particular field there in the document, put it true, right? After that, let's just close it and press enter, and you can check I got two different documents, and both are having this age, right? Age field existing. Now let's do it for the case of false, that I don't want the document where the age field is present. So press enter, and you can check I got only one here, the name is Raj. And now the next operator, our type operator, right? So there are multiple data types present in MongoDB that we use. The few of them are the double, string, object, array, boolean, which is written as bool also, and date, null, int, and long. Wrong, right? It is denoted for the integer 64, which is 64-bit integer, right? So these are all these different data types that we use in the MongoDB. Now, in case of type operator, we use these operator as a case to check that which particular document field is having these data type, right? So let's go here and okay, let me take you first to the collection. So this is the collection, you can check, right? So I'm having this first one, that where the name is string, right, which is having a value Piyush, right? It is in the string form. And the second one is the score, which is integer. The second one, here the score is 88.5, which is a float value, right? Here in the third one, the tag is a array, right? Array data type. The meta is a object data type, right? The active is a boolean data type. So I have written multiple documents with all different data types. Now we are going to query them. So for querying this, we need to come to here. Let's clear it out, and let's take the one example that I want to find a document where the score is stored in the form of any integer. Either it is int or it is double, right? So for that purpose, what you need to do is that db dot what our collection name is, students, right? So students dot find, put a bracket like this. After putting the bracket, put the curly bracket, and since I want to check for the score, right? For the score, so write the field name, write this score like this. After that, put a curly bracket like this, and inside of it I'll write dollar type. I'm going to use a type operator, right? So for this score field, I want the type to be either a int or
double, right? Like this. Now let's just close it, right? Press enter and you can check. I got two data, document where the score is either int, which is this, or a double, which is this, right? So this is how it works. Now let's take another example where I want to find a document where the meta is an object. Meta, meta. You can check here. This is the meta, right? So there's a field where the which name is meta and it is having an object. So what we need to do for that? Let's write it the query for it, which is db dot students dot find, and here inside of it I'll write meta. Meta is the field which we are checking, right? After that, again you are going to write a query inside of it, so I put a curly bracket, dollar type, right, type operator, and then use object. We are not giving a condition of two different data type, that's why we are just writing it like this. We are not putting any square bracket here, right? And after that, like after putting this object, just close it and like this, press enter and you can check. I got this particular document where the meta is having an object which is this, right? So this is how your type operator also works. So I hope you understood the concept that how exist and type operator work in MongoDB and how much important it is, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the regex operator, which is used for querying in MongoDB. Now, what is this regex operator? Well, regex operator allow for searching text based on the patterns, which means we will search for certain pattern in the text which is written, and it is work mainly on the string field, right? So what it does, that it is useful for the partial matches, case insensitive searches, and the advanced searching inside the string fields, right? So how we use it? Well, for using it there are certain rules which are given. Let me tell you everything one by one. So first we are going to see that we need to take out those document where the names field is starting with the character. I want all the documents where the name field is having names where the first character is, let's say, P, right? So in that particular case, how we can do it? We can use the regex operator in that particular case, right? So how we write it? db.users.find, then put the field name and then use this regex operator and use this caret symbol, right? This caret symbol is used for searching from the beginning of the string, right? So let me just take you the Mongo shell here, right? So let's write here db dot users dot find, right? After find, put the curly bracket to write the query here, and I want for the field name, right, name here, then again put a curly bracket like this, and then dollar regex, dollar regex, and then a, sorry, not ra, because we are searching for the name starting with the character P, right? So for the starting character, you need to use the caret symbol. Now, what is this caret symbol? You can get it on the top of your keyboard, key 6, right? And after that, write that particular character which you want. I want P in the starting. Just close it, put the curly bracket, again a curly bracket, and let's close the parenthesis, press enter, and you can check. I got two different documents, right? And both are having the name as starting with P. So we have successfully found the pattern where the first letter of the name field is having character P, right? Got it? Okay, fine. So let's move to the next part. So I hope you understood that how we use to find patterns from the starting of the field. Now let's deal with the ending part, right? So I want to find the names which is end with the character. So I want all those documents where the name ends with, let's say, A, right? So for the case of A, we use this dollar sign in the end. In the beginning we use the caret symbol at the starting, right, before the character, but in the ending part we use this dollar sign at the end of the character, right? So let me just take that again, and I want all those document where the field ends with a, so put the dollar sign in the end like this, and if I press enter, you can check these two documents I got, and both are having the last character as a, right? So this is how it works. Got it? Now moving forward toward the next part is that when I want to find the names containing a substring anywhere, right? Let's say that there's a ya, right? So I want that ya should exist anywhere, just get it to me, right? Either it is in the starting or end, in the middle, I don't care. I just want those names where which is having this ya. So for that purpose, what you need to do is that you don't need any symbol this time, just write that character ya, right? And press enter, you can check both are having ya. Priya and Riya both are having this ya, right? Great. Now for the in case insensitive cases, right? So let me just take you to the example. Let's say I want here Riya, I want to find for the Riya, right? And if I just press enter, I got Priya here, I got Priya here, but not this data. Let me show you. Not this one, not this Riya. Only this Priya. Why? Because what I have written here is all small letters. And this Riya is having the first character as capital, right? That's why I have not got it because it don't match with it. But I want to get that particular document also. By writing just Riya, I want the Priya and Riya both in my list. Then how it can be possible? It can be possible by using this case insensitive search, right? Where we need to put this dollar options I, right? Now let me just show you that how it works. So for that purpose, we need to write again db.users dot find, put the bracket like this, then a curly bracket. Now inside of it, write the name, right? Name, put the curly bracket. After that, dollar regex, since we are working with this name field, right? So dollar regex on it, and on it I'm saying that take out Ria, right? But we have seen that I was not getting that Ria name, I was getting Priya only. So for that purpose, I'm going to use the case insensitive. So for that, dollar options, right, and put it I like this. Close the bracket, go downward again, close the bracket, and if you press enter, you can check this time I got the Ria also. Why? Because I made it case insensitive, right? Case insensitive. So this time it is taking out both the document and checking both the names, because it is not searching for whether the letter is capital or the small. It's just finding that whether this particular R is existing or not, right? So this is how it works. So I hope you understood the concept till now. Now this last one is your task, that match names containing any vowel. If you put everything in the square bracket, right, so it will take out all the documents which are either having this A or E or I or O or U, right? So it's your task, try it at your own. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to talk about the all and the lm match operator, which is used for querying arrays and the nested documents, right? So first start with the $all operator. Now, what is it? It is a operator which is used to check for the arrays, Now, $all checks that if an array contains all the specified values. So you know that you can store array as a value for any key inside a document, right? So I want to check that in that particular array, is it storing all the values that I want? Well, for that purpose, we use this all operator. So let me take you to my database first, so you can check here. This is my office, and this is the student collection, and here the name is present. The name are Piyush, Aman, and Riya, and the subjects are this. Subject is holding a array, right, where the name is math, science, English present here, and there's a one more array, and the field name is marks, which is having an array, right? When you click on it, you will get two objects. So the array is storing object, right? And this object is holding two different keys, which is subject and the score, the math and 90, right? It is very simple. Don't get much confused with it. Let me explain you again. We are having three different fields: name, subjects and marks. Here the subject is holding array, right? And this array is just holding the values, right? Math, science, English, that we how we store it, right? Now this marks is also holding a array, but this array is not having the values directly. It is holding two different objects, right? Which is zero object, one object, right? Now inside the object we put the key and the values, right? So similarly here this object is having subject and the score, right? Got it? Is it easier now? Okay, fine. So similarly here it is, you can check. So this is how this complete document looks, right? It is not complicated, but yeah, it looks quite meshy, but we are going to deal with it, right? So first of all, we are going to use this $all operator. So we will go to our MongoDB shell and write the query for it. So for that purpose, let me just check that what is the name of okay, student is the name of the collection. So db dot students dot find, and inside of it put this curly bracket, and I want the subjects, right? I want to make the query on this subjects so that I can check that this subject is holding two subject name compulsory, right? So okay, right, let me write the name for the field first, subjects, like this. Put the like we are going to write the query, so if you write the curly bracket, then the dollar sign and all. So we have written the all operator here, then a square bracket. Let's search it for the math first and for the science, right? And let's close it, and after that let's just close other also. So what this query is saying, that find me the document from the students which are having the subject field, where this array values of the subject field is holding two values, math and science compulsory. It means there should be these two values. So if I press enter, you can check. I got only one document which is named as Piyush, and it is having the subject where math and science is present. Order can be anything, like science could be written before and my math could be written afterwards, but there should be the value, right? It is comparing for the value only, right? So yeah, this is how it works. Now let's come up to the next operator. uh, Okay, the next operator is our lm match. Now lm match works for the nested document, which you can say as the object also, right? So when you are working on the array of objects, array of object, which I explain you here also, that this marks is having an array and the array is having the object, right? So this is called the array of objects, right? So it works for that. Now the query, how we write it, it is written in this form: db.student.find, then we write the marks here. Marks is the field name, which is this marks, right? After that we make the lm match. Lm match is used to now go inside the object this time, right? Now when we go inside the object, we search for the subject and the score. Subject and score are what? Let me show you. When you go inside of it, subject and score are the key of this particular object, right? Right? Yeah, I know it is quite confusing, but if you watch it again and try to read it while pausing the video, you will easily get to understand that what I am going to do, right? So let me just start working. So db.students dot find method, right? Put a bracket like this. After that, put a curly bracket, come inside, write the marks here, and put a curly bracket again, and inside of it let's write dollar lm match, like this. And inside of it I'll write, see, marks is the main field, right? Main field. And now we are going to inside of it, means we are going inside the object which is stored inside this marks, right? So here the fields are subject, and I want the subject as science, let's say, right? And after that put a comma, and let's come to the next, where I'll write score, and in the score I want to put the condition that it should be greater than the particular number, right? So let's take the $gt, sorry, this will be dollar, right? $gt, and I want it greater than 80, right? Like this. Fine. Now let's come downward and close all the brackets. Now press enter and see that which data I'm going to get. So you can check. I got two different documents where, since the condition was that score should be subject and sorry, so subject should be science and the score should be greater than 80. So here you can check for the name Piyush, for the subject science, score is greater than 80, which is 85, and for the name Ria, subject is science and the score is greater than 80, which is 95, right? So this is how we work with the nested documents using this lm match in MongoDB, right? So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept, that how we deal with it. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we query null and missing fields in MongoDB. Now, what is this null? Well, null are the values with the field which exist but don't have any value. Now, what is this missing? Well, missing means that that particular field don't even exist at all, right? So, null denotes that we are having a field. Field is having a value which is null, which means that the field exists but it is not having any value, but the missing means that the complete field don't even exist, right? So I hope that you understood the concept of what is the difference between the null and the missing. Now let's go to our MongoDB shell and understand that how we work with it.
So we are inside our Office database, and this is the document inside of it, right? Let me show you in my MongoDB Compass. You can check. The first one is having the name and the age. The second one is having the name and age, but the age is null here, right? And the third document, you can check. There's only one field, which is name, right? There's no age there. That means the age field is missing. Got it? So let's go and make a query on it. So first of all, I'm going to show you that what if we want to find the document where the field is a null, right? I want to find the document where the field is null. So how we do that? Well, it is very simple. It is similar to what we did earlier. db.users.find like this and put age as null like this. Similar, right? And if you press enter, you will get what? You can see here I'm getting two different documents, but I put age as null here, right? But why I'm getting this second one where the age field is even missing for totally? Well, when you do such kind of search where you put age as null, what it does, that MongoDB returns a document where the age field is either null or do not exist, right? Let me show you. Let's say I'm asking for some other field. Let's say father, right? So you can check there's no document where the father field is present, but even though if I press enter, you can check I got all three data set here. Why? Because even if the father field don't exist, why I get three different data set? All right, because this kind of query will return both the null and do not exist documents, right?
So I hope that you get the little bit understanding that how it works, right? So let's start from the start, that now we are going to write the query where we can find the documents where a field is missing only, right? Earlier we were using this type of query which is giving us both, but now I want only the missing field documents, right? So for that purpose, what you need to do, just let's remove it. So we need to do a db.users dot find, put a bracket like this, and after that if I want that those documents where the age field don't exist, and you know that, right? You know that particular field, you can check from here, this one, right? This one, the name Ria, right? So for that purpose, what you need to write, just write the name of that particular field. And earlier we learned about the exist operator, right? We are going to use that same. So put it like this, the dollar sign exist and make it false. So now what it means? It means that find me the document where age field don't exist, right? And by that you got that particular document, right? So this is how we deal with the missing field documents, right? Now let's come up to writing the query where we can find the field where we are having the null only, right? Where the field value is null only and this don't exist documents don't come in the result, right? So for that purpose we can write it like this: db.users dot find, and inside of it write the field name, that is age, right? I want the age field, right? If you check here, this one, I want this result only, so the age field is null here, definitely. So for that, put the curly bracket like this. Now again we are going to use this exist field, but this time I want this age field to be existing, right? So for that purpose I put it like this: exist, make it true. Yes, so by making it true it will give me all the field where the age field is present, but I also want the field value to be null, so use the equal operator, so $eq, and make it null. So the value of age field is equal to null, right? So this is how we solve this. And when you press enter, you got this particular document where the age field is having the value null, right? So this is how we do this. Got it? Now, if you want to find the document where a field exists, well, for that purpose, you can do it like this. Like if you just remove this and if you press just enter, in that particular case it will give you the fields where this particular age is existing. I know that you know this earlier, but for working with these two, missing and the null, this is how we write the query, right? So let me take you to the notes. You can read it from here also, that is like this is for the where the field is null, and when you want the field to be missing, and when you want the field to be explicitly null, right? This is how we deal with it. So I hope you understood the lecture. You understood that how we write the query. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we use the skip method and how we project fields in the query result of MongoDB. Now, what this skip method is? Well, skip method is used to skip documents. So earlier we understood that how we write the query, and from the help of query, we were taking out the results or the documents, right? But what if I want to ignore few of the results from the starting? For this, we use this skip method, right? Let's read the definition. The skip method allow you to ignore a certain number of documents from the start of the result set, which means when we take out the results, then if I want to skip some of the result from the starting, make sure from the starting, right? Then we use this skip method, right? So let's go to the MongoDB shell and understand that how it works. So I'm inside my Office database, and now if I do db.users.find and press enter, you can check I'm getting some 6 document here, right? 6 document here. And if I want to skip the top 3, right? I want to skip these 3, then what I have to do for that? Well, for that, we will simply just write db.users.find, right? Inside the find you can put whatever the condition that you want, it's all on you. Now after that, if you want, then just put skip after the query and put a bracket, and inside of this give the number of document that you want to skip. So let's say I want to skip 4. I want to skip 4 documents, and if I press enter, you can check I got only 2 documents from the last, the Sarthak and the Neha. Got it? So this is how your skip work. Now, what if I want to use it with limit method also, right? So how to do that? Well, let's understand that also. So let's say that okay, I'll take a long query and will explain you that. So if I write db dot users dot find, right? which means I want all the document. Now, among all the document, I want to sort it on the basis of marks, right? So for that, what we do, dot sort, right? On the basis of mark, put the curly bracket. So marks and put it -1 like this, right? After this, just close the bracket. And then since now we will receive the complete document in the descending order based on the marks, right? And then put dot skip. Now then I want to skip the top two, right? Marks student, and then after that I want to put the limit also, that make it limit to 2 only. So I am having 6 document, but you will see that how many I get, right? You can answer in the comments also. So if I press enter, you can check I got only 2. Why? Because first it made it sorted in the descending order, that means we are having the 6 document. Then it made me to skip the top 2, that means I'm now having the 4 documents, right from the last, or we can say that on the top skipping the 2, right? Now we are having this limit 2, right? That means among those 4 documents which were left, from them I want only 2, so it gave me from those 2, that is Rahul and the Neha, right? So this is how it works. So I hope you understood the concept, that how we use this skip method in our queries. And yeah, so let's move forward toward the next topic. So how we project fields in query result, right? So basically you all have used multiple queries till now, right? Let me show you the compass, and with those queries you take out the documents, right? But inside the document, when you put it, you get all the fields there. But what if I don't want everything from this particular document? I want only name and age, not the city and the marks. Then what I have to do? Well, for that purpose this concept of project fields comes, right? So let's understand that how we use it. Let's go to the MongoDB shell and write the query for it. So it works almost the same while making the query, right? We just need to add a projection there, right? So how we do it? We just need to write db dot users dot find, right? So this is used to get all the documents, right? Now you know that when we want to put any condition inside of it, right? So for that purpose we put this curly bracket like this. Yes. So inside of this we write all the conditions that we want, right? But if we want that it give me all the data, even then also we can put this thing, right? This blank curly bracket, right? Fine, I hope you understood this. Now if I write here db.users.find and put this curly bracket, that means it is giving me the complete documents. Now just put comma afterwards, and after putting this comma you put another curly bracket in which you will write your projection. So this is for the condition, right? Whatever condition that you want on the basis of age, you want something to be equal to some other value, anything which you learned earlier, right? You will write everything inside of it, and after that just put a comma and put this curly bracket, and inside of it you will just write the projection. Now how we write the projection? Let's say that while fetching the results of users, right, it is giving me all this field and I want only name and the age. So just inside this curly bracket write name colon 1, and then put a comma and write age colon 1 like this. So this is your projection. This is your projection. The fields that you want, just write the name of it and put this 1 as a value to it, right? Equal. And now you can check here, right? I got only, well, like I got all the data set, but the fields are name and the age. Now if you want that this id, it should also not appear, so for that purpose what you need to do, just write name and age here, put a comma and put underscore id, right? Means if you don't want any field specific, even then also you can write 0, right? If you press enter you can check, right? Because id will appear, right? If you just put this one with all the fields and do not define the id, it will appear. But if you want to erase id also, you need to put underscore id equals to 0, right? So this is the complete explanation about how we do the projection of fields in the MongoDB series, right? And this is the example that we earlier learned, right? You can read it from here also, that for including, we need to put that particular field name and 1. And if you don't want the field to be there, just write the field and put 0 in front of that, right? Even if you want to exclude any field, right, if I want all the fields there except the one, even that you can do with the help of this particular thing, right? Just name that particular field and put 0 with it, right? So I hope you understood the concept very clearly. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we sort and limit the query result in MongoDB. Now, what does sorting means here? Well, you know that sorting means arranging the document either in the ascending or in the descending way, right? So, if I want to sort the results that I'm getting, then how I can do it? On the based of number or on the based of the alphabets, right? If I want to make the sorting, well, this can be done with the help of this sort method, right? Now, the second one is our limit. Now, what is this limit? Well, limit means to restrict how many documents are shown. Let's say I'm making a query and that query is going to give me 20 results, right? But I want only top 5 results to be shown, right? So what it will do, this limit method will help me to restrict or to get only those number of documents that I have made inside this as a limit, right? So let's go and let's see that how it works. Let's go to the MongoDB shell. So I am inside my Office database and let me show you in the Compass. So this is the data which I'm having, right? So the fields are name, age, city, and the marks. And if I show all the data to db.users.find like this, so you can check the order of data which I'm getting, right? Rahul, Ria, Aman, Sarthak, sorry, Aman, Pooja, Sarthak, Neha, like this, right? Now, if I do the sorting based on this age, right? So if you see from the top, the trend is random, like 22, 26, 20, and then 19, like this, right? So if I want to sort it based on this particular age, so how I can do it? Well, for that purpose, what you need to write, you just need to write db dot students, not students, sorry, we are having users, right? Users dot find like this, and after putting this find, I'm getting all the data set, right? Now if I put dot and sort method in the end, after find I put the sort method, and inside of it I put it like this, where I put this age as the field on which I want to make a sort, and there's two value, 1 and minus 1. 1 is for the ascending and minus 1 is for the descending. So if I put it ascending as 1 like this, and now if I press enter, you can check the order of data is exact sorted in the form of age: 19, 20, 22, 23, 26, and 28, right? The name is Pooja, Aman, Rahul, Neha, Riya, and Sarthak this time. So the order is completely changed according to this particular age field, right? This is how it is done. Now, if I change it and make it age as minus 1, and now if I press enter, you can check. This time, the order is 28, 26, 23, 22, 20, and the 90, like this. Yes, so this is how we actually do the sorting in our MongoDB results, right? Now, coming forward towards putting more than one field for the sorting, how we do that? Well, for that purpose, we write here db.users.find and dot sort, right? After that, put a curly bracket. And here, if I give city, right? We were having the city as a field, right? I want this order according to the city. Now you may ask that city name is in the alphabet. How this can get sorted? Well, this get sorted in the lexicographic form, right? Means according to the alphabets, right? A come first, B come next, C come afterwards, right? In this particular order. So if I write here city as one and comma marks as let's take marks as minus 1, right? Let's take marks as minus 1. Now you may ask that how this is going to work. First of all, you are doing some sorting work, and again you are doing some like sorting in the opposite way. So how this is going to work? So let me just show you the results first, so you can check now, right? So what is happening here? First, what is MongoDB doing? MongoDB first sort on the basis of the city A to Z, right? it will sort first on the basis of city, and then if multiple students have the same city, then it sort them by the marks. Means the main order of the sorting is your city, right? You can check C and then D and then D and then K like this, right? But if two students are having the same particular city, in that particular case, it will take the marks and do it in the descending order. Means if you check here, these two students are having the same city, right? Aman and Rahul are both having the city Delhi, right? Here. Now, if I want the next order of sorting, so here I have written the next order of sorting should be marks, right? So here on the both of data, you can check the marks of Aman, which is on the top, is 85 and marks of Rahul is 75, which means the sorting of marks is done in a what descending way, right? So this is how your sorting works. So this is how we do the multiple field sorting, which is very important and are mostly asked in the interviews. So make sure that you have the clear understanding of this concept, right? So I hope you get it. Now let's move forward towards the next topic, which is about the limit results, right? How we limit the result. Got it? So for that purpose, let me just clear it out. So to understand the limit method, first we will do what? We will write the query to call out all the documents that are present in my collection. So db.users.find. So this is going to be giving me all the document, right? Now, what is the number of it? So you can check. This is 6 document. Now I want to get only 3 document after doing this find method, right? So how I can get that? Well, for that purpose, limit is there. So just write db.users dot find again, right? And then put dot limit in the end and give a number to it. So let's say I want only 3, so I'll give in 3. Now if I press enter, you can check I got only 3 documents here than 6, right? So this is how your limit works. So how it is doing? Well, it will take out the first 3 document that are present in the complete list and will give you, right? So while applying any particular query, any particular sorting method or anything, just put this dot limit in the end and give a number of the document that you want, and it will make sure that you get only those top 3 or top n numbers of document in your query result, right? So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the lecture very carefully, and this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. Imagine you have a huge library and you want to find a book by its title. And if the books are unsorted, you will need to check them one by one. And that's very slow, right? But if there is an index, like an alphabetically sorted list of the book titles, you can jump directly to the right section. That's very fast, right? Similarly, in MongoDB, indexes are special data structures that store a small portion of the collection data in an easy to search form. Do you get it? Right. So by default, MongoDB creates an index on the underscore ID field automatically, but we will understand that how we can create our own indexes in MongoDB query, right? So let me take you first to my MongoDB Compass and show you the data I'm holding. So let me just refresh it. And if you go to the employee collection, this is the data set I have. Now, this particular document is having the field name, department, and salary with ID, of course, right? So, since we are going to learn about the indexes, so you should understand the output first, right? Like whatever the query I'll write, you need to look at the output, and then it will be pretty much sure that you will get this concept very easily, right? So first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write here db.employees, employees is my collection name, then dot find, right? You know what it will do? It will give me all the document that is stored, right? Now if I want to find only for department, that is, let's say IT, right? Okay, let me just check. department. Let me just copy the, okay, fine. So it is department, right? Fine. So if I'm having this, now if I just enter it, what do you get? I'll get all the data set which is having the department as IT, right? But do you know that whether it is fast or slow? You will say, sir, it came very fastly, like in just some milliseconds. So it is definitely fast. I'll say, yes, it is fast, but it is measured in milliseconds only, right? So, okay, let me just do one thing for you. I'll write here explain, and inside of it, if I write here execution stats like this, so it will do what? It will give me all the states during the time of execution, right? So if I press enter, you need to check here. This time it is giving me the complete stat, right? So you need not to worry about these things. Just come to this portion, execution stats, right? So here number of document which is written is 3, of course, right? Here we were having 3 documents. So it is saying that 3 documents are written, but the total docs examined are 6, which means that all the docs I'm having, the 6 out of 6 docs are examined to give me this particular 3 result. Do you know that when you have a very large collection, at that time you need to suffer a lot because it will take a very long time. If you want to search only for the department as IT, let's say there are only 3 data which is having this department as IT, and you are having thousands of data, right? Means among all these thousands of collection, there are only 3 which are holding IT. At that time it will take a very long time. Why? Because it is examining all the docs, right? That's the real problem. That's the real problem which is need to resolve. So let's go and understand that how we resolve it. Well, resolving this method is same as the title, which is by creating index. If we create an index on the particular field, it will do what? Tell me that what it will do. Well, it will help you to store the particular field value in one particular or some separate section, right? And when you do the query search, at that time from that particular section, it will first search for that particular value that you are doing searching, right? And then it will give you the result on the basis of that. Let me give you the example. Let's say let me just clear everything. And if I write here the same thing, right? db.employee.find and department as IT and explain the execution stats, right? This is what it will do. It will give me the complete stat of that. But before that, if I write here db, like I'm going to create the index this time, right? So db.employees, okay, dot create index, right? For creating index you need to write create index like this and put a bracket, and inside of it just write the name of the field on which you want, right? I want to create the index on this particular department, right? So I'll write here department like this, and just put 1 or -1 as a value. 1 is for the ascending, right? You want to create the index in the ascending order, or in the descending you can put, normally we take 1 as here, right? And if you press enter, you can check the department, this particular ID which is created, right? Which this particular index which is created, its name is now department 1, right? Now if I go to see that how many indexes I have, so for that purpose what we need to write, I need to write here db.employees, I'm writing lots of mistake, employees dot get indexes like this. And if I press enter, you can check it is first giving me version 2. It is by default by the MongoDB, you need not to worry about that, right? And then it is giving me the key. So the first key which is having the index, like the index is on the ID. It is by default. If you are not having any index, that means it is having the index on the ID. That's why it has given me or the number of docs it has examined is completely 6. Why? Because we don't query on the basis of ID, we query on the basis of particular field, right? And that's why. So and the second ID, second index that we have created is on the department, right? That's why you can check here, this is the particular index, right? So the index is on the department field, and the name of the index is your department underscore one. Do you get this? Take a break. Do you get this? How we created the index? Now I'll show you that how it will work now. Since the index is created, now if I go and run this particular query, right? Let me just show you first the execution, right? db.employees.find department as IT, right? I'm having the index on the department, right? That's why. Now if I press enter, I'm getting three different results, right? That is, of course, I'll get as per the query. Now, if I run this particular thing now, right, with the explain execution stats. Now, if you press enter and you go and check for it here in the execution stats, if you check, the number of item results return is 3, of course, but the total docs examined this time is only 3. Do you get it? That this time it has examined only 3 data set or 3 document, not all the complete 6. How would this work? At the time when you created the index on the department, then it created a separate storage or the memory where it has stored all the values of the department there, right? And when you do the query on the basis of department this time, it first search that particular index results or the values that it has stored, and on the basis of that it went to the docs and take out that particular documents, right? So this is how your index work. I hope you understood the concept of making an index. Now if you want to delete any particular index, for that purpose what you can do, you just write here db dot employee dot drop index, and you need to write the name of the index. So earlier the name of the index which was formed was department underscore one, like this. Press enter and you can see okay one. Right now if you go and search for db.employee employees dot get indexes, right, at that time you can check only one index is present here, right? So this is how it works. So I hope you understood the concept that what are creating index, what are its use, and how we create and delete it. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the most important optimization topic in database, which is indexes in MongoDB. Now, in this particular video, we will cover that what an index is, how we create an index, how we view all the index, and how we drop or delete an index, right? So let's first do one thing, that you come to your database. So my database name is shopdb, right? After that, let me show you the compass here. Just a second. Yeah, so you can check shopdb is your database and the products is your collection name. Inside of this we are having all these documents. These are 6 in numbers, and the fields are name, category, brand, price, stock, and the rating, right? Fine. Now, so let me do one thing. Let me just show you all the documents here in the shell also. So I'll do db dot products dot find dot pretty, like this. So you can check these are all the documents, right? So all 6 documents are here. Now coming up to the step 2, let's understand that what is our index. What is our index? Well, before we create one, let's first understand that what an index actually is, right? So in MongoDB, index is a special data structure that stores a portion of collection data in a easy to search form. I repeat, it is a data structure that helps to form a small portion of the collection. Our collection is this, right? all these are my collection. So it do what? It stores a small portion of this collection, right? And it make it easy to search for, right? It stores those collection data in easy to search for. So when you search something, for example, I want to search for all the Apple products, right? So for that purpose, MongoDB can find it much faster if an index is created on the brand field. That's why what we do, we create an index on this particular brand field, right? So you can think of it like a end of a textbook. So instead of flipping through every page, what we do, we just jump to the right page with the help of that index, right? Because index shows that which content is on which particular page, right? That's what. So how we create an index? Now the question comes that how we create an index. Well, for creating index, it is very easy. You just need to write db dot collection name, that is products dot create index, like this. Put a bracket, after that put a curly bracket like this, and write the name of the field on which you want to make an index. So I want to make an index on this brand, right? On this brand. So I'll simply write brand and colon and one, like this. And when I press enter, you can check. The index is created and the name of the index is brand underscore one. Brand underscore one. Now, why this brand colon one? What is this one here? Well, one means that we are creating the index in a ascending order, right? The index is in ascending order. And if you put it minus one here, that means that index will create it in the descending order. Very easy, right? So after running this, MongoDB will create an internal index file for the brand key. Internal index file for this brand key. I know it is sounding quite confusing, but don't worry. Till the end of the video, you will understand this very clearly. So let's come to the next part, that you said, like I said, that brand is index with brand is now created. Now how I can see that is there any index of the brand? Well, for that purpose, we can simply write db dot products dot get indexes, like this. So when you press enter, you will get to see that all the indexes that are created on your collection, right? When you press enter, you can check. This is the index is created on the ID, which is by default, right? ID index will be there by like if you do anything, if you delete everything, even though the one index field will be there, which is on the ID, right? And the second one which you created right now, that is your brand, and this one is showing the ascending order, right? The name of the index is brand underscore one, that you can see here. Got it? So it was easy, right? How we create an index and how we view an index, right? Fine. So let me just show you that how we delete an index. After that, I'll explain you that how this index is working. Now let's move forward towards the next topic, which is how we delete an index, right? We understood that how we create, how we view the index. Now let's come to that how we delete an index. Well, for deleting an index, you can do it in a one way, that is either you delete it one by one, that you define the name that please delete this particular index, or you directly delete all the indexes which are present, right? So we will understand the two methods. So first of all, let's see that how we can delete one by one. So if I want to delete this brand, right, or I say let's just create another index, right, so that it will be easy to see. Let's say that I want to create the index on the price also, right? So I'll write price here, and if I press enter, so yeah, now if I want to see, then you can check. There are three different index: ID, brand, and price, right? Now if I want to delete this price index in that particular purpose, we can do simply by writing db dot products, right, dot drop index, like this. Put a bracket. Now inside of this, write the name of that index. The name is this, right? Name is price underscore one, like this. Fine. Let's just close the bracket and press enter. You can check. An index was 3. Okay, 1. Now if I see all the indexes present, then it will be, you can check.
only two index, right? Now this time the our price one index is now deleted. So let's just clear the screen. And now if I want to delete all the indexes, right? If I want to delete all the indexes which are present, either 2, 3, 4, 5, any number of. So for that purpose, we can do it simply like db dot products products dot drop index says, this time index says, right? And when you press, like you put the bracket and press enter, you can check. And index was 2, right? Messages non-id indexes are dropped from the collection. Non-id means there is one index which is based on the id, and all the other indexes which you create are the non-id indexes. So all the non-id indexes are dropped from the collection. Now if I see, if I want to check, okay, if I press enter, you can check. Now only one index is present, which is your id index, right? All the other, that brand was also deleted. Fine. So this is how it works. Now coming to the main concept, that how this indexing is making my task easier. Well, for that purpose, since I have deleted all the index, now let me show you. So if I do here db.products.find, right? If I perform the find operation, find, and I want to search for brand as, let's say, Apple, right? Like this. Fine. So you know that how it will do. It will find all the document where the brand is Apple. Fine. If I put dot explain, and inside of this, if I write execution stats like this, and if I press enter, you can check. Okay, what happened? So this is our query, right? Now here, if you see that for the brand Apple, right, what the execution stat is saying, that to perform this particular operation, it is examining total 6 document, and we are having the 6 document in our compass. So for this particular query, what is it is doing, that it is examining all the documents present. So let's say I am having some 10,000 documents inside my collection. So in that particular case, if I want to run this query, right, let's say I'm having only one document where the brand is Apple, right? So even then also it will do what? It will scan all the 10,000 documents. Yes. So what will happen? That it will make the operation very expensive, right? It will make the all the operations very expensive, because we want to search only one data, one document present there. And for that purpose, we are examining or the scanning all the 10,000 documents. So that's why, that's where the index comes in. Now when I create an index, what it will do, just take a good look here, right? Execution stats, and inside this total documents examined are 6, right? Now let's clear it like this. Now let's come here and create an index, right? So if I want to create db dot products dot create index like this, and after putting this like create index, I'll do what, I'll write the name of the particular field. So I want to create it on the brand, right? Let's create it on the brand only. So for that purpose, let's just put a curly bracket and write brand here, and one like this. And if I press enter, so you can check the index is successfully created, which name is brand one, right? Now it has done what? Just recall what I has said. What it has done now? It has created and stored a small portion of the collection data, which is your brand, all the brand fields, right? The small portion of your collection, here it has stored those brand now. So it will make the search on the brand this time. That's why it get easier, right? Earlier it is doing what, it is searching 1 2 3 4 3 4 and 5 and 6 like this. But now since it is having the brands now, so it don't need to scan all the document. It will simply search that which is where the brand Apple is there, right?
and take out those documents where the brand Apple is present. So let me just show you with the help of the execution stats. So now the index is simply created. Now if I write the same here, right, db.product.find brand Apple and then dot explain execution stats, and if I press enter, you can check here. This time inside the execution stats, you can check the total document examined are 2 this time. Only 2. Why? Because there are only 2 documents present where the brand is Apple. You want to check? You can check from here. See, only 2 documents are there where the brand is Apple. And that's why it is very important to create the index for optimizing our query, right? And that's why we create it. Because now this time it is doing the examine on only 2 documents, not on complete 6 documents, right? So that's why it is important. So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood every concept very clearly. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video we are going to learn about that how to create compound, unique and text indexes in MongoDB, right? So we will do everything practically with a simple student collection in our SchoolDB database, which look like something this. You can check SchoolDB and the collection name is student, and when you go inside you will find the documents here. It is 6 documents where the field are name, city and the marks. Got it? Now moving forward, let's first revise that what is index. So before we create them, let's recall that what index definition is. So our index helps MongoDB to find the document faster, right? So instead of scanning the whole collection, it uses a quick lookup method, just like an index at the end of the book, right? Same way the index work here in the MongoDB. So it is of the 3 main type, which is compound, unique and the text. And we will start with the compound index, right? So let's first understand that what is compound index. So a compound index is basically used when we want to search or sort by more than one field together. Earlier we were understanding that how we do the sorting, or sorry, the indexing with the help of a single field. But this time when we need to search or sort by more than one field, right? I want to do the sorting or the searching not just on the one field name but also on the other field city also, right? In that particular case we use this compound indexing. How we create that? Well, for that simply just write db dot students dot create index, create index, and inside of it write the name of the fields that you want. So I want that first of all the sorting should be done on the basis of the city, right? And after that the order should be maintained with the help of this name, right? Let's say the city is Delhi here. So okay, so there are two city where the name is Delhi, right? So what it will do, it will just take these two cities, these two document together, right? Because the city is Delhi, but the order of these two document inside that particular one in which it is holding it, right? What will be that? Well, here you can check. The name is Arav and the name is Neha. So N and A, on the basis of N and A means first of all it did what? It did the, like, it just took out the collection in one place with the help of this first field that we mentioned, and then inside of those two documents which are now separated, right, how they are arranged on the basis of the second field that we provided, right? So on the basis of this A and N. So yeah, so create index. So first of all give the first field on which the first collection should be created, that is city, right? So that is city field. Let's take it one. And after that the second one I want is let's say marks. I take it the marks here, right? On the basis of marks it will first put 67 because this particular document the marks is less, right? And in this particular document the marks is greater, right? So if you do the marks as 1 in that particular case, when these two documents are combined, then what will happen? That first this will be present and then this will be present. And if you do reverse of it, right, I told you in the last lecture also that if you put -1 in that particular case, the first greater one, that means descending order, the greater one this one, and then this one will be present, right? So yeah, like this. Fine. Let's press enter and you can check city underscore 1 underscore marks underscore -1. This is your index name, right? So here city is what? City first means ascending order, and this marks -1 means descending order, right? So MongoDB will first group by city and then sort marks within each city, right? Yeah. So like this. So if you do the query like something like this, that is db dot student uh, students, yeah. After that, if I do the find, and inside of this I'll say write city as, let's say, Delhi, right? And close it. And after that, if I do dot sort marks, let's say -1, right? So what will happen? That this particular query will be much faster because MongoDB will use the compound index, right? What happened? Okay, so it has not given me any result. Why? Let's just do one thing. Let's find. I think there is some problem. Okay, I got it. Actually, I'm not using the current database, right? So it is test now. So if I write show dbs, so here it is our school DB, right? So if I write use school DB, right? And now if I run it like this and press enter, you can check. I got two data here, right? And simply first marks and then 85 and then 67, right? Descending order. So it works like that. So it make it very fast. So yeah. So for the reminder, compound index follow a prefix rule. This means that queries uses the first field and the first two field in order uh, can use the index, right? So for example, on query of let's say city or city comma marks, it will use this index, but if you use only marks, that will not work, right? Yeah. So let's come to the next topic, which is unique index, CRS. So now let's create a unique index on the name field to make sure every student name is unique. Fine. Okay. So what I will do, I will write db dot students dot create index and put a bracket. Now inside of this, I want to create it on the name field. So I'll write name and then one like this, comma, and then unique, right? And put it true like this. So this is how you create a unique index. So what I'm doing, I'm first saying that you create an index on this name field and you make the unique as true, right? So this means that no two document can have the same student name, right? So let's test it by trying to insert a duplicate name. So first of all, let's just press enter. Okay, fine. Now if I try to insert the same name, let's take the example from here. So if I want to go with the yeah, this Arav, right? This Arav name. So let's do one thing. Let's insert the another document with the name field as Arav. So I will write here db dot students dot insert one, put a bracket. Inside of this, let's insert the name as Arav. Arav, that how it is written there. Let's take the city as anything. Let's take Delhi. Same, right? And then comma, and let's take the marks as 88 or 99, right? like this. If I press enter, what do you think will happen? Will it add another document because the city and marks, everything is different? So if I press enter, you can check the MongoDB server error. What is this? Duplicate key error collection. schooldb.student dot index name underscore one duplicate key where name is arrow. That means you have created a index on this name field with this unique as true. That means you cannot insert any other document which is having a name field with the name which is already existing in your collection, right? So this is how your unique index works, right? I hope you understood the concept very clearly. Now let's come forward to the last topic, which is text index. Now what is this? So what this text index is? So it allows basically to perform the text search in string field, right? So suppose we want to search a student by name or a city keyword, so we can create a text index like this. Let me show you. db dot students dot create index like this. Fine. Let's take the name as text, comma city as text, right? Like this way. Let's close it. So this index allow us to use the you have already learned about the text operator, right, for the advanced keyword search. Fine. So let's take the first example that we will do the simple text search that just press enter so you can check index is created, right? If I do simple write db dot student dot find, right, and I write here dollar text and inside of this I write dollar search, right, and Delhi like this. Fine. If I press enter, so this will return all the string where the name or the city contain the word Delhi. Got it? Where the name or the city, you have put the name and the city here, right, in the index field. So what you are doing, you are using this dollar operator and this dollar search. That means you are trying to find all those documents where the name or city field is either having the Delhi, right? So if I press enter, you can check I got two different documents and both are having the city field as Delhi, right? Now let's say that I want to do it on the multiple words. So if I write, let's clear it, and yeah, like this. So in that particular case, if you simply just write here Delhi and Mumbai like this, right, and if you press enter, you can check. Okay, fine. So it has do what? mm, so yeah, sorry for the interruption. The thing happened that this particular, like in this particular search, what I was doing, I was writing the Delhi here and then this minus and then Mumbai. So what it was doing, that it was taking all the document where the Delhi and Mumbai was there, but due to this minus, it was excluding those data where the like the city or name either having the Mumbai, right? And when you don't put this minus sign here, right, in that particular case, it will find you all the documents where the like the city name is either Delhi or the Mumbai, right? So this is how it works. So if you want to see all the indexes that we have created till now, just write here db dot students dot get indexes, right? If you press enter, you can check. you have created a index which is like this, this is the default index. Then you created the index on the name, right? And then the second part, the version 2, the key is like you have created your text index, right? Whose name was name text city text. Got it? So this is how you created your index, and this is how you can see it. And in this particular video, we successfully understood that what is compound, what is text index, and the second one was what? Your unique index, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hello everyone. Welcome back to another MongoDB tutorial. In this particular video, we will learn one of the most coolest feature of MongoDB, which is text search, right? So text search allow us to search for the word or phrase inside the string field, right? Which is very similar to how you do the search keyword in Google, right? It is same like that. So we will do this practical with the help of our student collection. Let me show you. So this is our school DB database, and this is student collection, and here are our documents. So we are having some 6 documents where the fields are name, city, and the marks, in which name and the city are your string fields, right? On which we can do the text search. Fine. Yeah, so for doing the text search, one of the most important thing which is required is your text index, right? Text index is very important. So what is this text index? Well, text index tells the MongoDB that which field should be searchable by the keyword that you give, right? So it tells the MongoDB that which field should be searchable for the keyword that the user is giving, right? So we can create the text index on either on the one field or more than one field, right? The number of fields that you put, the what it will do, it will simply tell the MongoDB that you do the searching on these fields only, right? So let's first create the text index. So for that purpose, just simply write db dot students dot create index like this, bracket, and inside of this let's write the name as your text, right? Like this. Fine. When you press enter, you can check the name text is now created as the index, right? So what it is doing, that this means that MongoDB will now allow the text search that you will do only on the name field, right? There is another field which is city, right? But it will not make this search on the city field. It will only search on the basis of this name field, right? So yeah, like this. Now if you want to like include this city also, so it is very simple. Just write the comma here and write the another field name which is city, and just write text like this. Press enter. Okay, so it already we were having the index on this name field, right? That's why it is showing me the error. So what I will do is that I will just drop the index, yeah, and will just call it, and yeah, it is created now. Name text, city text. So our index is created, right? Let's clear the screen. Now since I have created the index on the two field, so what it will do, it will now MongoDB will look for your search term in both the fields, right? Name and the city both. So let's just perform a basic text search. So let's say that I want to perform a text search where we use the okay, it is very important concept that we use this text operator with this dollar search keyword for the text search, right? These two things are very much important. These two things are required, right? So we will understand that. So let's say that I write here db dot students dot find, and I want to get all the document by searching that uh, Delhi, right? I want to get all the documents where it is having Delhi as their text, right, in the document. So we don't know the name of the field, but we have already set the index of this name and city. So it will do what? It will search for the text that we are going to give, which is Delhi, inside this either Delhi in the city or in the name, right? In every document. Fine. So just write here dollar text, put a curly bracket, and then dollar search the search keyword and Delhi like this. Fine. When you press enter, you can check. You got all the document where the search text, which is your Delhi, was present. Right, so you have searched for this Delhi and both these documents are having Delhi present. You can check, right? So this is how we do it. Now if you want to search for one or more keywords, right, I want that give me all the document where the keywords are Delhi and the Mumbai both, like, so just put Delhi and then write the name of the second field, which is let's say Mumbai, right? And when you press enter, you can check. You got the Delhi, and then the Mumbai field also, right? So these three documents got printed. Let's clear it. And if you want to exclude, you can simply just do one thing, that you put the minus before of that. So if you just want that give me all the document but excluding Mumbai, right, give me okay, wait, like this. So what it will do, it will not give any of the document. And if I do it like this way, so what it is doing, that it is excluding the document, which is having this Mumbai as a keyword, right? So let's just press enter, you can check. We got the document but not the document with the Mumbai, right? So this was just a concept which is required to understand, and this is how we do it, right? If you want to see all the indexes that we created, so just write here db dot students dot get indexes, press enter, you can check. The first one, which is default on the ID, and the second one is on your what, the this, the name is name text city text, right, which waits on the city and the name. Got it? That's it. So this is how we do the text search in our MongoDB. I hope you understood the concept. You have understood that how we create the text index and how we do the searching with the help of the text index and the text operator and the search keyword, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to improve the query performance using the indexes in MongoDB, right? So we already know that what indexes are and how we create them. But now we will actually see that how they make the queries faster, right? How they make the queries faster. So we will be using our same student collection from the school DB. Let me show you. So let me just take you to here. You can check. This is school DB database and the students collection, and here are all the documents. So here are 6 documents with the field name, city, and the marks, right? Fine. So let's say that I want to search for the city Delhi, right? I want to search for all the document where the city is Delhi. So I can do what? I can write here db dot students dot find, and here I'll give simply just write city as Delhi, right? Like this is how we do it, right? Now you tell me that how much time it will take to make the search, and how many document it will scan to make the search, right? This, can you tell me? Well, I know you can't, but for that purpose we use a method which is explain, right? Explain, and inside of this we write here execution stats. When you write here like this and close the bracket and press enter, now you got the execution stat of how this particular query is running, right? And inside of it, if you come here, you can see the stage is called scan, the number of item which is returned are 2, fine, the total number of documents which are examined are 6. So to return this 2 document, it has examined complete 6 documents, means it has scanned all the document which are present just to get this 2 documents. So let's say I'm having some 10,000 documents, and inside of this, if I'm having only two documents, right? So will it scan all the 10,000 documents? Yes, it will scan all the 10,000 documents, which will make this complete query very much expensive, right? Very expensive. And let me just show you something more. If I'm not wrong, advanced need time. Okay, fine. It is not showing me the millisecond, right? Means execution time. Let me just search it here. Okay, yeah, you can check. Execution time millis are 8, means it has took 8 milliseconds to make this search. Fine. So we understood that by using this simple query which we were using from the last too much time, right? It is doing what? It is just scanning all the documents. It is taking 8 milliseconds to find this two document which are present in my collection, right? But what if I say that you can easily reduce it? You can easily reduce it, but how? With the help of the index, right? This is what your index does. Let me show you. Just clear the screen and let's create an index. So for creating the index, we will simply write here db.students.create indexes, and inside of this I'll write the city, right? I want to make it on the city, right? City. So let's take the city here and press enter. Did I do any mistake here? Fine. db.student.create in not indexes, it will be index only, right? Yeah. And when you press enter, you can see our index is created with the city underscore one name, right? Now if I want to make the search, right? So to check the query, uh, you can now again do the same task that we did earlier. That this time, after creating an index on the city field, I am again going to do this find method on the city Delhi, and then I will see the execution stats. When I press enter, now check this time. Check this time. So this is your query, right? Now if you go below, the execution stats are here, and you can see the total number of document written are 2, of course, because they matched, right? But the total document which are examined are also 2. It has not scanned all the document which are present. It has simply got those two documents which were having those city as Delhi. It already knew that. That's why it has scanned only two and written those two, right? And if you check for the execution time millis, that is 17, but the execution stat and the total document which are scanned is just 2, which means it has reduced the searching process, right? It has reduced your searching process and the stages index scan, right? IX scan is your index scan. Fine. So this is how we do it, and I hope you understood the concept that how we perform and optimize our query performance with the help of the MongoDB indexes, right? You can check your complete query with the help of this dot explain, and inside of this write the execution stats. Fine. So yeah, this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the introduction to aggregation pipeline in MongoDB. Now, what is this aggregation pipeline here? Right? So let's first start with the simple words that aggregation in MongoDB means processing multiple documents, right? We store the document in the collection, right? So taking multiple documents and processing some kind of calculation or the operation on them and returning the combined and the computed results, right? Means processing multiple documents and returning a combined or the computed result. That means we are going to perform some computation on these multiple documents, right? And this is called aggregation, right? So if you have knowledge about the SQL, there we use group by, sum, average operations, right? And these kind of things are done in the MongoDB with the help of this aggregation pipeline, right? So now what is this aggregation pipeline known? Well, the simple definition of it is like this, that an aggregation pipeline is a sequence of stages, right? sequence of stages means inside this aggregation pipeline multiple stages are present. Each stage takes the input from the previous stage and performs an operation and sends the output to the next page. Now, what does it mean? Means the aggregation pipeline has lots of stages in it and every stage performs some kind of operation. Now, the output of every operation becomes the input of the next stage present, right? Like this, just like the real world water pipeline. You can understand with the help of this simple diagram that there's a document. The first stage performs the operation of doing a match. Then whatever the match comes, it goes past to the second stage which will do the grouping, right? So all the data which matched, all the documents that were matched are now grouped, and now all the grouped documents are then sorted, right? Means we perform three different operations. First we do the match. Now after matching, all the document match documents comes to the second stage, all are grouped, and then all the grouped documents are now sorted, right? And then we get our final result. So this is how it works, right? So you can say that this step by step flow allow you to perform filtering, grouping, sorting, and much more in all one command. Let me show you the syntax of aggregation pipeline. So the general syntax which look like this, that db.collection.aggregate, right? This is the term dot aggregate. We are going doing the aggregation pipeline that, right? That's why we write here aggregate. After that, inside of it we put a array. We put a array like this, right? And inside the array, what we put the stages. Now you can see stage 1, then stage 2, and then stage 3. You can put multiple stages that you want. There's no limitation to it, right? Now after this, you can see that this first stage is present, so it will be performing some of the operations, right? After performing the operation, whatever will be the output will get passed to the second stage and will take that input, right? And after that, it will perform some operation, and whatever the output come from the stage 2 will pass to the stage 3 as the input, right? And finally it will give me the result after performing the operation of the stage 3, right? So this is how it works. So if you want to see example, so you can check it from here also, right? So db.student.aggregate inside of this, the first one is what? Match. So what it will do, that among all the documents that are present, it will find the match where the city is Delhi. It will find the document where it is written that the city is Delhi, right? Those document will come out. After coming out of those document, those will pass as the input of for the second stage, right? So let's say we got two documents, and among those two documents it will group them on the basis of city and the total sum. Means it will provide me the documents such that it will show me that the id is what, the id is city, definitely, right? The id is city, and total number of or documents, right? Total number of documents present with the help of this dollar sum, right? So it will give me something. If I'm okay, I'm not having the result, but in the next lecture I will teach you that how we do the matching and the grouping in the aggregation pipeline. But till now you just need to have the basic understanding of that, how these things are and work. So match filters only the Delhi student and groups them by the city and count how many are there, right? Count how many are there. Fine. Yeah. So why we use the aggregation pipeline? Well, this aggregation pipeline is used to perform the advanced data analysis inside the MongoDB. Means we have completed the basic part and now we are successfully moved on to the advanced portion, and this is the one of it, which is aggregation pipeline, right? So it is used for the advanced data analysis. Now it avoids the heavy computation on the application side. It is faster because MongoDB uses optimized operations internally, right? So as a even good developer, you need to write the most optimized queries and perform the most optimized operation for your server side, right, backend part. So that's why we use this aggregation pipeline also. So it allows complex operations such as filtering, grouping, sorting, joining, collection, calculation, transformation. All these things are done with the help of aggregation pipeline. That means it is a very, very, very important section of your MongoDB course or the learning. So make sure that you watch all the lectures that are upcoming. So stay tuned. Thank you so much for watching. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we use the match and the group in MongoDB aggregation. Now, what are this matches? Well, match is stage to filter the document based on the condition that we give, right? So after using the match, we get only those document as a result which satisfy the condition that are given by us. Got it? Now let's move to the uh, MongoDB shell and understand that how it works. So first we will understand about the match, then we understand about the group, and then we will understand that how we use both of them in the aggregation, right? So let's start. So let's just do one thing. Let's zoom it a bit like this. Yeah, fine. So let's take show DBS, all the database, and I want to use this school database, right? So use school DB like this, fine. And right now, if I go to the MongoDB shell and you can check here, the school DB is having the collection name is students, and inside of it, we are having some 6 document present with the field name, city, and the marks, right? Like this, fine. So let's just clear it out. Okay, so first of all, we are going to learn about the match, right? So match is used for the filtering students. So what we do, like we write the db dot students dot aggregate, right? We are going to use the aggregate, don't worry. But move just before we move to using multiple stages, right? One stage, two stage, we will deal only with the one stage, right? So we are going to apply the aggregate, but we will use only one stage, that is match this time. So let's just put the bracket parenthesis like this, inside this a square bracket. Now after that, put a curly bracket and write your stage, right? Your stage is written inside this. Got it? Fine. So I'll write here dollar match, and inside of it the city to be Delhi, like this. Fine. So I want to do a match on which documents, the document having city as Delhi, right? I want this. So if I close it like this, after that, let's just close this also. Now if I press enter, you can check I got only those 2 documents which are having the city as Delhi, right? Fine. So there's one more way, that if you want to do the aggregation and on the basis of, let's say, marks, right? So you can apply the mathematical operation also, right? Like match marks, and those where marks are greater than 80, right? Let's just close it. Now if you press enter, so I will get those documents where the marks are greater than 80, right? Those document which matches this particular condition. The condition is that marks should be greater than 80. If I press enter, you can check I got 4 documents, and in all the document the marks are greater than 80. So we understood that how this marks works, right? Now let's move forward toward understanding that how the group works. So let's just go to the notes, scroll down a little bit, and yeah, understanding group. So the group stage is used to group the documents together and perform the calculation. It is used mainly for performing calculation, means grouping the documents together and then performing some sort of calculation like some average count, etc. Right? So this is what group is. Now let's see its implementation. So how this group works? Well, for grouping, let's say okay, let me just take you to the compass first. So you can check all the documents here, right? And what I want, that I want to count the student in each city. I want to count the student in each city. So you can check here, this Delhi is what, city Delhi is here, so city Delhi is also here. That means the student with the city as Delhi, the count is 2, the count is 2. And similarly this other students, their city are unique, so the student with city Chennai is only 1, so it will give me the count as 1. Student with city Pune is also 1, so it will give me the count 1. But with Delhi it will give count 2. I want this kind of result from there. So how we will do that? With the help of group. So if we write db dot student dot aggregate aggregate like this, right? And inside of it, let's put it like this. And now first stage of aggregation, that is our group by which we are going to apply, right? So dollar group like this. After that, put a curly bracket, and then the field on which you want the document to be grouped by, we denote it with the help of underscore id, right? So you write underscore id and name that particular field. But before naming that particular field, put the dollar, right? City, right? Name is city, and let's close it. After that, put a comma. And what I said, I want the count of the student in each city. So for the count purpose, I'll write here total students. Why total student? It is my choice, right? This is the field name, it is of my choice. I put it like this, and then I put the curly bracket, and inside of it I write the sum operation, sum and 1, right? I'll explain you that how it is working. Fine. So how it is working? It is grouping the documents based on this city field, and inside each city field, let's say Delhi, right? Taking the example of Delhi. So it has grouped in the field based of Delhi, right? So it will give me result as underscore ID Delhi, and then the total number of documents that are inside the group of Delhi will be shown here as a count, right? This is how it works. So if you press enter, you can check underscore id is having the which one field is, right? Field is city, so field name is there Delhi. And total student means number of documents that are inside this Delhi is what shown here, total student as 2. Why? Because we sum up the numbers, right? We didn't shown that what is the name of that document or what is the content of those documents. We just shown that what are the count of the documents present inside this group of Delhi. Similarly, the for the Bangalore it is just 1, for the Chennai it is just 1, right? Yeah. So this is how your group works. So after understanding group, let me just take you to the next part, and the most important part is that how we perform aggregation pipeline here, right? With multiple stage, how we use the match and the group functions, right? So let me just clear the screen and let's combine both the stages. So first of all, we will filter the data using the match, and then group and calculate the result with the help of the group function, right? db dot students dot aggregate, right? And inside of it, let's write the first stage. The first stage is for matching, so I'll put the curly bracket like this, dollar match, right? Oh, fine, let me just rewrite it. Inside of it, put the first stage, that is dollar match, and I want the match on the basis of marks. So let's say I want to take out all the documents first which are having the marks more than 80, and then I want to group by them on the basis of city with average marks and the total number of count, right? This is what I want. So it looked like a very lengthy statement, but we can do it with the help of aggregation pipeline in just two simple queries, right? How? Let me show you. So marks to be greater than, marks to be greater than 80, right? Like this, got it? and I think I need to put one more curly bracket, yeah. And after that, this is what, this is our first stage. Now I want the second stage. So for the second stage, I will do what, I will put the curly bracket again, and this time I'll write the group statement, that is group, and put the curly bracket like this. Now on the basis of what I want, on the basis of city, I want to make the group on the basis of city. So for that we use the underscore id, right? Put the dollar city here, right? Make sure that you put the dollar sign before the name of the field, right? And after that put a comma, and now I want the average marks of all the uh, documents in that particular group of the city, right? So for that purpose, let's write the field name average marks, and here I want to perform the average operation, so I'll write here dollar average like this, and inside of it I'll write dollar marks, right? Do the average on the basis of the marks field, do the average on the basis of the marks field, put the comma, and after that in the end I want total students. So for that we have already learned that in the past, last example, dollar sum as one, right? Like this. Fine. So let's just close it. So for closing, I think it will take 1 2 3, and after that let's just close it. So this is your first stage, which is taking out those documents which are having the marks greater than 80, and then on the basis of those documents which are taken out, it is grouping them, and grouping them on the basis of city, and taking out it average marks with the basis of their marks in each particular group, and the total number of student in the each particular group, right? If I press enter, you can check. This time I'm having the id as Chennai, Mumbai, Delhi, and the Pune, but there should be one more city, right? Bangalore. But why Bangalore is not mentioned? Because the marks is 76, which is less than 80, right? That's why. So after that, the total count of student, earlier you have seen that the count with Delhi was 2, but here total student count is 1. Why? Because in one document the marks is 85, which is greater than 80, but in the other the marks is 67, which is less than 80. That means this particular document was not included in the group by query, right? That's why. So Delhi is having the total average marks as 85, as the total student number is 1. Similar for the Mumbai, for the Chennai, the average marks is there, but since the number of student is just 1, so average marks is exactly the same which document is taken out, right? So like this. So I hope you understood the concept, that how we perform the aggregation with the help of the match and the group by, right? And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we use the project stage in the MongoDB aggregation, and what is this project stage, right? So the project stage defines that which field should be included or excluded in the aggregation output. So earlier we understood about that what are the aggregation output, how we take out that by performing multiple stage operations, right? Where each stage output is the input for the other stage, right? Now in the end, what result that we are getting, in that particular result which field should be there and which field should not be there, we can decide that with the help of this project stage, right? In simple terms, project allow you to decide what your final output should look like, right? This is what your project stage is. Now let me take you to the MongoDB shell and explain you that how it works. So let's come here and start the work. So taking the example of from my MongoDB Compass, you can take like this my database SchoolDB, and the collection name is students, and inside of it I'm having 6 different documents, and the fields are name, city, and the marks here, right? Now we are going to apply the project here. So the basic syntax of project is that we write db.collection.aggregate, and after that whatever the number of stages that you have, but one of the stages, of course, this project, right? This is the last stage. So project does what? It will define. So you define the field name to be which should be there, and field 2 which should be there, and field which should not be there. So here you can see field 1, the name of the field, and then I write the 1 here, right? Now what is this 1? Well, 1 means that this field should be included in the output, and this 0 means what? This 0 means that this field should not be present in the output. And underscore id as 0, which is written here, that means that we are hiding the default id field from the output that we are going to get from the aggregation operation, right? This is how we write it. Now let's understand by actually coding it. So db dot since db is our school db database and our collection name is students, and then dot aggregate, like this. After that, put a square bracket. Inside of this, if I put a curly bracket and write dollar project, right? And let's say among all the documents which are present in student, I want to take out every document, right? If I don't put any kind of find or other thing matching and other, so it will not filter out anything. It will give me all the document present. But with the help of this project, I want only few fields to be there, right? So dollar project, like this. After that, put a curly bracket and then define whichever field you want and or don't want, like underscore id as 0, right? I don't want that. After that, let's say I want the name field to be there, so I want 1 to there, and city, right? 1 to it also. Now after that, let's close it like this, and if I press enter, you can check I got all the document which were present, means all the 6 documents. But this underscore id is not present this time, right? Only the name and the city, which is put as 1, is present, the name and the city, right, of the all the documents. Fine. So this is how your project works. Now moving forward with few more good examples, that if you want to exclude only one field, right? You can ask this question to me also, that sir, if in case if I don't mention any field with 1, what will happen then? If I don't put any of the field with 1, I just write here underscore id as 0, then what kind of result I'll get? Well, let me explain you with the help of the example, so that no point left unturned, right? So project underscore id as 0, right? So here I'm just defining that which field should not be there. And now if I press enter, I'll get all the fields except that particular field, right? So in case if you have not mentioned any of the field with 1, that means it will take out all the fields, right? And if you have just mentioned any one field that should be excluded, so that will be excluded and other fields will be there, right? So this is just for your clearance, right? Fine. And yeah, so there's one more important point about the project field, is that you can rename a field in the output, right? Let's say there's a field name is name, first name, right? So if I want that inside the output, it should give me the field as full name, not as first name. In that particular case, we can change it with the help of the project, right? This was just an example. Now I will show you that how it works. So let's say I want db dot is okay. Let me just take the previous example like this, aggregate, and inside of it project is there, right? id is 0, and I want this name to become in the output as not just name, student name. The field should be student name. So you can simply write it like this, student name, and here put the dollar, right? Put the dollar and write the name here like this. Okay, let me just do one thing, and right, so you can check what I have done is student, and then I have defined the name here, like for the name field, you give me the output with the field name student name, right? After that, let's put a comma here, and then location, location, right? For the city, I want the field to be named as location, like this. Fine. And yeah, and let's include the marks also, marks also. And if I just press enter like this, so you can see that underscore id is removed or not present, and the name field is now changed with the student name in the output, student name, right? And my city field is now changed with the location. You can check the location, right? This is how I'm getting my output. So how your output will look alike is totally depend on how you design your project, right? That's why your project stage is very important. Fine, let's clear it out. And moving forward toward, let's combine the two different what we say, two different stages with the help of project, right? So let me just use the syntax again, and let me just remove few of the things, right? So I'll do what, I'll just remove these things and write our first stage here. So our first stage is matching. So I want that you do one thing, that you do dollar match like this, and inside of this, match on the basis of city, right? So I want the match to be on the city as Delhi, right? So I want that to get all the documents which is matching as city Delhi. Got it? Now let's just put a comma, and let's come to the next line. Here, write the dollar project, dollar project, right? Put a curly bracket and underscore id as, put it 0. I don't want that default id, right? And then I want the name field, so I'll write 1 here, and marks as 1, and let's just close it like this. So what it will do, it will first take out all the documents which are having the city as Delhi, and among those documents it will give the output with only name and the marks field, not other fields, right? If I press enter, you can check I got only two documents, Arav and the Neha, because their city was Delhi, and the field are what, just name and the marks, right? So this is how your project works with different, like with the aggregation pipeline. So I hope you understood the concept of using the project stage in the aggregation pipeline in MongoDB. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the sort and limit stage in MongoDB aggregation. Now, what is this sort stage? Well, from the name you can guess that sort stage is used to arrange the document in a specific order. The order can either be in the ascending or in the descending order, right? So that's we know already. Now, coming up to the limit, what does this limit means? So there are certain examples present. So yeah, limit stage. What is this limit? Well, limit stage is used to restrict the number of document return by the pipeline, right? So let's say my pipeline is going to return some 200 documents, but I only want the top 10 documents, right? In that particular case, I can set the limit, that put the limit to 3, let's say, right? So what it will do, it will give me only 3 documents from the top, and that's how this limit works, right? In the case of sort, I guess that you guys know about that, how we put the sorting on multiple fields also, right? While sorting, we can put multiple fields, right? So first of all, the sorting will done on the first field, and then among those fields which are sorted now, right, with the same city field, right, they are get sorted on the basis of the second field, right? So this sort student alphabetically by the city, and within each city by marks in descending order. Why descending? Because we put the -1 here, right? -1 here. Fine. So this is all a brief about what is sort and what is limit stage. Now let's move forward toward using it in the aggregation pipeline. So I am on my MongoDB shell, and you can check my compass that the SchoolDB database has a collection named student, and it is holding 6 documents, right? And the fields are name, city, and the marks, right? So the first question that we are going to solve and understand that how we use the sort and limit together in the aggregation pipeline. The first question is that I want to find the top three scoring student, right? Top three scoring students. So scoring can be done on the basis of marks, of course, right? So first of all, what I will do that I will sort all the document based on the marks and then will apply the limit on it, right? So that's how I can get the top three scoring. So for that, let's write here. So db dot students, student is my collection name, dot aggregate like this, put a bracket. Now inside of this, put the first stage as dollar sort, and here put the marks as -1, right? Why -1? Oh, just a second. mm, yeah, so dollar sort marks as -1. So this will do what, that it will sort all the document present inside the student collection into the descending order of marks, right? Like this. So after that, let's just put the comma here and come to the next stage. So the next stage is your limit, right? So for the limit, we put the dollar limit like this, and limit, inside the limit we define the numbers, right? That how many document we want. So I want the top three, so just write 3 here. So like this. After that, let's just close it, and when you press enter, you can check I got the top three documents, right, where the marks is 95, 92 and 89. These were, means, sorted on the basis of first marks, and then only three documents we got because we set up the limit as 3, right? This is how your thing work with sort and the limit. Now let's solve one more question to get the better understanding, that I want the lowest two scoring student, right? Earlier we learned about that how we take out the top three student. Now I want only two scoring student which are from the lowest, from the down, right? Okay, so how we can do it? Simply just db dot students dot aggregate, put the bracket like this. Now inside of this, write the first stage. The first stage will be the sorting, so sort, and sort will be on the basis of marks, and let's say that it is 1. So why I'm putting 1? Because I want the marks, means all the data, to be sorted in the ascending order, means smaller marks data or the document should be on the top, and the document with larger marks, right, greater marks, should on the bottom, right? So like this. After that, let's just close it, put the comma, and come to the next stage. Inside the next stage, we put the limit. So limit like this. And how many documents? Just 2, right? So after that, put enter, and you can check I got the two lowest, that is first the 67 and then the 76. So that's how we work with the sort and the limit stage in the MongoDB aggregation pipeline. I hope you understood the concept, that how we use it. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey, hi everyone. In this particular lecture, we are going to learn about that how we use the skip stage in the MongoDB aggregation. So first of all, let's understand that what is the purpose of this skip, right? So skip stage is used to skip a specific number of documents from the beginning of the result set, right? That means if we are having some sort of document, right, present, and I want that to skip few of the top documents, that I get the result except few of the document which are present on the top. At that time we use this skip method, right? So it is mostly commonly used with the limit to implement the pagination. For example, when displaying result on different pages in a web application, we use this, right? Let's say I'm having some 100 data, right? So when I'm on the page 1 of the pagination, while implementing the pagination, when I'm on the page 1, I want to get only 10 data. That means the limit is 10. Now, after that, when I go to the second page, what I'm doing, I am putting the skip of 10 and then limit of 10. That means first of all, it is skipping the first 10 document which we shown on the first page, and since we are on the second page, now the document will start from 11 to 100, right? And there we are putting again the limit of 10. That means this time we are taking the data from 11 to 20, and this is how our pagination works with the skip and the limit. Got it? Now think of it like skip tells MongoDB that how many documents to ignore, and limit tells that how many documents to show after the skipping. Got it? Now let's move forward toward implementing this into our MongoDB shell. So we are on our school DB database. So if you check here, so school DB database having student as a collection, and when you go on it, we get 6 different documents, right? And every document has a field name, city, and the marks, and that's what we are going to apply, right? We are going to work with it. So first of all, let's understand that how we do it. So first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'll write db dot students dot aggregate, and if I put it blank like this, so what do you think I'm going to get? When I do this, I'll get all the document present in my student collection, right? See, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. It means all the document that were present. Fine. Now, if I do one thing, that inside of this, I write skip, sorry, dollar skip, and then how many document I want to skip? I want to skip 2 documents, right? Like this. And after that, let's just close it. And if I press enter, you can check I got only 4 documents this time. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And which 2 document got skipped? You can check the RF and the CR on the top 2, right? RF and CR not there. We are getting the document from Rohan, right? From Rohan, you can check. Fine. So that's how this skip works. Now, applying it with the help of limit, like in the aggregation pipeline, we use different stages, right? So let's apply it with the different stages. So taking the example of skipping after sorting, right? We are going to apply that. So this is going to be a very good example. If I write db dot students dot aggregate like this, fine. And inside this, first what we will do the first stage of work, that is sorting. So I want to sort my data, so I'll write sort, and on the basis of marks in descending order, right? In descending order. Basically what I'm trying to do is that I want to take out the students, right, of top 3 but skipping the first 2. That means 3, 4, 5. Top 3, 4, 5 student rank, right? So this is what we are going to try. So after that, this is the first stage. After that, when we will get the sorted data or in the order of marks in the descending order, right? I want to skip the first 2 data. So I'll write here 2. So this second stage will do what? That among all the 6 documents that were present, it will skip the top 2. That means the highest and the second highest will get skipped. After that, what I want to set a limit that show me only 3, because 6 documents are there, 2 are skipped, 4 documents left. Among those 4 documents, I want 3 only. So I'll write here dollar limit like this, and limit is 3. Fine. After that, put a comma, and then in the end, let's implement one more stage, that is project, right? You will get revised about how the project works. So project includes underscore id as 0. I don't want the id here, and I want only the name and marks, right? Marks like this. Fine. Got it. Now after that, let's just close it, and when I press enter, you will see what? You will see the 3 data except the first 2 in the descending order and with the name and the marks field. See, here 3 different documents are here, right? And are starting from 89. But in our compass, if you check, there are 2 more, that is 92, which is greater than 89, is a skipped now, and there should be 95, right, which is also skipped. That means the top 2 are skipped. 89 was the third one, and we got it on the first. So 1, 2, and 3, right? And only name and the marks field are there. So this is how your skip works with all the stages, right? And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to talk about the accumulators that are used in MongoDB aggregation. Now, what are accumulators? Well, accumulators take multiple input values and accumulates. That means it performs some operations, and after that it returns a single result, right? That result could be either total, average, count, these kind of thing, right? So you can use accumulator inside the group stage, right? In aggregation pipeline we work on multiple stages, right, stage by stage, and inside the group stage you can use these aggregation pipelines, sorry, accumulators, right? So if you have little bit idea about the SQL, so there you have seen this sum, average, or count. So these are just similar to what accumulators are used in MongoDB, right? So let's go to the MongoDB shell and understand that how we work with it. So we are inside our school DB database, and let me show you in the Compass that this is a school DB database and this is the student collection, right, on which we are going to work. And these are the number of documents. These are 13 numbers, and you can check the fields are name, city, and the marks, right? So I think you got the understanding that what documents we are going to use. Fine. Now if you just look at the definition of first accumulator, that is your sum accumulator, right? So what is this sum accumulator? It is basically used to add the values, right? As you can understand from the name also, that sum means adding values. So how it can be used? Well, it is used to count the number of documents in each group, right? So after grouping the documents, I want to see that how many documents are present inside one group, right? So for that purpose we can use this sum accumulator. Okay, now moving to next, which is to some numeric field value, right? So let's say that I'm having multiple documents, and in some particular field there's a value. So I want that among all the documents, I want the sum of the all the values which is assigned to this particular field name. In that particular case also we can use this sum accumulator. So let's go and see with the help of the example. So let's say that I'm going to make a pipeline which is db dot students dot aggregate, like this, and inside of that I put a array, right? And I'm not going to write multiple stages, I'm just going to write the single stage. So in the first single stage I'm just going to do the grouping work. So if I write here dollar group like this and put a curly bracket like this, after that if I want to group on the basis of, let's say, city, right? So just put it like this, like dollar and city, and let's just close it, right? After closing, when you press enter, what you will see, you will see that among all the 30 different documents, all the cities, like this is Delhi, this is city Mumbai, this is city Bangalore, and again you will see that there is a city Delhi, right? So all the cities, only unique cities, will get grouped, right? Let me just show you. If I press enter, you can check I got only 6 different data here. And why? Because these are the 6 cities which are present only, right? There are no other cities which are present there. Now I want that on every singular city, how many documents are present. Now for that purpose, here we use the accumulator, right? So after making the group, after giving the ID that on which particular field you want, you just need to put here comma and write any field name. Like let's say I'm writing here total student, total student, right? Like this. And now inside of this, let me just do one thing. Let's just close it. And inside of it, total student, inside of it, I write here dollar sum one and close it. Now what it is saying, that on every group, you just sum it, right? And name it inside this particular field, which is total student, right? So after summing all the member of that particular group, it will show me. So if I just close it, so it will have, I think, just two different and one square on this. If I press enter, now check how it is giving me. It is giving me in this way, that this ID Pune having total number of students or the documents as 5. Mumbai is having 5, right? Chennai is having 4. Kolkata is having 4, like this way. If you sum this all the numbers, it will equals to 30, because there are 30 documents there, and every particular document is having the field of city, right? That's why. So this is the basic understanding of how this sum accumulator work. If you want to understand more, let me just give you a one more example, right? So if I write here like this, and let me just remove this part. After that, if I come below, and now same thing, right? We are grouping on the basis of the city. After that, I'm saying that give me the total marks of every particular group, right? Let's say for every group, we have group on the basis of the city. Now I want that every group, like for city, what is the sum of total marks? What is the sum of total marks? So how we can do it? Same way, total marks, right? And here I'll say that dollar sum, and inside of this I'll write the name of the field. Earlier we were doing what? Just one. Now this time I'm saying that sum it on the basis of the field name marks, like this, and just close all the brackets and press enter, and you can see you got the sum of all the marks there, right? 437, 406, 562, and 435, like this way. So it gets very much useful when you work with the sum accumulator, right? And that's it. Now moving forward towards understanding the next accumulator, which is our average accumulator. Now what is this? Well, it is used to calculate the average value of a numeric field, right, for each group. So earlier we have understood that how we work with summing all the basically all the marks. Now it just a one more step that we want the average. So for that purpose you can even use like in the same way. If I write here, just me just take you to not total mark but average marks, like this. And inside of this, rather than writing this sum, right, if I write here avg, that is average, and after that I have given the field, right? Okay, let me just give you a clean way, right? If I write here city, after that the second thing we are going to write the second field, that is average marks. So if I write here avg marks, like this, and now inside of this if I give here $avg, this is your average accumulator, right? And here give the field on which you want to apply this average. So I want to apply it on the marks, like this. Fine. Now after that, let's just close all the brackets, and yeah, then just, and if I press enter, you will get the average of marks. So earlier the total sum was 437, but the average marks will be 87.4. Why? Because if you look here, okay, it's not present. Okay, let me just see that if you can bring that. Yeah, if you see here, so total number of students are 5, right? And total marks were 437, and the average we are getting is 87.4, like this way, right? So you understood that how we work with these accumulators, right? It get very much easy. Fine. Yeah, good. Now let's just clean it out and move to the next portion of our notes. Now let's talk about the last accumulator of this video, which is our count accumulator. Well, it is very easy accumulator. It does what? It does that the total number of document which is passing through the pipeline, right? A simple task is this. So it is used when you don't need grouping, right? You just need the count. So at that time you can use it. If I just show you, then you can see it from here also. That is db dot students dot aggregate, right? And inside of it, if I just write here curly bracket and $count, like this, and inside of this I'll just give the field with which I want the result, that is total student, like this. Fine. If I close it and go downward and press enter, you can see it has given me that the total number of student is 30. Why? Because for the students collection, the total number of documents which are coming inside this pipeline is what is just 30 documents, right? That's why it is giving me the 30 document. That's it. That was a very simple task, right? It is used at the end, that like after completing multiple stages, we want at the end that how many documents are present. Like after multiple stages we do multiple kind of filtering, right? And in the end, if we want to see that how many are used in the end, there we can use this count accumulator, right? So that's a basic use case of it. But this is all about today's video. These are the information about the three most important accumulator, which is sum, average, and the count. I hope you understood the lecture very easily. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the three most important accumulators in MongoDB aggregation, that are min, max, and add fields. Now, what is this min operator? As the name suggests, it is used to find the minimum value. So when you do the grouping in your aggregation, right? So one of your stages either group, then in there we can use it to find the minimum value of a field, right? So when we do the grouping, we actually group it on the basis of any field, and on the basis of that, if we want to find that among all the members of one group, which particular group is for a particular field is having the minimum value, we can use the min operator there, right? Let me take you to the Microsoft Shell and show you my Compass first, right? So we are having this school DB database, student collection, and there we are having some 30 documents, right? Now inside of it, if I want to see the minimum, right? So I'll write here db dot students dot aggregate like this, and inside of it I'll write my query, that is to group first, right? So for the grouping we write here dollar group like this, and inside of it I want to do the grouping on the basis of city, right? On the basis of, sorry, on the basis of city. So right here dollar and city like this. After that put a comma. Okay, let me just show you that what result I will get if I do the grouping. So you can check, I am getting the group on the basis of the name of city. So there are just 6 outputs. Earlier the documents were 30, but after grouping they are just 6. Right now I want that among each group there will be multiple documents, right? So among those document, which particular document is having the least value for my field marks, right? So for that purpose you just need to do one thing, that after writing this id as city, just put a comma, and here add min marks like this, right? This is the field name, and here inside of it, okay, let me just do one thing, write it on the next line, right? Min marks, and here inside of it just write here dollar min, which is your min accumulator, and write the name of the field on which you want to apply. So that is for the marks, right? Fine. Now after that, let me just go to the next line and close it, and if I press enter, you will see the minimum marks with each group. You can check for the id Bangalore. For the id Bangalore, the minimum marks is your 69, right? Same with the Delhi, the minimum marks which is present is 67, right? For the Delhi, there is one document which is having marks 85, but there must be another document with less marks than this, and the least is your 67, right? Fine. Now in the same way there is another accumulator which is max. It works in the exactly same way, right? Let me just show you the example. So if I just make a small change with changing the field name to max, and also changing the accumulator to max, right? Now if I press enter, okay, fine, I need to write it again, I think. So let's rewrite it. So if I write here max marks, and inside of it if I give my accumulator with max like this, right? Okay, fine. So yeah, this is max, and inside of it if I write here the field name, that is marks, right? And I just close it and go to the next line and press enter. You can check, now I'm getting the maximum marks, which is 97 for the Mumbai, 90 for the Delhi, and 93 for the Bangalore, like this way, right? So this is how we work with the min and the max accumulator, right? Now let's move forward towards our next accumulator, which is add fields. Now what is this? So let me take you towards the notes, and you can check. The add fields definition says that it is used to add new calculated or derived field to document in the aggregation pipeline. It does not group or filter data, it simply add new properties to each document, right? When you want to add a new field to any result that you want, right? So inside of it, if you want a new field and with some new property or some new data, you can use this add field. Okay, right, it is very easy, but you just need to pay focus, right? So if I take you to the shell and clean everything, so what we are going to do, we are going to call all the documents which are present, but there's a twist that I want to add one more field in such a way that that field value will be 5 marks greater than my marks field. Like if I am having this marks here, right? So it is 84, but I want to add one more field which is total marks, let's say, and their value should be 5 marks greater than this marks, which means 89. 84 plus 5, that is 89, right? So this way. So let's say that if I write here db dot students dot aggregate like this. Now inside of it, if I write dollar add field like this way, right? And inside of it, if I write, let's say the name of the field is total marks like this, right? And inside of it, if I write dollar add, one thing you need to remind is that we use sum accumulator for summing the values, but to add the field, we use this add, right? Add accumulator. So don't get confused between add and the sum, right? Sum is accumulator is used for summing the values. Add accumulator is used for adding a new field, right? Yeah. So let's just put a bracket like this. After that, right, you need to create an array. And inside of this, the first thing you will give is the name of the field to which you use them as a like respect. So let's say that I'm using marks, right? I'm going to create the new field value on the basis of this marks. So I will write here dollar marks, right? And after that, put a comma. And now, how much value you want to add? So I want to add 5 here. That's it. So let's just close it and like this. And now if you press enter, fine. There is a mistake, is that we have used dollar add. Okay, we have mistakenly written the wrong spelling. That is FIE, right? Not FEI. Now if I press enter, you will check. You can check now that we got all the document which were present there, right? But there is a one more field which is total marks. You can check there is a field name marks only. There are 3 fields only, but here we are getting 4 fields, which 4 fields name is total marks, which we had added in the query, and the marks value is greater than what is present in the marks here, right? So in the marks it was 85, but total marks is having 90. Same with all. Here the marks is 88, but the total marks is 93. Why? Because 5 gets summed in the marks. So this way how we write our add fields accumulator. I hope you understood the concept, that how we work with it. So this is all about today's video. If you understood the concept very clearly, then make sure that you hit the like button. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the lookup and unwind accumulator for joins in MongoDB aggregation. Now, what is this lookup? Well, lookup are used to join the data from another collection based on the matching field. So, for joining two different collections, right? Let's say I'm having two collection in a database, or you can have the other collection in another database also. Now, if I want to join the two different data set of two different collection, right? We use this lookup. How it works? It works with the help of the primary and the foreign key. What is this primary key? Primary key are your unique key, and foreign key is your referential key, right? So if I want to make a reference from one collection to the other collection, we use these two keys, right? So let's understand that how we can join them and how it is used. So first of all, let me take you to the MongoDB shell, right? Inside our school DB database, if I show you the collections, so one collection is your student and the other collection is your courses, right? You can check the courses and student. Here, if you see in the student collection, we are having three fields: name, city, and the marks. And the courses is having some other, that is student name, courses, and duration, right? Now let's say that I want to join these two different collections. So what I can use as a primary and the reference. So if this student is my main collection, so I will use this name field as my primary key, right? And your courses is having this student name as the same value as the name in the student collection. So I will use the student name as the foreign key, right? And in this way, I will join both different collections, right? Okay, let me take you to the query, that how we write it. After that, you will get each and everything very clear, right? So how we do it? Well, for doing it, you just need to write like this, that db dot students, student in my what is my main collection, right? The collection to which I want to attach the other one. That's why. So db dot students dot aggregate, like this. After that, I put a bracket like this, and fine. What happened? Okay, sorry, not two dot, it will be just one. That was by mistake, right? And inside of it, let's put this curly bracket, right? And here I will write dollar lookup, right? Dollar lookup. And inside of it, if I go as, so here we will use four different fields. First is from will show that from where you want to attach, right? I am attaching to the students, right? That's why I have written db.students here on the top. But now it's time to attach the another collection. So which collection? This courses, right? So I will write here courses, like this. After that, I put a comma. Then the local field, the field which is present inside your particular collection, right? So I will write here local field. Make sure that you don't write the spellings wrong as I did. It should be field, right? Yeah. And the local field is name, right? Let's put a comma. Now the foreign field is your field which is present in the second database, or sorry, collection, which is student name, right? So I will write foreign, foreign field, right? Like this. And write the name, student name, like this. This is your field name, right? Now after putting the comma, let's go to the next. So here the last field is as will show that by which name it will be presented inside your main collection, right? So here let me write it as course details, right? And after that, let's just close it. So I will write like this, and if I press enter, you will see that how the things get joined, right? So be ready. So 3 2 1, and you can check. We got lots of document here, right? And this was our query, right? And now here in the result, first of all, we are getting an array. Inside of this, all the documents are present. If you look at the single document here, the name is present, the city is present, the marks is present, which was okay. This was in the main student collection, of course, but there is one more field now, which is course detail. Where it is coming from? It is coming from here, as, right? And inside of it, we are again having an array, and this array is holding these values, right? And here the values are from the collection courses, the student name, courses, and the duration. So you finally successfully connected both different collection into one on the basis of the local field, which is name, and the foreign field, which is student name, because though both were same, right? This way. So I hope you understood the concept that how we do the join up of two different collections. Now, one more thing which you need to understand is that your unwind, right? How this unwind work and what is it? So if I take you to the notes, so what is unwind? Unwind stage is used to deconstruct an array field. Deconstruct an array field. It creates a separate document for each element in an array, right? So if you look here, you will see that I'm having the name, city, marks, okay, fine. But in the course detail, we are not having a document, we are having an array, and this array is holding some value. If I don't want this array to be there, I want these field value to be the part of this particular document, right? Then how we can do it? Well, for that purpose, we use the $unwind, right? It removes this particular array. It keeps this document inside this course detail directly, right? So let me just show you. So in our case, the course detail field is an array, as I shown you, right? And if we want to show each student with their courses in a clean flat structure, we can use the unwind, right? So let me just take you to the shell, and if I write here the query, right? So for that, just you need to do what? You need to write the same query that you do for the lookup, like this, right? That you do for the lookup. So let me just do one thing, that after putting two different this, after I put a comma, and in the end, after writing the complete query for the lookup, in the end, before closing this array, what you need to do is just add one more field or one more stage, that is $unwind, like this. There will be one n $unwind, and write the name of the what field, which is you are creating a new field, right? That is course detail here. So just mention that field here. So course details, like this. Fine. Now after that, let's just close it and close the complete. And when you press enter, there is certain mistake that I have done. Fine. Okay, yeah, got it. So that there should be a dollar because we are using a field, right? So $unwind and then $course details. And now if you press enter, you will see this time, let me take you to the top. This time I am not getting a array inside this course detail. It has destructured that array, right? This it has destructured that array into a flat structure, like this way. So this is how your unwind works, right? So you may be asking that why do we need to destructure and all? Well, while working with the database at your front end or your projects, there is a need of this destructure because it makes the thing very much easier, right? To access the values and other. That's why we use this destructure, and that's why unwind is important to know and remember. Fine. So I hope you understood the concept that how we use this unwind and what is the use case of it and how we connect two different collections at one. The same thing you can do with the other part, like earlier what we did, we joined the two collection with our student collection. Now it's your task to use the course as the main collection and join student collection to the course collection, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about one more stage that we use to save aggregation result in MongoDB, and that is out. Now, what this out stage is? Well, out stage is always placed at the end of the aggregation pipeline. Very important, right? At the end, after writing all the stages, you will write and use this out there. Now, it takes all the document from the previous stage and write them to a specified collection. So what happens that when you are performing aggregation pipeline, you do multiple stages. So among all those different stages, there could be certain operations being working on. right? There could be filtering, there could be some average grouping, another, and after that you get a final result. Now what I want that after getting that final result, those results get stored in some an other collection, right? Rather than just showing it on as an output, I want those collection to get stored in some other collection. For that purpose we use this out stage, right? What is the basic syntax? Nothing, just a single line, right? So how we write it? Well, let me take you to the shell and show you, right? So for that purpose, what we do, we will write the code to basically write this out, right? So first of all we need to write a complete code on how we do the aggregation and other. In this particular example I'm just going to show you that how we group, and after that how we take the results out. So I'll write db dot students dot aggregate like this, and inside of this I will first do the first stage, which is grouping. So I'll write dollar group, right? Dollar group, and inside of it let's make it grouped on the basis of uh, underscore id, that is on the basis of city, right? If you want to see my compass, then this is this, right? You can check there is a collection name students, and these are the document, these are 13 numbers, but the name is Arav, like city and the marks all are present. So I'm going to work on my database name school and if I write here db dot student my collection name, if you check, right, school this student is my collection name, and here we are having 30 documents, and each document is having the field name, city, and the marks, right? Yeah, db dot student dot aggregate like this, and inside of it if I write the first stage, that is for the grouping purpose, right? So if I write dollar group like this, and inside of it if I make it on grouped on the basis of, let's say, city, right? So I write dollar city like this, and after that let's do one thing, let's take out the total students, right, with the help of the sum accumulator. So dollar sum as 1 like this, and let's do one thing, let's take out the average also, right? So that it will look good, like lots of data will be there. So use the average accumulator also, and on what particular field, I want it on the field marks, right? So take out the average of all the marks, right? And after that let's just close it. Yeah, so I'll write 2 times this, and then that's it. Now what this will do, what this will do, so you can check the id means the complete 30 data is now grouped, and we are getting the total number of student and average mark with each group, and the group is on the basis of the city, right? So what is happening here, that we are getting the results right here. Now I want these results to get stored in some other collection which I can see whenever I want. So for that purpose we need to use this out stage, right? So if I just call it again, so if you look, then this is what this is our first group. Yeah, so if I just move to the next stage, right, this was the first stage, now we are going to write our second stage, and in the second stage I'm just writing here dollar out like this, and here I'm mentioning the name of the collection in which I want to store. So I'll write a new collection name, right? So every time you need to write a new collection name, make sure, right? So I'll write here, let's say, city report like this, and let's just close it. After closing, let's just do one thing, that close the main, and now if I press enter, what do you think I'm going to get? Yeah, okay, let's just see. If I press enter, I came up to the next line. Why? I'm not getting any result. But if you go to your compass again and refresh it, you can check courses and student. If I refresh it, you will find another collection now, that is city report. Now if you come inside of it, you will see all those 6 documents present here, right? Which were there in the last, where we were not using this out stage. So we were getting the results like this also, right? So now if we use the out stage, we are getting the result here in the properly documented form and present inside a collection, right? So this is how your out stage works. It is very important and very useful, right? Now moving forward toward few of the things, that is uh, like replacing an existing collection. So what happens with out, that you need to be to be precautious, that when you work with it, and if you write the name again like for another aggregation, right, for another pipeline, let's say that in this particular example we have first do the match works, right? There's a stage of match. We are first matching out the things, means filtering out the things, and then we are going doing the group, and then we are using the outer stage. So what is the difference between the last one and this one? That we had add one more stage, so definitely the result will be different, right? The result will be different. Now again, if we are doing the out stage with the same collection name, then what will happen? What will happen? That it will not add the current output with the data which is present there. No, it will not happen. It will actually do what? It will override those existing collection. Means whatever the documents present in that particular city reports collection, that all will be removed, and another new data which will be coming from this particular query or the aggregation stages will be there, right? So you make sure that you do not write the same name again, right? Because your out stage does not append data, but it completely replaces it, right? So this is one warning with it. Otherwise it is very useful. You can use it whenever you want. And this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept of that, how we use this out stage in our aggregation pipeline. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to perform the conditional aggregation with conditional and expressions in MongoDB. Now, what are these conditional operators? Well, it is used to apply a condition and return one value if the condition is true. So if you have knowledge about any of the language, there you must have learned about the conditions, the conditional statements. There we use the if and else statements, right? The same thing applies with the MongoDB also. Here inside the query, we can use these conditional aggregations, right? So how we do that? Well, that's we are going to learn in this particular video. So stay tuned till the last. Let's go to the MongoDB shell and start writing our query. So we are on our school DB database, right? So let me take you to the Compass, and here you can see this is the school DB database, and inside our student collection we are having some 30 different documents, right? And these are all the documents, and the fields are name, city, and the marks, right? Now moving towards writing our query with the conditional expressions. So for that purpose, I will use here db.students.aggregate like this. Now inside of it, I will put a array and will write only single stage just for your understanding. That's why. Now it's all on you that how many stages you write. I'm just going to work with a single stage, right? So first thing that I want, that among this all documents with the students collection, I want to do the project work, and that stage is our project stage. So project, and inside of it I want my id, means that object id, to be not present there in my output, right? And for the name field I want it to be there, and for the marks, yes, I want that also. Now I want to add one more field which is named as grade. Let's say that someone has scored 94 marks, so that guy will be given A grade. But if that guy has scored less than 94, so it should be graded as B, means less than 90, then it will be graded as B. So how we can do that? Because grade field is not present here. So to create the grade field, I will write here grade, because project allow us to write our own grade, own field also, right? So inside of it I will use these conditional expressions, right? So here for that purpose you need to write
COND like this and put a colon and go down, right? So inside the grade, we are having the condition, and inside of it, I'm going to write my first statement, which is if statement. And here I'll write $GTE, which means greater than or equals to, and on which particular field? So on marks. So dollar marks like this. And after that, give the value. So if your marks is greater than or equals to 90 in that particular case, then grade it or the value of the grade will be A, right? Put a comma and then write the else statement. Write the else statement, and inside the else statement, I'm again going to apply a condition. Means other than this 90 and this A grade, I came inside this else. Now inside the else, I want to add more conditions. So I'll write here $COND, right? And inside of it, if statement and $GTE and give the marks field like this, comma 80. So if the marks is greater than or equals to 80, right? If the marks is greater than 90, in that particular case, it will take this one. But if the marks is not greater than or equals to 90, that means it will come to the else case. And inside the else case, if the marks is greater than 80, in that particular case, then grade it as the value of B. Otherwise, else, you do what? You grade it as C, right? Got it? Now, let's just close all the bracket. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and after that, like this way, right? So there's nothing tough about it. We just added a new field, and inside that field, we have applied these conditional expressions. In first, we are using this if, right? And then grading it as A. After that, we put else, and there inside of it, we again put a condition where we said that if the marks is greater than 80 and less than 90. Why less than? Because 90 or greater than 90 cases covered already, right? And then there should be a B, otherwise it will be C. So if I press enter, let's see what we get. And here is the result. You can see the name is Arav, marks is 85, but the grade is B. Why? Because it is less than 90 but greater than 80, right? The same way 76 is graded as C, right? So in this way, the complete 30 documents are here with the field name, marks and grade, right? So I hope you understood the concept that how we use the conditional statements or the expression in the MongoDB aggregation pipeline. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to perform multi-stage and multi-field grouping aggregation in MongoDB. So in this particular video, I will explain you in detail that how to group data by more than one field, which is called as multi-field grouping, and by how to use multiple grouping stages one after other. That is called as multi-stage grouping, right? These techniques are used when you want detailed reports, right? So first of all, I will show you my compass. So you can check here. This is my school.db database and the collection name is students, and these are the documents, right? So there are 10 documents and the fields are name, city, subject and marks. Fine. So for the first example, what I will show you, I will explain you about the multi-field grouping, and I will show you by the grouping of city and the subject. Fine. So the topic or the question is that we want to find average marks per subject in a city, right? In each city. So we will do the grouping based on the city, right? And then based on the subject, right? So first of all, we'll write db.students dot aggregate like this and put a array, right? For the first stage, that is for our group. So if you write here $group
like this, and put a curly bracket, and inside of it give your underscore id, that means the grouping. So we want to do the grouping on the two different fields, which is first is city, right? So just give it $city like this, comma subject. So right here subject like this. Fine. This way. uh Let me just keep this first thing there, right? Yeah. So after that, just put a comma and come below, and here write for average marks, right? Average marks is what? Average marks is your average of this marks field. So here we will use the average accumulator, which is $avg, and give their $marks field like this way. Put the comma, go below. Now here write the total students this way, right? And $sum means total student. I want that how many documents are in each group, right? For that purpose we use total student $sum 1, right? So this is the sum accumulator. Now after that, let's just close it like this way. So this is a basic example, right? So here what this underscore id says, underscore id contains two fields. First is city and the second one is subject, right? And this average is your accumulator, which is making the average, and this sum as one counts the total student in that one particular group, right? In the same way it will count for every group. Now if I press enter, you can see this is the kind of result that I'm getting, right? Here the id is your city as Pune, right? For the Pune, and the subject marks, sorry, maths, the average marks is 92 and the total student is 1. For city Mumbai and the subject maths, average marks is 84.5 and the total student is 2. This way. Now for the city Pune again, but for different subject, which is science, we are getting the average marks of 80 and the total student as 2. In this way we do the multiple stage grouping, right? I hope you understood the concept. If you want to make it clear, you can use like the project also, right? So by using the project you can just remove this underscore id another. Fine. So this is your task. Now coming up to the next part, which is multi-stage grouping. For the multi-stage grouping, sometimes we want to group the data in multiple stages. For example, first we group by the city and subject to find the subject wise average, and then group again by city to find the overall average marks per city. I repeat, first group by city and subject to find the subject wise average, and then group again by city to find the overall average marks per city. Per city. Okay, let me just write the code for you, so that means query for you, so that you can get the better understanding. So db dot students dot aggregate like this, right? Now inside of it, what we want, the first stage that we want is basically a group by city and subject, right? So group by city and subject. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'll put the curly bracket, that is for the first stage, and in first stage I'm going to do the group. So group, right, group here, and inside of it underscore id, and since we are going to do the multiple grouping, right, so we will write here city and $city like this, comma subject as $subject like this. Fine. Now put the comma here and come on the next line. After that, what I want, that inside this particular bracket, right, what I want this time the average marks per subject, average marks per subject like this. Fine. And here I want dollar average, sorry, average on the basis of field marks, right? Yeah. So after doing this, let's just close all the brackets and come to the next line. This is the first stage where we do the grouping by the basis of, like, on the field city and the subject that we understood in the last example also, right? How we do it. Now coming up to the next stage, right? In this particular stage, what I want, let me just write it for you, stage 2, and here we want to group again by city only, right? So to group again by the city only among all the results that we got after this stage, right? I'm again going to group it on the basis of city, right? So dollar group, put the curly bracket like this, underscore id, right? And here what I will do, I will this time use this underscore id field, because this particular stage is giving me some result, and in that particular result, what will be there? There will be this underscore id, and inside of this we are having this city and the subject, right? So that's what we are going to use. So here underscore id, I will write underscore id dot, just a second, underscore id dot city, like this, right? And after that put a comma, and then I want overall average marks. So overall average marks, like this. And here inside of this I will write average, average on the basis of, on the basis of what? On the basis of this average marks per subject, right? So we are using the fields which we generated from the first stage, right? So I will write here dollar average marks per subject, like this, and then close it. Now coming up to the next, that is total subject that I want, is your what? Is your dollar sum 1, right? This is simple. Now after that, let's just close the bracket and coming up to the next stage. So we have already understood that how we use two different stages, right? And done the grouping on the basis of that. Now in the last stage, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do to format the output, right? How we format the output, we use the project, right? So for that, let me just write the comment here, that is stage 3, that is format the output, output, like this, right? And now here what I will do, dollar project, like this, and inside of this, here I'll write underscore id as 0. I don't want this underscore id now, right? I don't want underscore id in the output. And here I'll write city, and inside the city I want this value of underscore id. That means first of all I am removing this particular field and the value of the field, right? The value of this field inside this particular field which I'm creating, right? So here it will hold this underscore id, right? Put a comma. After that, overall average marks, like this, right? So overall average marks, yes, I want that, this field, right? Let me just do one thing, let's copy it and paste it here, right? I want this field, yes. And after that, the last field is our total subjects, right? So let's just copy it again and come to here, paste it and make it 1 also. After that, let's just close it, put a comma, right? And in the end, I want to do the sort also, right? Stage 4, that is sort the result based on overall average marks, right? So here I will write dollar sort and overall, or do one thing, let's just again copy the field name and paste it here, overall average marks, as -1 like this. Fine. Now let's just close the main bracket and press enter. So here one thing which is important is that you should get this understanding that how we write different stages, right? You can see everything is very clean. First we do the stages, or in the first stage we group the documents based on the city and the subject, right? Here we use also some accumulators also, right? After that we did the second stage, in which whatever the result coming from this particular stage, we use that and group it again with on the basis of the city. And then in the third stage we format the document, and the last stage we do the sorting. Now press enter and see. Okay, so we are getting some error. That's why it is showing me just one result here. So what is the error? Okay, so error lies here. You can check, right? We have not put the dollar sign here. That's why it is not taking the values of the underscore id dot city. So let me just do one thing. Everything is correct here, right? Just one thing, that is dollar is not present. So what I'll do is that I'll try my best to call it again. Okay. uh so the problem is, let me just take you there. The problem is here. Let's just add the dollar here, and if I press enter, now you can check we are getting three results, and this is the correct, right? So overall average marks and total subject is 2 for the city Mumbai. Overall average marks, right, 86. Total subject is 2 for the city Pune, and like this for the city Delhi also, right? So this is how we perform the three stage or multiple stage, right? Four stage of uh, aggregation pipeline. Fine. So the final explanation for this, that first dollar group calculate the subject wise average for each city. Then the second group takes that result and calculate overall average per city. And then sort does what? It arranges the cities by their performance, right? As you can see, sorting is based on what? Overall average marks. And that's why this is on the top, then this is here, and this is on the third, right? So I hope you understood the concept that how we do the multi-stage and the multi-field grouping in MongoDB aggregation pipeline. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. So from past many videos, we were understanding that what is aggregation pipeline, what are accumulators, and how we use it, right? And in this particular video, we are going to revise all the accumulators and different stages of aggregation pipeline in a single video, right? So we are going to apply full aggregation pipeline in this particular video, right? So you can check, we are inside our SchoolDB database, right? If you go to the Compass, you will find that SchoolDB database has two main collection, which is courses and the student. The student is holding the name, city, subject, and marks as the field, and the courses is having this student name, courses, and duration as the field, right? So this is how your data is present inside the collection. Now, to understand the complete and the full aggregation pipeline, we are going to use everything in it. So first let's start with joining the student with the course collection, which is done with the help of what? Lookup, right? Joining is done with the help of lookup. So let's write here db dot students, right? We are going to take students collection as the main collection, dot aggregate like this, put a bracket, and inside the array we will write the first stage. So our first stage is going to be join students with course collection, right? So here we will write the first stage, which is this. You can check, the first stage is our lookup, which is from the courses collection, from the courses collection, right? Fine. Our local field is name, local field is name, and the foreign field is student name. That means the local field, the field of the main collection, right, that is name, and the foreign field is student name, right? These two fields are getting joined. These are act as a keys, primary key and the foreign key.
here, right? And this particular lookup, right, whatever the extra data which is coming from the other collection will get stored inside the field that is course details. Got it? Now after doing this, we are going to move toward the next stage, which is to unwind the course details array. So earlier I explained you that when you perform this lookup, then whatever the data that will come from the other collection to the this collection document will get stored in the array, right? Array format. But to unwind it and make it the flat structured, right, we use the unwind. That is unwind. Let me just write the stage here. That is dollar unwind, right? And write the name of the field, and definitely the name of the field is course details, right? This is the field in which the data from the other collection is coming, right? So we will write dollar course detail like this, and let's just close it. After that, put a comma, and we will move toward the third stage, which is to add new field. Now after all the field that came, I want to add new field such as course name, fees, and the grade, right? I want to add the course field, course name, fees, and grade. How I can do it? Okay, let me just add the comment first. Add field, and what are the fields? That is course name, right? Fees and grades, like this way, right? So let's write the query for this. So you can check it from here. We have written add fields, which is used to add the field, right? The course is what? The course is course details dot course. Why this course details dot course? Because when you have unwinded the course detail field, then it is holding the object inside this particular field of course details, right? And this extra field which is added due to the joining, right? That's why we are using course details, which is, and course details for having another object inside of it, which is having a field of course. Why course? Because this courses collection is having a field name course, which is now the part of our this document, right? That's why. Okay, that's why. So we, the course field is having this name, the fees is having course details dot fees, again the same way, right? Now for the grade, for the grade, this grade, for the grade we have applied the condition. I explained you that how you apply the conditional aggregations, right? So condition, and the if statement is that if the marks is greater than or equals to 90, then grade it A. Else inside of this we have given more condition. It act like else if, right? So inside the else we have given the condition again, that is if the marks is greater than or equals to 80, then grade it as B. Otherwise, if the condition is that if the marks is greater than 70, grade it C, otherwise give it D, like this way. So this is how we have added more number of fields, right? And we understood that how we apply the conditional aggregations, right? Fine. Now coming up to the fourth part, which is that now I want to group it by the city to calculate the state-wise status, right? So let me just add the comment that in the fourth stage I want to group by city to calculate city-wise stats. Now how I can do it? For doing it, I have to write this, that is dollar group. Since we are grouping, right, so we need to write dollar group, and inside of this the id on which the grouping is done is city, right? We want the city wise stat, that's why the underscore id is city, to group it on the basis of city. Now average marks, here we are using the average accumulator. For the max marks we are using max accumulator, and min marks we are using min accumulator, and total student, we know that we use the sum accumulator for that, right? Fine. After that, total fees, we are doing the sum of all the fees there, like every group having certain documents, and among all the documents that are inside one group, the sum of all the fees, right? The field fees having all the values, right? So all the values will get sum up of the fees field of all the documents. And then students, student is having dollar push. We are pushing the name, the marks, the grade, the course, and the fees this way. So this will be the complete structure of the output, right? And the grouping will be done, right? Now after this, what I want to sort the cities by the average marks. So we are getting the average marks here. I also want that after grouping, sort it. So how we do the sorting? Sort the group by average marks. So how we do the sorting? Well, for sorting, we just write here dollar sort and average marks, which is this. Let's just copy it and paste it here as -1, right? In the descending order. -1 is for the descending and 1 is for the ascending order, right? So put a comma here, and after this, we are going to write our sixth stage, which is to format the output, right? So for formatting, what we use the project. We use the project stage, right? So put the curly bracket, and here we will write our project stage. So it will look like something like this. That is project stage. Here we don't want the underscore id, and rather than using underscore id, whatever the value will be there, it get come inside this city field, right? That's why I have used city field here, and all the id values are inside this city field now, right? Then average marks field will be there, max marks field will be there, min marks field will be there, total student will be there, total fees will be there, and students detail will be there, right? Student details are like this: name, marks, grade, and course with fees, right? Like this way. And after that, the last stage is to save the final result to new collection. How we do this? Well, for doing this, we will use dollar out and name the name of the collection, that is final report, like this. Fine. After that, let's just close our complete query, and by this we have successfully written a complete aggregation pipeline where we have applied some 7 different stages. And after doing such long stage and complete aggregation, what result we get? Okay, let's press enter and done. That means if it is not showing me some error, that means it is done. And why I'm not getting any output? Because output is now saved in a new collection, which is final report. So now if you go to your Compass and refresh it, so you will find another collection which is final report. And if you come inside of it, you will find here the id, which is by default present, right? The average marks, the maximum marks, the min marks, total student, total fees, and this student field is now holding a array which is having 3 different objects, and each object is having name, marks, grade, and course. So you can see how beautifully we have aggregated the information, right? We have made the things as per our need. We got everything in a single document, which is completely grouped, sorted, and applied, conditionally aggregated, everything in just one single example, right? And by this we get the desired output, and this is how we deal when we are working with a complex aggregation pipeline or some real world projects, right? So I hope you get the concept that how we work with this complete aggregation pipeline in this particular video. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, I'm going to explain you that how to create a schema validation rule in MongoDB. Now, what are these schema validation rules? Well, schema validation allows you to define that which fields are required in your database, to specify the type of each field, right? That means that which data type will be entered or stored in each field of the database, right? Or the document.
Now it restrict allowed values or set the value ranges. That means you can set the range that the value should be between 1 or 100, like 100 and 1000, like this way, or it can restrict the allowed values that you cannot enter this particular value and this not, right? It rejects documents that do not matches your rules, and it helps to maintain the data integrity and the consistency, right? So I hope you understood the concept. Now let's just clear the screen and understand that how we can implement it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new database, and the name of the database is school, like this. Fine. Now inside this school I'm going to create a collection named students. So let's clear, and I'll write here db. The db means school, right? Fine. So db dot create collection, and inside of this I will give students, right? This is the name of my collection. After that put a comma, and inside of this I will write the validator. For the like validation rule you need to mention the validator. So write here validator, like this, right? After that put the curly bracket, and inside of this you need to define the JSON schema. So for that just write $ JSON, after that schema, like this way. Fine. Now inside of this we will write BSON type. What is this BSON type? Well, it defines the data type, that what data type should be there. So for the JSON schema, right, the data type will be a object, right? The way you store the document, that is in the form of object, right? That's why. So it is for the every document. So that's why it is written as object. Fine. After that put a comma, and inside the required we mention the mandatory fields, right? So you need to write here required, like this, and put a array. Now inside the array mention all the fields that should be inside your document, right? So let's say it is name, it is city, and it is marks, like this. Close the array, put the comma, after that properties, right? Now inside the properties what we will do, we will first do the properties of name, right? For every field define your properties. That's why. So for the name you can mention it like this, name, and then put the curly bracket. Now we will define all the properties for the name. What will be the properties? The first property will define the data type, right? So we will write here BSON type, right? As I explained you here also, that for the validator, like for the JSON schema, the BSON type was object, that was for the document. Now inside the field, the BSON type of the name field will be a string, right? So we will write a string here, like this. Put a comma, and the second thing is that description. This description, like this, right? So here you write that must be a string. In case someone has given some other data type value, so it will give the description that must be a string and is required, right? Required also defines that when you are creating a database and you are entering the value, then you must fill these values, right? Your every document must have these fields. Fine. Now after that put a comma. Now we are going to write the properties for the second field, which is for the city, right? So again the same thing here, inside of it define the BSON type, and yes, it will be a string again, like this, and the description will also be the same. So let's just copy it from here and paste it here, like this way. Fine. Now after doing this, let's just close it, and now pay focus that in the last field, which is for the marks. Now what I want, that whenever the user enter any value in the marks field, it should be between some range, right? So I want that marks should always be between 0 to 100. If a person writes more than 100, that is 102 or 103, it will give the error or the description, right? So for that purpose, first of all, let's write the marks here, right? Put the curly bracket here. Inside of this, BSON type is your int. Put the comma. After that, for the range, you need to write the minimum and maximum. So write minimum as 0, maximum as, let's say, 100, right? After that, write the description like this way. And here we will write that must be a integer between 0 to 100. Must be a integer between 0 to 100, like this way, right? After that, let's just close it. 1 2 3 and curly bracket and the parenthesis, right? So this is how we write our validation schema. Now if you press enter, so there is a problem, that is JSON schema keyword is BSON type. Okay, so we have done some mistake. So JSON schema keyword as BSON type. Okay, fine. So basically we have done the mistake in writing the BSON type. So fine, the mistake is here. So you can see I have written the T in the small letter, and your MongoDB is case sensitive. So you need to write it in proper format, right? So let's just improve it. So the problem is there. I'll just do one thing, that I'll clear it at my own, right? Otherwise everything is perfect. Now if I press enter, you will see OK1, right? So it is successfully done now. Fine. Now after doing this, let's now insert some valid data. So if I write here db.students dot insert one, like this way, and here inside of this I write name as, let's say, Piyush, right? And city as, let's say, Delhi, and marks is between 0 to 100, right? So let's give it 90. Fine. Now if I press enter, you can check acknowledge is true and it got successfully inserted, right? Now if I try to write some invalid data, right, that is, first of all, if I don't mention any field, we have in the required, we mentioned three fields, that is name, city and the marks. Now if I miss any of the field, right, let's say this one. So if I miss this marks, right, and let's change the name to Ria, right? So if I mention just two fields in that particular case, what will happen? It will give a error, that is document failed the validation, that rule that you applied, right? So that's why. So here it is specifying that the required field has three fields, that is name, city and the marks. So you need to mention all, right? So that is how your validation works, that in case if it is failing at any point, then it will not insert those data inside your collection, right? Now let's again try for one. This time I'm going to mention the marks, but what I'm going to do is that, mm, rather than entering 90, I'm going to enter 110, right? Now press enter, you will see it is again giving me an error, that is document failed validation, and the description is what, that it should be an integer between 0 to 100, right? That's why it is not entering this particular data inside my collection, right? So this is how your validation works, right? So by doing this, I hope you understood that how we implement the validation schema in my MongoDB. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we can validate the string pattern and numeric ranges in our MongoDB database collection, right? So while inserting the data, I want certain validations which is based on the string and the range. So for that, we need to create a validation schema first, right? So for that purpose, I'm inside my school database. So I will create a collection, that is db.create collection
and the name of the collection, let's say users, right? Like this. Now after that, put a curly bracket like this, and inside of this, since we are creating the validation schema, so we'll write validator like this, and after that put a curly bracket. Now inside of this, we need to write JSON schema, right? Since we are going to define the validation schema, so you need to write the JSON schema first, and make sure that you put this S as capital, because MongoDB is case sensitive, right? So here inside of this, we will write the BSON type. That means what will be the type of the document? That will be definitely a object, right? So write object here, right? After that, put a comma. Now, what will be the field? So you need to write the field very clearly, right? These fields will be required. Like every document should have these fields. So let's say name, email, comma, age, like this. Fine. Let's close the bracket. After that, put a comma, and now we will write the properties for each field. Properties like this. Now inside of this, first we are going to write the property for the name. So you know that name should be only the string, right? So just write one single property, that is BSON type as your string, like this. Fine. Put a comma. After that, let's give the description as a message that must be a string. In case of someone write the wrong data type inside this name field, then it will give this message, that is it must be a string and is required, right? It is a required field if you miss it, right? Now after that, let's just close this properties of the name, and now let's start dealing with email. For the email, I'll write the BSON type as a string. Definitely it will be a string, right? But there is a pattern, right? There should be a pattern. Now what will be that pattern? Well, that pattern will be this. Look it very carefully, right? So you need to first use this quotes. Now inside of this, what I will write, okay, let me just keep one this time. So you need to put the cap first, which is a exponential symbol, right? And then you need to write this, right? This is showing that means this first bracket, right? This is showing that any character except the space and at the rate should be there, and this first symbol is showing the start, right? There should be a start from the beginning, there should be no gap, right? That is what it is saying. Now after that, put a plus afterwards and put at the rate here. That means after writing the first part, you need to put the at the rate, and then again the same thing, the square bracket and this like pattern inside of it. Now put a plus and then slash slash, put a dot. That means after writing at the rate and then some content, there should be a at the rate, right? Like at the rate gmail.com. So at the rate is here. Now Gmail will not have any space and at the rate, right? In it's like if you are writing Gmail, so you cannot write G at the rate MAIL like this. Gmail should be there, right? This is what it is validating. So after putting this dot, now again, which is for the com, right? And then plus and put the dollar sign. Now this dollar sign is indicating the last part, like your string is now ended, right? It's represent the end of the string, right? So this is how you write the pattern for the string, mainly for the email, right? You can find the patterns inside the Google also. Like you can search, like if you are validating some other thing, then you can find the pattern or ask for the pattern there also. This is most common for the email, that's why I have explained you this part, right? So after that, let's put the comma and write the description, right? And let's keep the description as little bit same, must be a string and valid pattern and is required, right? Like this. After that, let's just close this bracket also. Now coming up to the last part, which is for the age. Now inside the age, I want to create a range, right? So you cannot add the age which is less than 18 and greater than 100, right? Any document which is having age less than 18 or greater than 100, I'm not going to add that document to my collection. So for that purpose, I will put the curly bracket like this. First define the type like BSON type and keep it int, right? Put a comma and minimum as 18, maximum as 100, right? And after that, write the description like this, and in description as age must be between 18 and 100, like this, right? Now let's just close all the bracket like this, and if I press enter, if everything is correct, that means if any spelling is not wrong, then definitely it will give me the OK as one. Otherwise it will give me an error, right? Otherwise everything is correct, just the problem could be with the case sensitive, right? So let's press enter and see. Okay, so it is OK1 status. That means whatever we have written here, like all the validation schema query is correct, right? Now let's try to insert something. So if we try to insert, let's say db dot users, right? Yeah, users dot insert one, and let's say the name is Piyush, comma, email, right? If I write here email as, let's say, Piyush, but I do not give at the rate, but we have mentioned that after giving the first, you need to mention the at the rate, but I'm not going to give the at the rate, I'm going to give a space and write here gmail.com like this, fine. And after that, let's give the age as 11. That is also wrong. So in this particular case, if I press enter, what do you think is going to happen? Will this data will get inserted? No, it will give me the error. And what is the error? Means it will give the error as document failed the validation. And you can check here. The details are, the first one is that regular expression did not match. So it is not matching with the pattern that you have given for the string part or for the mail part, which is considered value is this. And after that, for the property name age, the description is that age must be between 18 and 100, right? So operator is minimum, which is the problem, or which is making the validation for the value which you are inserting, right? So this is how your string pattern and the range numeric values are validated in the MongoDB schema, right? So I hope you understood the concept very clearly. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to handle the validation error in MongoDB. So, validation error occurs when your inserted data does not follow the rule that you define in the validation schema. As you can see here, I have defined the validation schema for my collection student. Right here, for the validator, I have defined the BSON type is object, and the required fields are name, city, and the marks. For the name, the properties are that it should have a string, and if it not, then it will give the description that it must be a string and it is required. The city as the string and the marks as integer between the range 0 to 100. This is the complete schema rule for this particular collection. You can create your own also, right? So in case if I'm not inserting the data with this particular rule, it will give me an error. But I don't want a error to come. Rather than this, I want that it should give me a clean and the printed message about what the problem is and what the error is. That's it. So that's how we handle the validation error, right? So we can do this with the help of the try catch block in MongoDB. Now how we use the try catch block, that's what I'm going to explain you. So if I try to insert a wrong data, right? So let's say that db.students dot insert one like this, and inside of it, if I insert the name as, let's say, Raj, right, and the city as, let's say, Pune, marks as, let's say, 105, which is against our rule, right? Because marks should be between 0 to 100. So this is the point where the validation will break, right? So let's just enter, and you can see I'm getting a very long error, right?
That means I don't want this kind of long error. I just want a single line to get printed beautifully and tell me that what is the error, right? For that purpose, we use the try catch block. How we use it? Just write try. Inside of this, write the query. So let's say that I write a query again. If I copy it and write it here, so it will give me a error, right? You know this one, right? So after that, let's just close it. Sorry, let's close it. So this is inside the try block, and after that, for the catch block, write the catch here like this, and put a bracket and write e. Now this e will catch that error. So rather than just giving this all, it the error came inside this e, and with the help of this e, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write print validation error like this, fine, plus e. So that error is now stored inside e, and now if I print it, let's close the bracket, and if I press enter, you will see it has given me simply the validation error that document failed the validation. That's it, right? So this is how we handle it, right? So in case that getting all these long detail, the simple single line and clean message that validation failed for this particular document, right? So this is how we handle the error, or you can say the validation error in MongoDB. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey, hello everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to download MongoDB database tool and how we set up the path on the Windows, right? This MongoDB database tool includes the important command line utilities like Mongo dump, Mongo restore, Mongo import, Mongo export, Mongo stat, these all, right? So it is very important that you download this particular tool and set the path. So how we can do it? We simply need to go to the browser and search for MongoDB database tools, right? Press enter. You will get the first site here. Simply click on it. Fine. After clicking, it will take you to this particular section. MongoDB command line database tools with download, right? Here you need not to do anything other, just simply click on this download button, right? Just click on it and the downloading of that particular file will get started. You can check, right? Yeah. So after this particular file will get downloaded, you need to extract it. So if I go to the downloads, right here, you can check that this particular file is here. I simply need to click on this extract all, just extract it. Okay, I already extracted it, right? That's why. So I came up to this extracted file. Now inside of this, when you go here, you will see this bin. Just go on it like this. Got it? Now copy the path of this bin where all these applications file are there, right? Just simply copy this, right? After copying this, just click on Windows plus R. Windows plus R. Here you need to write sysdm, sysdm dot cpl. You can check from here, sysdm dot cpl. Press enter. After pressing enter, you will get the system properties. Here you need to go on the advanced section. Just go on the environment variables, right? Here inside the environment variables, below there is a system variables, right? You need to search here the path. So where is the path here? So yeah, you can check. This is the path. Double click on it. You will see this kind of interface, right? Simply click on the new and paste the location that you have copied, right? That bin location inside the MongoDB database tool folder that you have extracted, right? Just simply paste it. I have already pasted it here. You can check, right? After that, just click on OK, then OK, again OK, and that's it. So by this method, you have successfully done what? You have successfully installed the database tool. You have successfully set that particular file path right? Now after that, what you need to do, just go on your Windows and search for CMD, right? You can check. Just go on this run as administrator, right? Okay, what happened? Let me just do it again. CMD, run as administrator, and allow it. Fine, it is open now. Now here, let me just zoom it for you. You can see, right? Now inside of this, to check that whether it is working or not, just simply search Mongo, means you need to write this query, Mongo dump, right? After that, dash dash version. And when you press enter, you will get the version of the Mongo dump here, right? If the version is present, that means you have successfully downloaded and set the path and is working perfectly, right? So this is what you need to do. So I hope you understood the lecture. Now in the coming videos, I will explain you that how we do the import, export, how we do the backup and the restore, these kind of thing with the help of this particular database tool in the MongoDB, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we can backup and restore database in MongoDB, right? So it is going to be a very important lecture, right? So you need to focus first. And in the past video, I have explained you that how you have to download the database tools and how you set up the path of that, right, in the environment variables. And after doing this particular part, then you move on to this section of making a backup or the restore, right? Because without having this database tool, you cannot do this, right? So just go on your Windows and search for command prompt, right? And make sure that you open it with the run as administrator, because you need to give the access also. So just click on run as administrator, give the permission. Okay, right. So after opening, let me just zoom it for you like this, right? Now here we need to write a query, and on the basis of that we will successfully make the backup, right? So before going to the backup, let me take you to my Compass first to show you that what database I'm going to make as a backup, right? So if you check here, I have this school DB database, right? Inside of this, I'm having a collection student, and in the student collection, I'm having some 6 document present like this. So I'm going to make this school DB as our backup, right? I'm going to create the backup for this. So for that purpose, you need to come on your CMD, not on MongoDB shell, CMD, right? And here you need to write Mongo dump, Mongo dump dash dash DB. After that, write the name of the database that you want. So I want to do for the school database, right? So I'll write here school DB, right? After this, you simply need to write here dash dash out. And after writing out, you need to give the location of the file or the folder where you want to keep the backup, right? If you don't give anything, you just write this line of query, then it will automatically create a dump folder, right? And there it will store the like that particular database. But I recommend you to create a file at your own, right? So not file, sorry, folder. So here I have created the folder. The name of the folder I put as Mongo file. You can name it whatever you want, right? Just copy the path of it, right? After copying the path, what I'll do, I'll just put the quotations here and the paste that particular file location like this. So the complete query for the backup is this. You can check Mongo dump dash dash db, and then the name of the database, then dash dash out. After that, the location. And when you do it and press enter, let's see what happened. Yeah, so you can see done dumping school db dot student 6 documents. That means this particular document is now successfully dumped. And if you go and check now, so you can see a folder is created with the name schooldb, and when you go inside of it, you will find that student.bson data file is present, which is holding your particular database, right? And the student.metadata is also present. Fine. So this is how you do the I'll say that backup part. Now what is the use of backup? Backup is used when let's say that to save our file from any kind of crash, or maybe that the database get deleted in the future, right, case. So for that purpose we create the database. So let's do one thing, let's delete our database, right? So I'll use school db. So I'm switched to school db database, and I'm going to do db dot drop database, right, like this. And when I press enter, you can check our database is now successfully deleted. So if I go on the Compass and reload it, you can see school db is now deleted, right? Now I'm going to perform the restore operation. So how we do the restore? Since backup is created, now I want to restore it. So I'm again came to the command prompt, and here now I need to write just a single important line, which is mongo store, mongo store, then dash dash db, and after that write the name of the database that you want to write restore, right? So I want to restore school db, and after that give the location. So the location is this, right? Earlier this folder was created, come inside of it and take this name, right? Take this location, and after taking the location, just write here the name, right? And simply when you press enter, let's see that are we going to get the database or not. So when I press enter, mongo store is not recognized. Okay, I think is I have done any mistake here. Okay, sorry, there is a small mistake, that mongo restore, not store, mongo restore, right? So when you write mongo restore and then dash dash db school db and then press enter, and you can see all the files, the 6 document restored successfully. Now again, if you go to the Compass and reload it, you can see our school db is now successfully restored, right? Where it came from? It came from our uh, this particular mongo file backup, right? So with the help of this, we successfully understood that how we create a backup, and then how we restore the backup file into our database, right? So this is how we do it. I hope you understood the concept. There are just two single queries. First is this for the backup part, and the second one is this for our restore part, right? Not this one, sorry, this one, mongo restore, not mongo store, mongo restore, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we export and import database in MongoDB, right? So let's say you are having or you have created a database. Inside of that, you have created lots of collection or data, right? And if I want to export that particular database into a file in my system, how I can do it? Well, that's what we are going to learn today, right? So first of all, before doing anything, you need to download this database tools download and need to create the path in the environment variable, right? So make sure that you do that. I have already created the video on it, so you can also visit the channel, right? So let's move forward towards the command prompt. So this is our command prompt, right? Make sure that you open the command prompt with the run as administrator, right? I'm repeating, run as administrator. You have to open it by that, right? Because it asks for the permission while doing any kind of operation such as uh, like restore, backup, or import, export, anything like that. Fine. Okay. So let's move forward towards creating. So first of all, let's take a look on the MongoDB Compass. So you can see I have a lot of database here. I'm going to work with the school DB. So I'm going to export it, right? And here the collection name is student, and inside of that we are having all these 6 different documents, right? So to do that, what we need to do, we need to simply write a simple one line query, right? Mongo export, let me just zoom it for you, mongo export, and then dash dash db, and write the name of the database, right? So my database name is school db and the collection name is student. I want to export my particular this collection, student collection, right? So first of all, I need to give the name of my database. So the database name is school database, like this, db, right? That's the name. And then for the collection, again write dash dash collection, and then write the name of the collection. So the collection name is students, right? After that, put dash dash out, right? First of all, dash dash db, then the name of database, dash dash collection, then the name of the collection, and then dash dash out. And after that, give the location where you want to export this. So let's say that I want to export it to this particular folder which I have created. I named this particular folder as mongo file, right? So I just copy the path and will go here, and inside these quotations I will give this particular path here, right? You can check, so you can see, right? And after doing this, again put the slash and give the name of the file in which you want to store. So I want to store it in the file name student, let's say, right? So just write here student dot json, right? Like this. This is compulsory. This is compulsory, right? After that, when you press enter, let's see that whether it is working or not. So when I press enter, what is okay, so you can see exported 6 record, right? Because our collection was having 6 records. So now if you go and check, see there's a file name student is present. This is a JSON file, and if you double click on it and open it, you will see, right? ID is present, name, city, and marks, and this is what was present inside our database, right? Arav, Delhi, marks, city, name, like this. So we have successfully understood that how we export our data or the data collection to our system. Now, next task is to understand that how we import it, right? So in this particular part, now let's start the working on the import, right? So for the import, you just need to write here Mongo import, right? But one important thing that uh, if I imported it, right? So at that time, what will happen that the object ID with the same object ID will collide, and the duplicates are not allowed. So maybe that I have to delete it first, right? So let's just delete this. Okay, let's just copy it, paste it here, and drop the database, right? So database is successfully deleted. Now Mongo import dash dash db, at the name of the db, that is school db now, and then dash dash collection, right? And write the name of the collection students, and then dash dash file. Earlier we were writing dash dash out, this time we are writing dash dash file, right? And then after that, give the location, so what is the location? Let's come here and copy it here, and you know that the file name is student.json in which our data is exported, right? So for successful importing, just write it like this, and after that, when you press enter, let's see whether it is working or not. So let's see what happens. So you can see that 6 documents imported successfully, right? So if I go to my Compass again and reload it, you can check my school db has now present here, since we have deleted earlier, but now it is imported from the file which we saved after exporting, right? And the student collection is present, and when I click on it, all the data are present, right? So this is how we do the export and import task in MongoDB. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we can monitor the database performance in MongoDB, right? So this can be done with the help of the two main methods. One is the stat method, and the second one is your server status method, right? So first of all, we will start with the stats method. So for that purpose, first of all, come to your database. So my database name is SchoolDB, and let me show you the Compass. You can check SchoolDB database. Inside of this, we are having one single collection, which is students, and inside this collection we are having 6 documents, right, with the field name, city, and the marks, right? Yeah. So if I want to check the stats of my particular database, I will simply write here db.stats like this, and then press enter. And when you press enter, you will see this list of information. Now what this information is, well, I'll explain you one by one.
This DB denotes the name of the database. So the name of the database is SchoolDB. You can check from here also. After that, how many collection are there? So that is one. View is not required to know much, right? How many objects are there? Objects I already shown you that there are 6, and you can check here, right? The number 6 is present. Now average obj size, right? So this means that the average object size. Now this defines that the average size of each document, right? The documents, all the documents can have different size, but average size of each document is denoted here, right? Then the data size denotes the actual size of all the documents that are stored, right? So that is 393 here. And after that, this storage size defines the space which is occupied on your disk after compression, right, on the RAM and other. So this is your storage size. After that, the indexes and index size. So basically indexes, number of index that are present. So on my this particular collection, right, only one index is present, that is on the underscore id, and no other index is present. That's why it is showing me that indexes is just one and the index size is your this particular 220,480. Now this total size is your storage size plus indexes, sorry, index size, right? That's why it is 40,960, and that's it. This is not required to know much, right? So this is what your stats is showing you. So with the help of db.stats, you will get this much of information very easily, right? Which is well sufficient to understand that how this database is performing. Fine. Now let's clear it out. Now check, coming to the next part. In the next part, we are going to see that how we can monitor the server performance, right? The performance of the server. So for that purpose, we need to write here db dot server server status, like this, and close the bracket. And when you press enter, you are going to see something cool. Let me show you. So when I press enter, you can check we got thousand of line of output. I don't know what is present, but you can see, right? This line of information is there. And if you have any capability, or are you a robot, then you can simply just read everything from here. But let me tell you that it has given every information about your server. But this is not we do as a developer. We do not search our information in between of that. I'll tell you that what are the important part that you need to know about. So just go to the end and let me just clear it. So it was just for the information that it will give you all the information about the server, right? But you, what you required as a developer, that's what I'm going to tell you now, right? So here, okay, if you write db dot server status, right, server status, and then put a dot here. Now the thing which are important are your uptime, your connections, your operation counters, right, and your MEM, which is your memory usage, right? These four things are the most important, and that's what we do our check every time. So just write here uptime, and when you press enter, you will see uptime means how long the server has been running, right? So it denotes in the seconds, right? So there are just 27,293 seconds from past this second my server is running, right? So the more amount of time it will show, that means that you have more stable server. Fine. Now coming to the next part, that is db dot, okay, let me just take it from here. The second thing is connection. So connections, like this, and when you press enter, you will see here. So the current is 17. So there are total 17 connections, right? Available are too much, total credited are this, rejected this, and the active are 3, right? So current connection is your 17. That's it. Let's clear it out. And the again, now next part that we are going to see is our operation counter. So op CUNTERS, right? Operation counters. When you press enter, you will see this number of operations were executed since we have started, right? So since we have started our server, these are the operations which were performed, that is insert, query, update, delete, get more, command. That's it. Fine. So if query, if your number of queries are extremely high,
then there's a chance that some index is missing, right? And if the update is very high, that means if the query is high, that means your database is not having good index, right? And if the update is high, that means you have some write heavy workload, right? Now coming up to the next part, which is MEM, right? That is memory usage. So we will write MEM for that, and when you press enter, you will see it will give you the amount of RAM MongoDB is using, right? So you need to check this resident. It is using 30, right? This is your memory which is using. So this is your memory usage, db.serverstatus.mem. And there's one more. If you want to know, then you can write here db.serverstatus, and after that write wired tiger. Let's see that whether it is going to give me the information or not. Okay, fine. So it is giving me a lot of data, right? So this do what basically? Basically it is the it tells about the performance, that how the performance is going on, right? But of course it is not needed. We need to separate out the things, right? So if I write here again the db.wiretigers.cache here, right? If I press enter, so again I think I have got lot of thing, but this time a little bit less than the previous. So db.serverstatus.wiredtiger.cache. So here you can see that the application request eviction interrupt another. So this gives you the complete information about the performance, that how it is going inside of it. If the cache is 80 to 100% full, that means there are some performance issue are going to come, and you need to add more RAM or optimize the indexes, right? So this is all about how we monitor the server and the database performance in MongoDB with the help of the stats method and with the help of server status method. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.